out, and we're gonna get started with the rules. So let me pull up my sticky notes, and we're gonna go. Mr. Destiny, thank you. I'm happy to have blocked your D's nuts joke. I'm sorry about that.
I tried my best, you know.
All right, and then. All right, so good evening, everyone, to all the people at home. Thank you for coming out. Appreciate you.
I'm muted.
And then we're just going to go over the rules, and then we're going to get into it. So there's going to be 2 topics tonight. We're going to run them for about an hour each. We're going to run until about 11 p.m., and then at that point, you're free to leave or do whatever you want. Everybody's going to get an outro. Everybody's going to have time to shout themselves out, their charities, et cetera, et cetera. No terms of service. So I believe Destiny is banned off of Twitch, so if you're dual streaming right now, stream at your own risk. Minimize slurs. You can, of course, use slurs. The R slur is on the table. Misogynistic and misandrous slurs are on the table. If somebody uses a slur and they're genuinely offended by it, it's not memes, they're actually sad about it, then try to back off of it a little bit. We all like to have fun, but we don't actually want to piss each other off or have them cry. So try to fight the ideas, not the people. And then no brigading, doxing, just because you have a personal beef on here. Don't take it outside of the ring. And I want you to think about this as like a mixed martial arts bout. You step in, you fight, like you tap gloves, you fight, you tap gloves on the way out, you call it a night. If you want to hang out with us for the last hour, we basically do a post-debate after show where we just kind of hang out, decompress, bullshit, and instead of having a contentious argument, we just talk about the subject in a more like relaxed atmosphere. If you want to do that, cool. If you don't want to do that, dip out. Raise hands. We will have a list. We're trying to follow and be the spiritual successor to the hippy dippy as much as possible. If you need to get in, you don't feel like you can get in, raise your hand. I'll add you to the list. Also, something that I have been doing is I'm raising my hand during the conversation. Basically, what I'm doing, if you see me raising my hand, is I'm giving you guys time until I interrupt. Because I feel like the segment has either we've looped on something or we're going off on a tangent that I don't think everybody's interested in, or we just have 2 people talking when we have 6 people in the room. So 10-minute sidebars. If you want to do a tangent, go ahead. And then that's pretty much it. So let's go ahead and knock out intros while we're waiting for our last couple of participants to come in here. Let's start with Mr. Beckett. Can you actually let's read topics first.
Do you want a opening statement as well?
Yeah. So we're gonna do intros, keep it short, and then I'm gonna read the topic first, and then we're gonna kick it off with Mr. Beckett. So, since World War II, it seems that globalism is a sweeping force that has changed our markets and lives with increased access to international goods, services, and quality of life. However, there have been new threats and challenges such as terrorism, global pandemic disease, and devastating economic shifts as manufacturing of essential goods has moved overseas. This was a particular note during the coronavirus, where it was impossible to shut down travel without devastating economic effects, and countries prioritized themselves when it came to manufacturing medical goods. What is the future order, globalism or nationalism? Do nationalists have a right to determine their country's fate? Are we already too intertwined? How do we face down rivals who make essential goods for us? There'll be a second topic. I'll introduce it at the second hour, basically, to modify the original topic. So, Beckett, if you can tell us who you are, where you're from, what you're about, and then also your thoughts on the first topic.
Sure. I'm Beckett of Crabs. You can find me at Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, obviously all places. I generally do old internet law, theology, bit of counterterrorism stuff, general whatever's going on. Globalism's an interesting one. It's not a modern creation. We've had trade routes and the issues with them since the effects of the fall of Mesopotamia. Like when we talk about the idea of this sort of new global world, it's not really new. It's just an idea that resurges. I think the core issue is just being pragmatic about things. Sometimes we have issues where we need to keep infrastructure in place, for instance, keeping slaughterhouses open, even if like we've got the capacity to produce food in other places, so we don't undergo systemic collapses. Ultimately, people have the right to self-determination, but if you exist as an island, you are going to fail because the world is going to move on without you.
All right, thank you for that. Mr. Destiny, would you care to introduce yourself to the folks at home and then also give us your thoughts on the first topic?
Hey, I'm Destiny. You can find me at youtube.com/Destiny. I'm an institutional shill, a proud Democrat, and a strong supporter of a God Emperor President Biden. I think echoing the thoughts of the last guy, Beckett, globalism is kind of an inevitable way forward. I mean, we're more interconnected today than we ever have been before. Old technologies like trade routes, new technologies like the internet are only going to further this level of global integration. People that are looking at a more nationalistic country are yearning for the days of old that will never come back. To go forward into nationalism is to step backwards in terms of our place in the world. And I think as long as we want to remain with our position in the world of being economic leaders, military leaders, and influential leaders, I think it's probably best that we continue down the globalistic path that we are on now.
All right, appreciate you. Thank you kindly, sir. Mr. Dillon, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Do you need a minute to get oriented? I wanted to let the globes go first and then let the...
Yeah, I'd like a minute to get oriented if possible.
No problem. Then, Mr. Rob, can you introduce yourself to the folks at home, and can you give us your thoughts on the first topic?
Hi, folks at home. I'm Rob. I consider myself a populist conservative. I would consider myself a nationalist. I enjoy streaming on Twitch, YouTube, Rumble, and other places. I have a panel show on Saturdays called The Arena that streams to the Crucible Network. Yeah, I think when it comes to this topic, there's going to be a fundamental misunderstanding on what we're talking about when we talk about nationalism and globalism. And I think this misunderstanding is used by people that really advocate for what I consider insidious globalism in order to enforce that. And what that is the idea that an integrated world means a globalist world. It does not. I am all for an integrated world. I think technologies that allow us to communicate with people around the world at a speedy pace, have employment situations where people from all over the world can live, cultural values that can be shared for all over the world, all good stuff. That's all good. To me, the concepts of nationalism and globalism have to do with our systems of governance. And to make it as simple as possible, it would be this. A nationalist government is a government that cares first and foremost and advocates for the people and governs for the people that are citizens of its country. A globalist government is one that cares less about the citizens of its country and their sovereignty and wants to govern as a world order. And to me, that is what is insidious and nefarious about globalism, is that it seeks to erode national sovereignty and national boundaries. We could see that systems of governments, even any national level, the further they get away from individuals, the less they are inclined to understand the way that those individuals live. So your local government probably understands your way of life more than your state government, which probably understands it more than your national government. Now take that out to a globalist society, and all of a sudden we have people in Davos that are telling people in Ethiopia how they could live and what's ethical for them to consume and how they could have farming practices. We saw this with Brexit and with things that there were people fishing lanes and things like that around the UK that were being eliminated. And it's also bad because it's ran by a bunch of people that are incredibly wealthy and corrupt that seek to use this to consolidate power for themselves and return us to a form of feudalism.
Beautiful. Appreciate you, buddy. Mr. Nevin, can you introduce yourself and also give a kickoff for the first topic?
Alrighty, I'm Nevin Gusak. I'm the host of the Populist Patriot YouTube channel. I'm also on Twitter. This is my first debate panel, and I'm honored to be here. And hello, everyone. I call myself a radical civic nationalist. If it's cool, I'd like to read a quote by former President Franklin Roosevelt that really crystallizes, or summarizes, I should say, my political viewpoint. And I used to be a Reagan conservative, but I abandoned that for a number of different reasons. Where he said in his speech, "In our personal ambitions, we are individualists, but in our seeking for economic and political progress as a nation, we all go up or else all go down as one people." So my type of nationalism really eschews the extremes of laissez-faire capitalism, as well as the extreme forms of totalitarian collectivism, of fascism and communism. I'm for a form of pre-Reagan capitalism where you have strong unions, you have certain social democratic programs that allow people to pull themselves up by their bootstraps to achieve social mobility. My ideological point of view or brand of nationalism is kind of a big tent for people of different genders, sexual orientations, races, classes, etc., as long as you're committed, at least in some form or another, to the national interest. Globalism, there's always going to be a form of global interconnectedness with technology, as was previously pointed out. Historically, we have always been interconnected for hundreds of years. I don't think there's any dispute. But when it impairs our productive capacity or core productive capacity, as well as our national security, that's where I kind of draw the line and express very strong concerns. Because on the flip side, in history, we have seen, for example, how British trade, and especially French trade, with National Socialist Germany during the 1930s did not result necessarily in peaceful relations. In fact, in this case, and I can cite sources, so if you challenge me on my facts, give me some time and I can cite some sources, look it up and whatnot. France exported wood, iron, and all kinds of other materials to Germany, and look what happened in 1940. You look at what happened
Nevin,
during the
I want to leave some stuff for the center part of the debate. So can you
Sure.
just bring it to a close for your opening?
Sure. Yeah. So there has to be a balance ultimately. We have to balance the needs of, yes, an interconnected world to some point without harming excessively our national sovereignty and national security.
Based. Thank you. Mr. Dillon, are you ready to introduce yourself to the folks at home?
Sure. My name is Dylan Burns. I am, I guess, an amateur war journalist and Twitch streamer, and I'm a globalist lib cuck. That's the best way to describe me. I'm a libtard.
All right, beautiful. Well, and did you want to do any other intros besides that?
Sure. I mean, first question was, could you just give me a quick refresher, basic?
Absolutely. So basically, I was saying that there are a lot of advantages to globalism, like increased trade and global security, less war, all that kind of stuff that we've seen statistically since World War II. But we've also had new emerging threats like terrorism, pandemic disease, and also our rivals manufacturing essential goods. This was a particular note during the COVID pandemic where we were reliant on China for essential medical goods, and they were basically our rival and prioritized themselves over us. So I was asking what the future of the global order is going to be. Is it going to be globalism? Is it going to be globo homo? Nothing negative against globo homo. I'm trying to be descriptive here, where it's progressive, internationalist, lots of countries cooperating, all of that kind of stuff. Or is it going to be more nationalist, where basically you have these countries that are pulling back from the global order and trying to manage their own affairs? What are the balance between the two, and who should win this battle?
I mean, I guess for me personally, I think globalism is like fighting the waves of the ocean, and you're trying to build a sandcastle. It's like fighting an overarching powerful force, almost like a force of nature, much less an ideological structure. Just the economic motivators in place have pushed human beings not only to become more interconnected, but to also build institutions that manage international trade, like the World Trade Organization, the IMF, and other organizations to unite nation states. And even nation states that are known as like these anti-globalist crusaders like Hungary will get on their knees and beg for the European Union's aid and supply to help their country stay on its feet as it goes through economic problems. And many nations throughout Eastern Europe beg to be part of these globalist institutions like the European Union, which have been really vital in bringing Europe to one of the most prosperous eras in its history when it comes to a lack of conflict, only to be interrupted by the Russian invasion of Ukraine that many could maybe even say is a reaction to the success of the globalist project of the European Union, of the expansion of NATO, of all of these things. When we talk about globalism, I think globalism can be both good and bad. Like, for example, I think the interconnectedness of the international human trafficking and stuff like that, it's obviously bad. But these things are not going to be solved by isolationist solutions. We've seen how drug cartels have used things like submarines and drones in order to get around these types of things. And that's true of all of these international crime organizations, terror groups, etc. And I think the thing that's really going to combat them is by empowering the international institutions that are going to help us create and draw pathways in a new globalized world. People like to shit on the UN all the time for the failures of its international peacekeeping missions, but a lot of people don't realize just how cost effective the UN is. For example, people talk about how much money America wastes on foreign aid. In 2021, I think we spent $1.5 billion in aid to the United Nations and UN peacekeeping missions. I think it was specifically UN peacekeeping missions. Of the 16 peacekeeping missions that the UN has been involved in, I think in the last 20 years, in conflicts in Mali, Croatia, etc., 11 of them have been conducted successfully. As for all the failures of Srebrenica, usually when the UN fails is because it doesn't have enough authority to act, not because it had too much authority and went too far. And I really do think that it gets kind of an unfair shake. It has problems, but all institutions have problems. And I believe in institutions, and I think we need to strengthen these institutions to guide us in a more globalized world, which is inevitable as human beings become more interconnected. And hopefully this interconnectedness brings us to a new era of prosperity and peace, as many international liberal theorists have theorized. Now I need to go to the bathroom.
Perfect timing. All right, then the panel is open. You guys are free to fight amongst yourselves. If I feel like we're getting into too big of tangents, or if we're going on down too far of a rabbit hole, I'm going to drag you back in. I will give you timers, be watching my hands. But besides that, have at it, gentlemen.
Okay. Let me just ask that straight up, if no one's going to say anything. When we're talking, so Destiny, Dylan, and maybe Beckett as well, when we're talking about the inevitable nature of globalism, are you talking about the inevitable nature of interconnectedness, so like economically, or the inevitable nature of eventually having a global form of government?
Because I wanted to respond to something Patriot said about sort of the interconnectivity of capitalism. There's like a long-running theory that we can see in the Golden Arches theory. For anyone who doesn't know, it's the idea that if two nations both have McDonald's, they don't go to war with each other. Now that fell apart over a decade ago, and in the case of like Russia and Ukraine, we can see it falling apart, right? So I think there's like it's a complicated issue when we're looking at the economics, because it's not clear cut, and just because we kind of go, well, we'll trade with another country and then it will make us friends with them, doesn't mean it'll always work. Countries aren't just going to be like, well, they're trading with us, so we're going to be nice. So to the point about Germany and France, I don't think that's an argument against globalism. It's just an argument against kind of naively trying to bring your allies on board. But I think generally it's just the inevitable march. We expand, we get more connected. It doesn't necessarily need to have one government, but it needs to have kind of clear goals, right? This is one of the problems we see with the EU. It lacks those clear goals.
Well, I think if you don't mind me jumping in, I think there are it's like the term socialism and capitalism. It means 50 things for 50 people. And I think there are different types of globalism too as well. Probably the most powerful version of globalism that exists institutionally in the United States is what I would term corporate globalism, because major multinational corporations in Wall Street have disproportionate political power. But then you also have, and you guys may disagree with me and may be wrong on this, communists claim they're internationalists for global order, if you will. You even have some, Nazi elements there for, like the World Church of the Creator, for this huge genocidal, maniacal white world. It just, crosses so many different spectrums, means so many different things to people. And I guess the question is what kind of globalism does each and every the globalist members of the panel support? Do you recognize the need for some level of productive capacity here in the United States? Do you feel there should be limits for national security? I used to be a pure free trade person, libertarian person, and I'm not against trade per se, but what opened my eyes, and one of my areas of interest intellectually, is the history of communism, fascism, National Socialism, and their strategies against the West. And one of the things that opened my eyes was, for example, and I know, Dylan, you've been to Ukraine, so I'm sure you're probably familiar with this. Destiny, I know you're an expert on a lot of economic issues as well. But this was reported in the mainstream press, where when Ukrainian forces and their American backers cracked open Russian-made military weapons, they found all manner of components from American firms, British firms, Israeli firms, their allies in communist China, et cetera, et cetera. And I know the arguments, of goods trade across borders, armies won't. I know I'm mangling Frederick Bastier's quote, my apology. But when I look at the hard evidence, that kind of has pushed me away from that position. Now, does globalism have its positive benefits? Of course.
If I may jump in, but I think that's a good place. If I could summarize, like in what you're saying, what it means to me is this. There are different meanings that people use by the term globalism, and that's sort of what I'm getting to, because one of the strongest arguments I think the globalists on the panel are going to make is what's inevitable. So the debate becomes irrelevant and one of Connor's questions was, is it too late? Are we already too interconnected? So that's the question I have, which is, when you're saying that globalism is inevitable, do you mean sort of culture, communication, economics, economic ties, or are you talking about a system of governance where we have places like the UN, the World Health Organization, other places like that end up having more power governmentally, and they can override nation states? That's the question I have for the globalists.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be some level of global coordination with big, like, intra or international bodies. But I think that in a way is kind of necessary. I think that it's probably better to have those big international bodies because there's probably going to be in some ways, we're going to get there in less efficient ways individually without those international bodies. So, for instance, we could have a global climate conference where we decide to set, goals for every country that's part of the EU or part of NATO or part of whatever international body we want to use. And we could set that, and people say, well, that's infringing on our sovereignty. We'd rather deal with it nation by nation. But if we deal with it nation by nation, you might end up getting countries that set like certain standards where it's like, we're only going to trade with you if your climate or pollution controls are at such a level anyway. So in one way or another, you end up kind of getting to these international standards just like set unilaterally or multilaterally regardless. So I feel like having these central bodies, or at the very least you have some level of representation, is probably good. It probably does more for your sovereignty to be part of these international governing bodies than to be independent of them. I think we kind of see that with Brexit when it comes to the United Kingdom, right? The whole idea was they are going to have more sovereignty with their country and their economy by leaving the European Union. But now the UK effectively has no say in European Union governing policies, but they're still going to be beholden to those policies if they want access to that trade union, basically.
Well, I think that Brexit's actually a good example because it shows the nefarious nature of global governance, where what you saw with Brexit, what was it, the Lisbon Treaty before that the UN put, and the UN makes this argument that there's democracy and it gives people a voice, but they don't. What they do is they give you a voice and then they use propaganda to inundate people to think that they'll get the result they want. And when they don't, like with Brexit, what happens? Well, they just drag it out for years and years and say, who gives a shit what your opinion is, people? The vote was only purely symbolic. We really don't give a shit. And we can see that's what's been going on in the UK. We saw it's what happened in Ireland and other places. You could also see...
Wait, can you explain that? What does that mean? The vote was purely symbolic.
Because Brexit occurred, the UK said, we will abide by what the people want, right? And then all of the institutional propaganda was, well, clearly we need to stay within the European Union. And everyone in the European Union...
There is a lot more complexity. Look, there's a lot more complexity to this. Now, like, I come at this from a weird position because I'm a Leave voter who's pro-immigration and open borders and very left-wing and very actually pro-federalized Europe. So, like, I was a Eurosceptic because of Corbyn when I was, like, 16. And there is so much more going on with Brexit and like what goes on in the UK.
Has it been achieved?
No, but that's not because of globalism. That's because of massive political incompetence. Like, even when we got close to the deal described within the original campaign brought back by Theresa May, everyone voted against it because everyone was politicking for the next general election. This idea that globalism or like particular powers undid Brexit. It's purely down to political.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that it was like cigar smoking people.
Let me finish, because like one of the biggest reasons for Brexit was so we could actually get a handle on the fact that our political class kept making like huge blunders or fucking things up, and then got to blame the EU for shit that wasn't their fault. When we look at Ireland, you brought up Ireland. Ireland doesn't enforce its tax codes to the same level as the rest of Europe. Europe went and investigated and said, you're going to do this. And Ireland said, what are you going to do about it? And you see this happen with multiple regulations. One of the biggest problems Britain had with the EU is we were one of the few countries really trying to apply regulations, whereas most countries just were much more pragmatic. And then you get into the whole veto movement and the block of veto countries that rallied behind Britain as that sort of central state. It's a much more complicated problem than just globalism.
You could say it's much more complicated, but just like with the Lisbon Treaty, what happened was the institutional people that had power in the UK assumed that wanted to remain with the European Union, assumed through all of the information they were putting out there that it would be a massive win to stay in the European Union. It wasn't. And because those people in positions of power wanted, afterwards, they didn't like the result. That's why you heard so many people come out, people in positions of power in the media, etc., came out and said, no, we should revote. People didn't understand what they were getting. It's time for a revote. The point is, these global institutions give you the sort of symbolic vote, and if you vote in a way that they don't like, it seems to never get implemented. And then they'll revote like with the Lisbon Treaty, and then all of a sudden, oh, it went their way. And that got enacted real fast. And the point I'm trying to make is these organizations, one, they're corrupt, and we could get into that if you want. But even if we don't get to that, when you have the systems of governance that are so far away from the actual people that they're governing, there's less ability for them to actually govern in a way that makes sense for those people.
Wait,
I don't want people in Brussels telling me how I could live.
Well, first of all, you have a say in that. This is what the whole point of electing a member to European Parliament is. Well, now you don't have a say in that. Well, or you don't anyway because you're American, sorry. But can we, backing up to the Brexit thing, I don't understand why we have to pretend like there was some nefarious power that was working behind the scenes in order to make it so that people had mixed opinions on Brexit once it was passed. Like, Brexit passed by the skin of its teeth. It's not like this was massively popular throughout the entire United Kingdom. In fact, there were some states of the United Kingdom that didn't want a Brexit at all, which is why you saw people memeing about Scotland leaving and stuff, right? I think that you can say that, like, Brexit passed barely. Nobody really knew, I think, what Brexit was going to look like. And then there was a lot of debate post-Brexit over, well, what the fuck does it actually mean to Brexit? I think that these are all...
A lot of it was kicking the Tories in the teeth. Huge amounts. Like, again, as a Eurosceptic, I can admit that. It wasn't about we hate Europe. It's David Cameron is an arse, and this is a chance to actually hit back from the Northern Bloc that's been ignored for the past, 60 years. It's much more complicated than, oh, well, actually, I think economically we'd be better off. There were blocs doing that, but they were a minority. Before Brexit happened, the Eurosceptics were a huge minority in the UK. It's only with the rise of UKIP that we really saw kind of like a call for the referendum, and Cameron wanted to do the same thing in with Brexit that he did with the Scottish referendum vote, because he thought it'd be an easy win.
Yeah, I'm just trying to say that I think there was legitimate debate over that. I don't think it was spooky people using propaganda to confuse the population. I think Brexit was genuinely a very contentious and complicated issue in the United Kingdom and different parts of the United Kingdom.
Well, I mean, one of the go ahead, Dylan.
I think one of the most obvious examples of how a lot of people didn't know how it was going to go was the Ireland border issue, where I don't think that was not talked about at all in the lead up to Brexit. It was all about, all the money they would save for the NHS and all about the immigration, and really none of it had to do with the Good Friday Agreement and exactly how complicated it would be making this deal with the European Union after the fact to guarantee that the Good Friday Agreement was abided by and that violence wouldn't flare up again in Northern Ireland. And that really extended how long Brexit negotiations went into it. And that soured Brexit in the minds of a lot of Northern Irish people who thought that Brexit was really throwing away the Good Friday Agreement and also backstabbing a lot of people like the DUP when it came to the idea that there will not be an infringement between the border of Northern Ireland and the UK, which one of the deals that they were negotiating with the EU at one point was literally putting up basically a border, a semi-border between the United Kingdom and Northern Ireland. And these were the things that were not hammered out beforehand and not thought about, and that's why now the vast majority of British people, I think it's over 54% compared to 34%, think now was the wrong decision to leave the European Union.
Right, and this is exactly what I'm talking about. The idea that people were saying, well, it wasn't something nefarious. Right, just like it wasn't nefarious that, at the same time Brexit was going on and we had this populism in the UK, you had a president in the United States that was being elected in Donald Trump. And it was just also coincidental that all of these major institutions all went in the same direction and hating that form of populism as well. And just like with Donald Trump, which we'll get into at a later date, I'd love to debate any of you on it, just like the institutions were corrupt in trying to impede his presidency, it just so happens that one of the most established first world countries in the world, the UK. When was Brexit voted on? 2015? So what are we on now? We're going to get to a decade before they get around to a company.
Hey, look, we've been going through a lot of prime ministers recently.
You can't figure that out. We should give them a say in how we in the United States live. They're so fucking incompetent. They can't even come through with removing themselves from this treaty.
If we're going to make, wait, hold on. If we're going to make claims, I think we should have real claims, right? Saying that was it a coincidence all this happening around? That's like saying, was it a coincidence that in 2013 and onwards, a whole bunch of right-wing movements started to gain more popularity in Europe, ignoring the fact that the Syrian refugee crisis was driving everybody in that direction? Yeah, of course there are political movements happening all over the world. We can't just point to them all and go, look at that spooky globalist, people behind the curtains. If there's something you want to say in terms of some coordination between the United States to discredit Trump and Brexit or something, then point that out. But we can't just go well, isn't that weird? And we're making an argument. That's not an argument. We're not saying anything of value there. There's nothing that's being said.
I could get through and I'll look for the numbers because I've seen this, right? But we saw that the media coverage from major institutions, including state institutions in the UK, places like their state media, were overwhelmingly for remaining in the EU. People in positions of power were overwhelmingly for remaining in the EU. Just like in the United States, there are tangible, it's tangential that we could see there was a movement against populism there. And it makes sense because institutions that currently have power aren't interested in nationalism or populism that devolves that power to the actual people.
Is it not possible that the majority of politicians thought it was better for the UK to stay in the EU? Considering the UK had like one of the most preferential like positions in the European Union, they weren't part of the Eurozone, they weren't part of the free trade Schengen area, they had a say in the European Commission. Like, is that not possible?
Well, it certainly is possible. So let's say that it was organic, just like it's very possible that the people in the FBI, et cetera, and the media in the United States...
What does the FBI have to do with the UK? One topic at a time.
Oh, okay. What I'm trying to say is, in both situations, it's possible that these were heartfelt beliefs from the people in those positions. So maybe 90% of politicians in the UK thought that Brexit was a mistake. That could be true. The point I'm trying to make is, those with institutional power didn't want this outcome, and once that outcome occurred, it seems that they did everything they could for 8 years on now to not follow through on the democratic process that they promised.
Well, and this is my take on Brexit. I don't consider myself an expert necessarily, but it also papered over it papered over a larger structural issue that was occurring for over 30 years of a long-term structural deindustrialization of Britain. And many of those people in those parliamentary districts that voted for Brexit, correct me if I'm wrong, were those people that were affected by that. And, part of the issue, getting back to Connor's point, is globalization inevitable and this and that. I think it's, to some degree it is, but also I have concerns that, and I know I'm going to throw a bomb here that's going to stir up a hornet's nest, but there's a potentiality, you just don't know, war between the United States of the West and Russia and China. From my standpoint, the Cold War never truly ended. It could develop, God forbid, and I hope to God I'm wrong, of a Cold War. And that could cause the collapse, at least temporary, of globalization. To answer Connor's earlier point. But I think with Brexit, I think it papers over, in my opinion, a larger structural decline, financialization and deindustrialization of Britain. If you want a truly healthy nationalism in Britain, you have to reverse to some degree Thatcherism and New Labour as well.
Okay, I want to interject real quick. So I have no problems going into we're going to get it over to Dylan. He did raise his hand. I have no problems getting into the nitty-gritty of a specific subject, particularly if it's an example of the general question. But I also want to discuss this in the frame of the general question. Because what I've heard so far is Rob saying it was the will of the people. They wanted to leave. Fuck it. This is nationalism and democracy, and we're pretending to have democracy. And then what I'm hearing from the Globes is, well, you're too integrated, and it's a very complex issue, and because you're too integrated, you can't have your national will. That's what I've heard so far. So you guys don't have to expand it. As long as I have engaged panelists, I don't really give a shit what you guys are talking about, but I do want to reel it into the broader topic. Dylan, whatever you want to say, and then it's back open.
Well, I mean, like when we talk about like the narratives pushed by the elites here, what about the narrative about the money that would be saved by the NHS and the buses that were driven around the UK? That was a complete lie. It was a complete lie by populists in the United Kingdom in order to pitch this idea that pulling out of the European Union was magically going to save the NHS from all of the economic problems that it has been facing for decades, as the UK has been struggling to find out how they're going to pay for it, as well as not solving the Irish issue. The questions that were not answered before the vote was done, and since then, now that they've actually been slapped in the face with these questions, the British public has more and more and more rejected the idea that Brexit was a good path forward for the country, and they've regretted their decision. And it's right for them to regret their decision. Brexit has hurt their inflation crisis, which is much worse than what the United States has so far faced. It has worse to their labor shortage. It has really hurt the British economy, as well as facing them with multiple geopolitical issues, Ireland just being one of them. And so really, if anything, I think that Brexit I think, culminated this long British descent from global power status, and it's only going to further worsen it as it has worsened the amount of influence they're going to have on the world stage to get their people good economic deals. And that's why the majority of British people no longer even agree with Rob, because they were conned. They were conned about the NHS, they weren't talked to about what the results would be in Ireland, and now they regret it.
They weren't conned, and this is an argument that those that sort of, would you call yourself a liberal cuck? This
Where
is
did
something that you
where did the
often
money
see.
come from for the NHS? Where did that come from?
I'm not
Where's
saying
it
that there
going?
weren't people. Of course, there were people on all sides of the issue that were putting money in. Of course, what I'm saying is that what we see over and over again is when those with institutional power don't get their way through the sham of democracy, they enforce hell on people. Just like Destiny, my friend here, supported the riots that were initially going in a conversation.
Why do we
had
pivot
with
so
George
hard
Floyd.
to other topics? Just stay on the
I'm
one
So
topic.
George Floyd,
Stay on
UK,
the one
Brexit, it's all
topic. Oh my
connected very
God.
much.
It's all connected in the sense that people
Yeah.
that willfully want to ignore the fact that there are people in positions of institutional power that intentionally cause pain. That way they could say, oh, see, you shouldn't have voted that way. Shit didn't work out for you. 8 years later, we still didn't keep the democratic promise that we promised you. We just couldn't do it. It was so hard. We, as one of the most established first world governments and historical governments in the world, we couldn't figure it out 8 years on. Oh, shit isn't going so good for you? Geez, maybe you should have voted the way you wanted. Want a referendum? Want to redo it? It's bullshit. It's what
Wait, hold
you
on.
see
Wait, can you
institutional
just
elites do
say
around the world.
Can you just say then? Do you think that all the problems right now in the UK are manufactured then by a salty government that didn't get their way?
No, but I think that it was intentional that they didn't give them Brexit in a way that was a timely fashion. And I think there are people that are impressed that wanted that in Brussels and the UK for it to be
What
paid.
was? Wait, there was. Okay, there's a bonger guy here. Yeah, with a hand up. Was there a deal on the table that everybody supported? That was like that had popular support from broadly from the entire population and politicians. Because my understanding is what Brexit would look like exactly was incredibly contentious the entire time post Brexit, the referendum actually passing. You keep trying to ascribe all this malice, but I don't think it was malice.
I agree with Destiny.
Yeah, it was like people had no fucking. Nobody thought Brexit was going to
incredibly
happen. Nobody knew what was going to happen.
So it'd be like this. Like, we wanted to end, like, say a country wanted to pull out of the UN. And they would say, we'll pull out of the UN. You would say, a country like the United States, if they did that, and they voted, yeah, we'll pull out of the UN. 8 years later, well, no one exactly agreed the time frame or exactly how the pullout would occur. So, you know, it's just...
Stop. No. Hold on.
Now.
Dude, you can't compare the United Nations to the European Union. The European Union represents far more integration between the member states of the European Union than the fucking UN. Joining and leaving the UN, my guess, is going to be a whatever thing. But actually leaving the European Union, there's a reason why Cameron fucking, like, moonwalked the fuck out after that shit passed. Nobody had any idea what the country would look like post-Brexit. That was a genuine confusion among the people and the politicians. You have to point to something if you're going to say, we all knew it was going to happen, but the politicians stopped it, because I don't think it's a fair summary at all.
Do you know who did know what was going to happen? Do you know who did know? The IRA. Because so I did my counterterrorism masters. I spoke to ex-members of the IRA released under the Good Friday Agreement who said to me, we voted for Brexit because it would radicalize the next generation in Northern Ireland. People fucking knew. And if your argument is, well, globalism's bad, well, this idea that nationalism's just this peachy thing, the reason that Cameron wanted to go for Brexit as a vote and actually like debate this was because there was a civil war within the Tory party and he was worried about the rising vote in UKIP. Because there are people in that institutional power, people from very old money actually for the majority of the hard Brexit side within the Tories, who really do want that real hard exit, who really do want Britain to return to some sort of weird 1800s ideal or return to empire. It's like, and you're saying, well, no one knew what it was going to look like. That's because the people involved in this were on multiple layers of structural power and no one had a clear vision. Because again, no one's tried leaving an institution like this that's so massive. This idea that, again, Dylan's right. It was a bus with some money on the side of it, which was never achievable because you understand anything about the way the EU funnels its money back into the UK and its member states. Like, it gives massive amounts of that money back. And there are wider problems there that the Tories could have been funding that shit anyway, but just weren't, because again, they control the tax systems. Sorry. Yeah, Dylan.
I'll go after Dylan. Go ahead.
Rob, you wanted to respond to that, so you can go first.
Well, I was just going to say, like, the idea to what you're saying there, Becca, and what Destiny, that it's bigger than something like the UN, like the US pulling out of the UN. Again, that's another lie that was sort of sold to the people in the UK. This was originally supposed to be an economic alliance, that there was supposed to be some sort of voting stakes. There was an organization, this was about economics, and we could see that it became much more than that. It became about who you were forced to allow to leave in your country and other things like that when it came to sovereign sovereign borders. So again, it was something that became more. It wasn't voted on democratically. It exerted all sorts of power. And the other thing to say
You
is,
can't just lie. It was voted on democratically. Every
show
single
me-
member.
Okay, show me the people in the UK that voted that they were for immigration decisions being allowed by the EU. It was
They weren't
said
even
that it was
part
an
of the.
economic
They're not
alliance.
even.
It
They're
had
not.
to do with economics
People
and
in the
not
United
immigration.
Kingdom were not part of the Schengen free movement area. Their immigration is just as much in control today as it was when they were in the European Union. Number one, it is true.
You got freedom of movement in the UK before the EU. We're much more contained now. But like,
No,
Yeah,
but
that's why they have a labor shortage.
No. I mean, the UK was not part of the Schengen zone, though. The UK was not part of the Schengen free movement zone, where you have to pass without a passport or whatever. I'm pretty sure you could do passport checks at the UK border.
yeah, you could do passport.
Yes.
It wasn't quite the same as I see what you mean.
Yes,
Right,
yeah.
okay.
Number one.
No.
Number two, every single member state of the European Union can elect members of European Parliament, and the European Commission has one member from every single member state, which is where your big decisions are made. So you're voting, if you're in the UK and you've got MEP elections, that's you voting for your representatives that are part of your members of European Parliament that vote on these policies. And number three, Brexit happened. They left. There is a democratic option. There has been the entire time.
They didn't leave. They voted for it and didn't get it. That's what
They
we're
did
talking
get it. What are you
about.
talking
Well,
about?
we've left.
They didn't.
We've left. What are you talking about?
So,
We've left.
so when I asked you earlier, I said, was Brexit achieved? And you said, no, you were lying.
Well, no, because the idea, but when you say is Brexit achieved, you're talking about this idea of all the promises being delivered, right? If you're talking about did Britain leave, yes, we have left. We have left the European Union. So in that case, yes, Brexit has been achieved. If that's the pure, because again, for a lot of people, there are more questions there of what that looks like, right? It's not just leaving; it's leaving with deals in place, not just for the EU.
There was
but
goals.
for all the other
do not
countries.
believe-
And also,
I do
I
not
just want
believe-
to I just want to cover one thing with the immigration stuff, because this is one of the biggest myths. This idea that if Britain leaves the EU and suddenly we get control of our borders back, 50% of our immigration is from the colonial countries, within painkillers, but so we could have cut down on our immigration without leaving the EU ages ago. We just didn't do it. So again, it is the political class lying about what's achievable because they're trying to spin a narrative. Because also Boris wanted to get into fucking power. That's why he led the campaign, because he was like, "That's how I'll become prime minister." And in the long term, it worked. That's why people voted for him. It's why he's still popular, despite being one of the worst prime ministers in human fucking history.
Okay, I wanna pause y'all real quick, just because I do feel like it's Rob versus the panel right now. So I want to give it to Dylan because he had a couple of minutes, and then I want to give it to Nevin because I see him dutifully taking notes. So Dylan, Nevin, and then back to the panel.
So when we talk about also the United States and the UK, I think as Americans it's also kind of hard for us to understand that the UK is just not the beast that it used to be. It is no longer the empire which the sun never sets. It is now the land of, football, chips and biscuits. It's basically just what we know as the UK when we see it, think of an image of it in our minds. And it's a nation of about 80 million people, probably something around that range or something in that area. And it does not have the financial influence that the United States has. Of 330 million people, one of the most prosperous nations of the world, one of the biggest GDP, it does not have as much influence as we do on the world stage when it comes to going on the world stage and trading. And so the idea that the UK, I think, and this was almost like the pitch, I think, from a lot of the right wing in Britain, that they would make their way about the world like the United States does, going to this economic union, saying, I'm going to make this deal with you, going to these countries on its own and making these deals with you. But what it really did is just make it harder for it to negotiate the agreements that they had to renew. 45% of their imports come from the EU. That's like 250 billion pounds. 42% of their exports come from the European Union. Their trade is like 50-50 with the EU. This is something that was extremely beneficial with them and that they developed over 50 to 60 years that they had to undo. Yeah, that took some time. When David Cameron put it up to a vote, I'm confident he had 100% belief that it would get shot down and this would basically be the death blow in this movement. Then it didn't, and then they had to deliver on it, and his government couldn't do it, so he resigned, and then they handed it over to Theresa May. They tried, they failed in doing it, so they handed it over to Boris Johnson, mophead. He was able to finally deliver it over, hand it over to Liz Truss, and now the Conservatives are plummeting because of the mess they made, and now the Labour Party is surging, and Keir Starmer, somebody that was seen as like a wash rag when it comes to his popularity and ability to give a speech, speech might actually become prime minister if things keep going as it is. They've made a mess, and now they're dealing with it.
They made a mess because they didn't implement the actual Brexit as it was promised in places like UKIP that people wanted.
But they didn't get. They were never going to get the promises of all the money for the NHS. They never really even combated the idea of Ireland. The inflation crisis that they've been feeling in the UK is partially due to this. What about the labor shortage? They did not explain exactly what the full consequences of unveiling this new path for the UK would be, and now they're feeling the consequences of it. The majority of British people don't like it.
The problem is when you say they didn't implement the promises, it's because they had no way of implementing the promises, right? Like a promise of like, we're going to redo all of these trades unilaterally, and then Brexit goes through and they haven't done yet. That's not like the people got tricked. Or they did, but they got tricked by the people pushing Brexit. It's not like they had those deals in place and then for some reason the shadow government said, no, we're not going to do it. That was never going to happen. That was a fantasy.
All right, I'm a pause it real quick just because I've seen Nevin dutifully taking notes. And again, you guys take the conversation where you want to go. I'm not going to guide you too much, but obviously, like what I've heard is will of the people versus it's complex. That's what I've heard so far. Not why is globalism good? Why is nationalism good? What's the justification for these things in flux? I'm hearing, popular will.
I mean, look at Britain's economy complexity. Right now.
Well, I don't want to argue. I don't want to argue with the panel myself, even though I'm very passionate about the subject myself. So, Nevin, please read us your notes, and then let's take it from there.
One of the things I want to reel back here, and Rob touched upon this, is the notion of this sort of elite malevolence or whatnot. And I think one aspect of globalism, particularly corporate globalism, it is something that is intentional, in part because of ideology as well as profits. And you see this with different trade agreements with PNTR for Russia, PNTR for China, and things of that nature. Yes, it started out as a foreign policy project, but it was deliberate. And it hurt Americans. I know several in the panel would disagree with me, but it hurt our national security to a degree. It's hurt our capacity to innovate. And we saw that, of course, with COVID, with PPEs, and things of that nature. And so I wanted to kind of reel it back. I don't think it's just entirely inevitable globalism, but it is something that is consciously steered as a political and economic project. So.
Okay, I'll move on just from Brexit, but I'll say this: like, you can even find. I'm not going to claim to know all of the sides of these issues. I don't claim to be an expert, but I will say that there is a lot of information that the folks in Brussels intentionally wanted to cause pain on the UK, including with the situation in Ireland and other places. And what would have been done is the default would be, just because you're not in an official government body, a world government body, there's still the default would be that people in Europe could trade with people in Europe, even if unilateral deals had to be made. I don't dismiss the idea that that would be more difficult than being in the organization, but the plus sides of it would be that your governance could be more local, and you're not just sending someone off to Brussels that's not representing you, because it's this government, you're only one part of this globalist body. But instead of encouraging that free trade situation, we saw that Brussels actively attempted to harm the UK and then deal things in a way that made them more sort of protectionist in order to dissuade other countries from leaving this globalist initiative. And that's a lesson for globalism. That
what was something that the EU did that you thought was unfair? What did Brussels do to punish the UK?
Like, for example, like here's one article that I'm reading. We'll just go here. Brussels weaponized Northern Ireland to punish UK for Brexit, says expert. As clashes continue in Northern Ireland, commentator and historian Ruth Dudley Edwards claimed the EU has used the state to put maximum pressure on the UK to agree to a Brexit deal. Although there were alternatives to the protocol, Ms. Dudley Edwards insisted Boris Johnson had been forced to accept a deal that impedes trade between Britain and Northern Ireland due to his predecessor. Despite agreeing to a deal, the commentator also warned Brussels had chosen to interpret the custom rules as strictly as possible to inflict maximum damage to the UK. And these were the sort of things. Now, I'll admit, a lot of this I was hearing from people that were pro-Brexit, like UKIP people, that were saying when the deal was initially, or when this was initially voted for, that the people of Brussels were talking about things such as, well, then we won't do trade deals. We won't do that. And the Brexit people were saying, well, why would you cut off your nose to spite your face? We could still trade just because we don't think that we need this international body that we think's been taking away the sovereignty of our people. But they continue to issue more sort of protectionist policy. Do you agree or disagree with that, Dylan, that there was more sort of protectionist policies from Brussels post-Brexit vote than pre?
It doesn't sound like to be clear, it doesn't sound like there's any new policy at all. What you just said, I don't know what article you're reading from, but what you just said was they decided to strictly enforce the rules on the books. That sounds like policy that was already in place. Not only was a policy in place, it was policy in place that the UK already knew about. And it has to do with an issue that existed between Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland, meaning that Brexit exacerbated this issue, not Brussels. I don't think you can get mad at Brussels for enforcing the rules on the books.
Well, no.
If the worst thing you've got is they were really mean because they enforced the rules that already existed, and that's an argument against globalism? Are we going to say like globalism caused like the IRA and like Northern Ireland and pre-Good Friday and like what? I'm sorry. I don't know.
I'll be real quick on this. Two things. One, the idea that, well, there was a law in the books, but still the way that you enforce that. We see this with trade policies all over the place. You can see with the World Trade Organization, there are laws on the books, but the way that they are enforced from country to country oftentimes could be something that's disputed. So they chose to take the most hardline interpretation possible. And also I'm saying that there were all sorts of discussions that were occurring in Brussels about intentionally punishing the UK. If you'd like, I could pull articles up of that as well, where they were going to intentionally publish them because they were saying they wanted to dissuade other member states from leaving because they thought that it would cause a cascade effect that would end up dissolving the union.
Okay, I mean, if they did something unfair, that'd be cool. But like, when the first thing you have is like, well, they enforced the rules in the books. I mean, that's not very compelling to me. But
I think it's a little crazy that the nationalist side is arguing, well, Northern Ireland has a large nationalist contingent that may want to like have sovereignty, and in some ways, Brussels supporting their right to sovereignty is bad because globalism. Like, this is a pre-existing issue. It didn't just pop out of fucking nowhere. Like, this has been going on since fucking Cromwell. Like, it's not new. It's just like Brussels was right. And also you've got to understand, like with Southern Ireland is very, very closely linked to the EU because it's how Southern Ireland managed to, like the Republic actually recovered. So this idea of like the EU just being like, it doesn't really matter, because that's then an open border, which again is the very thing so many people in Brexit were like, well, we can't have those. Well, it exists. And you can't have passport checks across the sea between Britain and Northern Ireland because they're part of the fucking union. It's a massively complicated situation that no one fucking considered. Destiny's right. Like, and this isn't just like some magical thing that Brussels did. It's an ongoing historic UK issue.
Dylan, before you go, I never want to hear the phrase "Brussels was right" ever again on my fucking panel. But
I can't believe we've reached the point where I'm saying this.
You're
what
wrong,
are you doing to me?
Because they would have been able to, through technology, they could have had ways to get around sort of this dispute, right? And that's the article I was reading.
Wait, what? How does technology solve any of this?
Well, the border dispute, right? We could have had a way because, well, let me finish. So, Beckett, I'll trust you to answer this, right? Because you.
No. I really want to hear how technology gets these Irish fuckers over their past shit. I want to hear about it.
I'm asking an initial question, right? So the dispute is sort of if the EU was left, if Brexit occurred, then there would be land disputes by sort of the sovereignty of who was able to come through sort of this Ireland into Ireland, correct?
Sure.
Right, and so that would have immigration problems with that, would also have economic trade issues and things that could arise from that. So the problem would be, how would we be able to make sure that the people that were getting across were legitimately allowed to be there and things like that? And the article I was reading talks about they had something that they had suggested let me see.
Wait, hold on, real quick, Beckett. Okay, somebody can tell me if I'm right or wrong. I'm sorry, hold on. The problem between Ireland and Northern Ireland, the problem between the Republic of Ireland and Northern Ireland wasn't like logistically, how do we make the border work? My issue was it was a spiritual thing of like, we're going to make an agreement that there shall not exist a border between these two areas ever again because of the conflict that's occurred historically here, because of the bombings, the violence that happened up through the late 20th century even. Like, I'm pretty sure in the early, when was a Good Friday? Was it the early 90s? Fuck, when was a Good Friday agreement? That was the point of preventing any border from existing. It's not a matter of having an efficient border, it's that there was supposed to be no borders, regardless of technology.
So just to clarify as well, because again, people focus on the IRA issue. So here's the problem. The argument is you can have a border between Southern Ireland, like the Republic and the North. But the last time we did that, you have to have those borders manned, and that's what led to the IRA. And it's what led to a large amount of terrorism or freedom fighters, however you want to think about it and look at those groups. Now, the other argument was, okay, well, fine. We'll let the border be open, but then will allow like checks at the airports. But what people don't talk about is the Unionists and the DUP, who basically said, if you have passport checks at the airports, you're denying our right to easy free travel between the rest of the UK and the North, and we'll fucking riot. So it's not a simple case, because again, Ireland isn't just a simple situation of going, well, it's just the IRA. The old joke with Ireland is that a man pulls up to the border and he gets asked, are you a Catholic or a Protestant? He says, I'm an atheist. And they look at each other.
I just want to say real quick, it's so funny because Rob is so confident. He's so good at debating. He has no idea what he's talking about at all right now. He's completely has no idea what any of these issues are. It's very funny to me. He's just like trudging forward on this shit. The reason why he's talking about like passport control and shit is because he thinks that for Ireland, it was just like illegal immigrants. He's like, are Mexicans fleeing to Northern Ireland? Is that why they need stronger border protection? That's just really funny, yeah.
They have every fucking right to.
I do want to.
Go ahead, Dylan.
Dylan's been waiting for a minute, so let Dylan go.
I do have to point out the kind of like the irony here of the UK going on a nationalist crusade of protecting their borders. Then they finally get it by the skin of their teeth, and then immediately when they find out that the toll of of protecting their borders includes trampling on the Good Friday Agreement, immediately that goes away in favor of the globalist cuck deal that they did called the Good Friday Agreement. They do this agreement to protect their borders, have strong borders, and that immediately was their downfall when it came to Ireland. And then they ended up fucking over the DUP, who is allied with the Conservative Party, which caused a lot of infighting because they were essential for some of the early governments, definitely during Theresa May's administration. So I mean, this is something that they brought upon themselves, and they should have kind of seen from a mile away, but also wasn't talked about at the time. And we keep saying that it was the propaganda that changed all these people, and now make it that it's like 54 to 30% of British people now believe it was a bad mistake. Maybe it's now that they're feeling the full effects of these decisions, they're regretting them, and maybe they didn't consider all of the factors that were going to come involved, including the Northern Ireland issue, and now the populist position in Brexit, in the United Kingdom, is to re-enter the European Union because it was a good, beneficial deal for them.
Again, we could get into other things other than I'll just say the end on this. There was something called the Smart Trader, the UK Smart Trader Scheme, and this was something that sought to use sort of new technology and things like that, where businesses could sign up to ensure that there would be duty-free and tariff-free goods that would be able to be sent from Great Britain to Ireland. These are the sort of things that were being pushed against by Brussels. They were saying that it had to be more of a hardline separation, and these tariffs needed to exist. What I'm saying, though, is that Brussels intentionally, as internal communication said, discussed punishing the UK because they wanted to avoid this. What you can't get around is that it took years and years and years for them to even attempt to withdraw from Brexit. You could say, well, it was really hard, it was difficult. I refuse to believe that they were unable to get this done in a couple of years. There might have been hiccups along the way, but they didn't even attempt to amend them and implement it. And instead, what you saw was right out of the gate, the same people that were against Brexit in the first place started saying, well, that democracy doesn't count. We want a new referendum. This is how globalists control the flow of information. And they're able to always say that when there are democratic initiatives in nation states that go against their agenda, that they will seek to punish them and ignore that form of democracy. This is one issue. We could talk about globalism in the form of the World Health Organization, the WEF, and their agendas that seek, you guys got your globalist dream, right? With the lockdown, so you got it. You got what they wanted, right? And what did we see? A massive redistribution of wealth from the poor and working class to the upper class.
So just to be clear,
in a nutshell.
Yeah, so you restated your thesis on this like several times, but you haven't proved this at all. So we can move on from Brexit. I think Brexit is a really good example of globalism versus non-globalism. I think you failed to substantiate your point ever. The biggest argument you brought forward was that Brussels enforced policy on the books, and if the UK wanted some say in that policy, they probably should have remained in the European Union in order to have a say. But they left, so they didn't, and that's it. Yeah, what else? What else?
I'm actually okay with adding to the second topic. That way we can kind of move it to a different region of the world because basically, like I said, this is supposed to be a philosophical discussion about the strengths of nationalism versus globalism and all that kind of stuff, why we need one or the other. We can, of course, use specific examples and all that kind of shit. But let's face it, even as an Irish person or an ethnically Irish person, I don't give that much of a fuck about Ireland, right? So it's a bunch of fucking Celtic people hitting each other in the head with rocks. It is what it is. It'll be like that 10,000 years from now. So... Listen, I have red in my beard, Beckett. I'm allowed to be bigoted against my own people. So, that being said, Topic 2, which this is adding to the first topic. So if you guys want to drag it back to unionists and fucking people in Northern Ireland and separatists in Ireland and the IRA are fucking cringe and you just want to talk about that for the next hour, I don't give a shit. You guys are the panelists. You're making the content. I'm just trying to give you some level of direction. But topic 2 is, much criticism has been made about the U.S. aid to Ukraine and Taiwan because it angers our rivals while being of little importance to the quote unquote defense of the Western world. That being said, there are legitimate accusations of human rights abuses by both Russia and China in their territories. Should the U.S. or the West be involved at all? What lines do we draw? Should we be militarily responsible for these territories? What is our interest and how are they served by globalism or nationalism balanced in reference to these issues? Since Dylan is the only person who's risked getting his balls blown off in the past decade in reference to these topics, I'm going to start with him.
Could you give me the last part of the question again?
So, should the U.S. or West be involved in the conflicts with Taiwan and Ukraine in general? What lines should we draw as a country not involved? Should we be militarily responsible for these territories? What is our interest? And how are they served by either globalism as a philosophy or nationalism as a philosophy? Okay, I know I gave you like 5 questions.
Yeah, there's like 5 questions. I'll answer what I can. So I do think that we should support both Ukraine and Taiwan. I think we have a good interest in doing both. I mean, Taiwan, you could make a very selfish kind of national security interest of they produce 50% of the world's like very advanced microchips. And until the United States has proven itself through the CHIPS Act to be able to match that type of production capacity, a lot of our weapons, including a lot of our computers and our domestic industry and just our country, run on the computer chips that are made in Taipei. And so I think it's good for us to be allied with somebody who holds such a vital resource and to support them. Also, in our support of Taiwan, the bigger the disincentive for the Chinese to invade is, the more likely the war games they play end in failure for them, the less likely they are to invade. The bigger the price for invasion, the less likely you are going to try to invade. I do believe that the United States should not be the only one backing up Taiwan, though. I think it should be a general Pacific coalition between the United States, Japan, South Korea, and possibly other nations in the region in order to support Taiwanese defense. I do not think this should solely fall on the United States soldiers, not only because it increases our odds of defending Taiwan, but also because this should not be our sole responsibility. Because the effects of invading Taiwan is not only going to affect the United States, which would most likely be the recipient of many Taiwanese refugees, but it would also affect other nations in the area economically, as well as they would become awash with refugees. I don't know if that's the right word to use. China also agrees that refugees is within a nation's self-interest. That's part of the reason why they prop up the North Korean state so much, is because they don't want tens of millions of North Koreans. Well, there's I don't know exactly how many North Koreans there are, but they don't want the millions of North Koreans crossing the border in a massive refugee crisis at a war started at the Kim's will. As for Ukraine, I believe that what's happening right now is a violation of their sovereignty. We're seeing some of the worst human atrocities going on in Ukraine, with the largest mass grave in Europe since the Yugoslav genocides uncovered in Izium with 440 bodies. I don't really feel like I need to go through the laundry list of war crimes or atrocities committed by the Russians in Ukraine and how much it has decreased the standard of living. But in Ukraine, they have made their will pretty well known. They want to push the Russians out. They want their country to be free. They want to uphold the Euromaidan revolution and continue to develop their institutions, make them stronger as they go after things like corruption and oligarchical control over things like media, police, and other industries. And I think that their membership in the European Union and integration with Europe is what is best for their country's development. In fact, this whole war started over Ukraine wanting to be part of the European project, the Russians starting to mold over it, and starting this whole mess in the first place when they started engaging in economic coercion then. I think we should support the Ukrainians in their national defense. I hope they win the war, and I guess we can get into the other issues later.
I appreciate you, brother. Next geopolitical nerd on the panel, Nevin, please take it away.
Yeah, a radical civic nationalist. I mean, I take a strong stand within reason against Russia and China and their allies throughout the world. They do seek, in my opinion, global hegemony, which obviously would affect the United States. Putin in recent years has talked about recreating with China an entire new world order, if you will. Dmitry Medvedev rather recently had pointed out that he wants a Eurasia in Europe expanded from Vladivostok to Lisbon. And that's going to ultimately pose a major national security risk to the United States. If Ukraine goes, there's a real possibility that Russia will continue to expand westward. We know they've been providing funds to various extreme parties in Europe, like the National Front. In France, they've had ties with sort of quasi-tanky organizations, as well as some neo-national socialist organizations, and they're all united by a common anti-Americanism. I think in the case of Taiwan, I think we need to back them too as well. My biggest concern is, of course, in backing Taiwan, Ukraine, and whatnot, my concern about also getting into a risk with war with Russia and China is they have tremendous nuclear potential. China can potentially embargo the United States of goods. I mean, Lenin talked about back in 1921, or I think it was Stalin actually, the rear of imperialism, where the third world at the time, the colonies, produced the raw materials and now, of course, manufactured goods. They can just say, well, fuck you. We're cutting this shit off. You sink or swim. And that's a concern that we have to, really take into account. And then there's the other issue where up until, to some degree recently, Germany was a huge violator, even during the Cold War on this, is we have these allies, yes, but they have been violating back in the Cold War, the COCOM trade, not embargo, but I'm sure you know what COCOM was, which was an export control organization, very thinly staffed. And meanwhile, West Germany, Japan, Taiwan, they have channeled technology to their very gravediggers. So it is a complex issue, but we need to take these things seriously because with all the beauties of interconnectedness and all the rest of it, these are major problems. And sometimes, I don't want to get on a tangent, but the other part with even our allies, sometimes they don't like what we do either. Like Switzerland, because they opposed the war against Iraq, they embargoed special crystals that were used for our gravity bombs. You look at what Belgium did during the Vietnam War. They embargoed certain rotor parts for our Huey helicopters. You look at even natural disasters in Japan.
Devin, I need to move it on the intro. This is part of the reason why I had you go after, Dylan, though, because I felt like you guys would find a kindred spirit in geopolitical nerdiness. So I appreciate both of you.
And there's some alignment, honestly, with Dylan and I. We're more sympathetic, certainly, to Ukraine and Taiwan than China and Russia. I mean,
Then let's get into those nuances and interesting things in the general. Mr. Beckett, can you please give us, the Western interest in Ukraine and Taiwan and how philosophically globalism and nationalism apply?
I think you have to stand for something. I think a lot of issues kind of begin to really raise their heads when we look at what happened in Hong Kong as well, because if we're not going to even comment or exert any kind of real pressure, I don't know if we can say we really believe in things. Yes, we should absolutely be supporting Ukraine, not just because it's about sovereignty against an aggressing state, but actually because of what it says about the rest of European stability. Dylan is absolutely right. The European project, ultimately, and why it's important, is it's the longest period of peace in Europe's history. People want to talk about the shared European experience. Well, the shared European experience is a millennia of warfare, basically. Ultimately, we should step in if we can. Military stuff, like direct military intervention, we all know from World War II how that can escalate from small states having big friends, and we want to avoid that. But ultimately, I think pretty much everyone, I imagine, would agree that World War II was a war worth fighting, right? And, there are some things worth paying costs for.
We need to get Charlie Kirk on the panel to see whether or not he thought World War II was worth fighting. But Destiny and then Rob. So, Destiny, please share your thoughts.
I would say Ukraine are the good guys, so we should support them, based. I could say a bunch, but I'm just going to end up reiterating what everybody else said. I think that if the United States has any authority in the world, then some of that authority should probably be used to reinforce the stability of Europe and maintaining countries' sovereignty and not allowing bully countries to invade them, and to respect territorial sovereignty from established countries that we all recognize are established countries is probably a really important thing for us to support. So, yeah.
All right, Mr. Rob.
Yeah, so I'll be happy to be the one that disagrees with the majority of this. First, I'll say this is a precursor, though I shouldn't have to. I don't like Putin. I don't like Russia. I hope Ukraine wins the war tomorrow. I don't give a shit. I didn't like when the United States invaded Iraq. I don't like that Russia invaded Ukraine. That doesn't mean that the United States, NATO, and globalism didn't push for this outcome to be inevitable, as I've had discussions with Dylan Burns in the past, where he admitted with the boondoggle that we are in with Syria was in part about pressuring an ally of Putin in Assad. When I asked him if he thought that that could possibly lead to Putin getting upset and lashing out, he said he wasn't worried about it, and now it's something that unfortunately we should have been worried about. Just like 9/11 is the fault of the terrorists that committed the act, that doesn't mean Ron Paul was incorrect when he said that we took steps that made something like 9/11 more likely to occur. That's exactly what the United States has done in places like Ukraine. You want to talk about national sovereignty in places like Ukraine? The poor people of Ukraine haven't had true national sovereignty for decades, ever since they've left the Soviet Union. In fact, it's been a cesspit of corruption for interests that were pro-Putin, or pro-Russia, I should say, not pro-Putin. And then in 2014 and other places, we saw as a geopolitical strategy for NATO, European Union, the United States in particular, to actually have a chance, whether it be through a color revolution and NGOs that they were having there that helped lead to the ouster of the president there for a more U.S.-friendly president and European Union-friendly president. Regardless if that was a led color revolution or not, we could see what the net effect of that was. We saw that the United States and the Obama State Department was basically creating an FBI in Ukraine called the NABU, and that NABU was then being told by George Kent and others at the State Department who and who not they were allowed to prosecute. So their very FBI or their agencies were at the whim of other countries saying, if you want this money, this is what we'll do. Of course, we could go with Joe Biden's infamous quid pro quo, where they had to fire a prosecutor in order to get this money from the United States. The Ukraine situation is a boondoggle that's leading us closer and closer to World War III. Instead of attempting to have a peaceful resolution, we are listening to propaganda, which sadly people like my friend Dylan Burns there have bought into. He told me about 8 months ago that the war was already over, that Russia had lost, they had no chance of winning. It was just a matter of time. And now, just like all the people in the United States, he says, but we just need a few more billion, just a few more billion, because they'll be on the shores of Poland if we don't continue to send this money. It is a lie. It is being used for corrupt reasons. The globalists always do this. Look at Libya. We were told that they were bad people. Look at Iraq. We were told they were bad people. And in all of these cases, the situation is worse than when we entered it. So it's a disaster. And even if you think there are times when the U.S. should intervene, the U.S. has lost credibility, as has the globalist order in places like the EU, because of so many times that they've lied and been corrupt and instigating these wars and having terrible outcomes in the countries.
All right, Nevin, it is technically open, but I want Nevin to go first since he hasn't participated as much as everybody else. And then after that, it's just open for everybody to fight. So Nevin, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to throw shade on my fellow nationalists here, but also the corporate globalists. During the debate for permanent normal trade relations with Vladimir Putin's Russia, they all were falling over themselves, ExxonMobil, Boeing, etc., in saying, the Cold War is over. Well, let's trade with Russia and totally decontrol our technology. To look at even some American businesses like Koch Industries and its subsidiaries, they are libertarian globalists, as you know. They fund the Cato Institute, AFP, Freedom Works, the Home Club for Growth, which are economic globalists, and they're still in Russia despite the sanctions. So I see the globalists really also, as much as corporate globalists, let me specify, more in bed with the enemies of the United States, the adversaries of the West. I'm not trying to throw shade at my fellow nationalists, but one of the reasons why I've turned against corporate globalism, I used to be, again, a big free trade person, is because they constantly go to bat and give legitimacy for adversaries. And I'm sure many of you know this already. So when it comes to Ukraine, look, Russia, they still have, despite their battlefield performances against the U.S. supported Ukrainians, they still are a force that I would not want to reckon with, particularly with their nuclear arsenal. It's not something I want to poke the bear in, but we also cannot abandon, however imperfect Ukraine is, just like South Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, etc. We can't abandon them and simply leave all this Ukrainian industry, Ukrainian.
Let me ask you. I'm not interrupting. You're trying to interject. I want to ask you. What is the American interest in Ukraine?
The American interest in Ukraine is so A, that we don't set an example that we're just abandoning allies and then emboldening dictators with global hegemony ambitions to then march onto Europe. As I mentioned, Russia is not going to just stop at Ukraine. They are seeking to influence Hungary through its political parties like Jobbik, Poland through left-wing and so-called right-wing parties, Germany, the same thing over and over again. And because, unfortunately, we are so intertwined economically with these countries, the moment that Russia or China gains hegemony, they're going to use pressure and say, well, we're going to cut off goods to the United States. Now, yes, I know this is a what-if scenario, but frankly, if I was a leader of the United States, I would not want to engage in that scenario. And another topic that I'm going to
buddy, I want to make sure that it's open so we can fight, but throw out the other topic and then let's fight.
Is also we need to also look at industrial policy in the United States, and that's not just a progressive, slow, gradual implementation of tariffs, but also a whole host of massive investments in tuition-free university colleges for engineering graduates, scientists, computer programmers, everything, welders, whatnot, to rebuild your knowledge base. You got to reindustrialize the United States to a degree. Sure, we could trade with other countries based on product quality. But we don't, here we're talking about, oh my God, if they influence Europe, they invade Taiwan, we're going to lose our chips and stuff like that. That to me is a problem. We should not allow that much of an export of strategic industries to.
Hey, Dylan, if you don't mind, if I could jump in here real quick. Dylan, you said like 6 months ago that Russia had no chance of winning. How many more billions do we need to send before that fulfills?
It's already been fulfilled. They haven't won. It's been a year of fighting, and they haven't achieved any of their strategic objectives.
Okay,
they haven't taken the Donbass.
More money then. They've lost. That's what you said.
Wait. Okay. Listen to me for a moment. What I said when I was talking to you 6 months ago is that the Russians will not be able to achieve their original strategic objectives. And that's true. Their regional strategic objective was not, well, let's take half of Kherson, let's take half of Zaporozhye, let's take 2/3 of the Donbass, and that should be enough. The original strategic objective was to overthrow the Ukrainian government. When that failed, then it was moved to, well, we're going to demilitarize Ukraine, we're going to take all of the Donbass, we're going to stop them from joining any alliances, and all of that they have been unable to achieve so far. I mean, some of it blatantly and evidently. For example, when it comes to the expansion of NATO, Finland and Sweden are at the door of NATO, actively banging on the door to get in. Now, that's one thing. That's Russian victory. What I want is Ukrainian victory. I want the Russians out of Ukraine. I want there to be an obvious and clear penalty for what the Russians did. I want the Ukrainians to be free, and I don't want them to have to sign the death warrant of their neighbors as we uncover more and more of these mass graves. I don't want to permanently doom these people to Russian occupation. That's what I want to see. I want to see Ukrainian victory, not just Russian loss.
Who to Russian occupation?
Ukrainians.
Okay, but you said, so you're saying when you told me months ago that Russia already lost, it was just a matter of time, so we needed to spend money to speed up that time frame. Now you're saying there is a potential, if we would stop sending money, there is a chance that Russia would achieve victory in the sense that they would be able to permanently occupy parts of Ukraine.
That's not Russian victory. Just holding on to Crimea and getting pushed out of every other part of Ukraine was not the Russian objective. Right?
That's fair enough, but that's not what I was led to believe. What Dylan was saying earlier.
Let me ask you a question, Rob. Let's say that I said we're going to invade Iraq to remove Saddam Hussein. Then we invade Iraq. Then we take 1/10 of Iraq. And then I was like, well, our new goal is actually take 3/10 of Iraq. Then we maybe get to 1.5 of Iraq. And I'm like, well, our new goal. At that point, you're like, okay, American victory is obviously not being achieved. Now the question of Iraqi victory, the idea of them completely pushing out the Americans, that's the new question. Russian victory of the idea of the original goal plus the goals they set afterwards, none of those are being achieved in the near future, at least in my goals. I don't see it being achieved permanently. I don't see how they take Kramatorsk where they've had so many problems with Bakhmut. Definitely when the Ukrainians have already taken back over 50% of the territory that the Russians taken since the February 24th invasion.
All right, if I could real quick, because I know Beckett wants to jump in, so I'll just say that I was not led to believe that that's what you were talking about. I will go back to the film and see exactly what you said, but I was led to believe that you said that Russia would be defeated, not in they would be able to maintain parts of Ukraine, but not overthrow Zelensky. That's not what I got. Go ahead.
Okay, well, at no point did I ever imply that I know the Ukrainians are going to liberate Crimea. At no point did I ever imply that at any point. I don't think I did, at least.
Okay, nonetheless, what I will say, even accepting now what you're reclarifying, I'll accept that that's your reclarification, though I am going to go back and look. But I'll accept that. Still, you're saying then that there is a potential, if we would stop financing Ukraine right now, that Russia would be able to hold on to parts of Ukraine in perpetuity. That's what you're saying.
It's a possibility, yes.
So it doesn't sound like the resounding defeat that many of the pro-Ukrainian people are saying, that Russia doesn't have a chance. It sounds like that, like I had said when I last talked to you, that it seems to be a damn stalemate without any path to victory for either side really pushed forward.
I think
it's a quagmire where billions are going to be continued descent.
It is a quagmire, but I think a quagmire is, if it's not a resounding victory for Ukraine, a quagmire is a resounding defeat for Russia, right? I think we're forgetting what the landscape looked like a year ago, where me included, and a lot of military analysts were predicting that Ukraine was going to fall in like 2 weeks, that Zelensky would be gone, there'd be a new regime installed, and then we would have Russia, Belarus, and to the south, Belarus 2.0, in less than a month. So the fact that Russia has been pushed out of every single part of Ukraine except for Crimea is a resounding defeat for Russia. Like, yeah,
But
pushing
that's
and taking back
irrelevant
Crimea.
to my point.
That's fine if it's irrelevant, but I'm just saying that, like, to say that, like, oh, well, you guys said that Russia was going to get their ass kicked, and look, they're still holding on to Crimea by the skin of their teeth. I don't think is the resounding victory, or them holding on as well as they'd like to be.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that this is a Russia victory. What I'm saying is there are two positions coming out of the people's mouth. One is that Russia's getting their ass kicked, and like Dylan said, they have no chance of achieving victory. They have none. That's what he told me. But on the other hand, we have to continue to send billions every month, because if we don't, they'll be on the border of Poland. This is bullshit.
Wait, hold on, wait, what? No.
Who are you debating?
No one is saying they're going to be on the border pulling out. Russia's military is a paper tiger, right? That's been established. Like, that's over. But the idea right now, by sending money to Ukraine, is to accelerate to the end of the war. Like, no matter what happens at this point, yeah.
Everyone who supports this on the panel admits there's no chance that Russia's going to come fuck with the United States or other European country. No chance. They're paper tiger. They don't have a chance of that. We're admitting that.
They might invade Moldova. I think Moldova is like the clear other option they would go after, since it's not in NATO and it's not in the EU, and they already got Russian troops in Moldova anyway. And there's actually news from Moldova that they might be trying to orchestrate coups and format stuff there. But besides Moldova, it'd be very difficult for them to try anything anywhere else.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be any formal invasion of Poland or anything.
I would love for Biden to admit that. I would love for Biden to come out and say there's no chance Russia could do anything. They're a paper tiger. This is literally just about
Russia
Ukraine.
is never going to invade any NATO country ever.
That's not what we're being implied through our government and through the NATO countries that are saying we have to fight them over there so we don't fight them over here.
But wait. Russia's goal is to shrink NATO and abolish NATO. And also, let me ask you a question. If you got the opportunity to abolish NATO, would you abolish NATO?
Yes.
So okay, so there are also Americans who are trying to see America leave NATO and make it easier for Russia to invade countries in Europe in the future, like Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania.
Your exact words were, Russia could be expanding and invaded Ukraine because of globalism and NATO expansion. That's what you said in your opening statement, and then you reiterated in this that in this section you also talked about acceptance into the EU and NATO. So your globalism helped cause this war. Great job.
When Rob is done,
what you just said is completely incomprehensible. I have no clue what you just tried to get across to me.
Let's pause it there real quick. Nevin is a Xer, so he's a little bit more polite than us younger Zoomer millennials who just yell at each other and shit. So I want to let him in real quick. So Mr. Nevin, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I mean, Russia, and this was put on steroids under Gorbachev's reign. When you look at declassified Soviet documents that were leaked out by Vladimir Bukovsky and Pavel Stroilov, for example. And it shows that in one particular document, I quote, Gorbachev was saying that he wanted to basically evict the Americans from Europe and hug Europe to death. And that project has continued under Putin. So one of the few areas that Russia is semi-effective is through propaganda, political warfare, and disinformation. And that's something that has carried over under Yeltsin and Putin. You have various FSB and SVR defectors, some of whom have written books. I've had whole segments with geopolitical experts on this on my show, some of whom I disagree on a bunch of other issues. Sergei Tretyakov, Colonel Stanislav Lunev, Konstantin Przebrzydzinski and Viktor and Marina Kalashnikov and others. And, the evidence piles up. They do have designs on Europe. Are they going to invade tomorrow? No, although Putin has made threatening remarks to former Ukrainian President Poroshenko saying, well, I could march in to be in Romania or Tallinn in Estonia. I might be misquoting some of the cities, in 48 hours. And maybe he can, maybe he can't. But that's not something that I would just slough under the carpet.
I mean, this is something I kind of want to just extract outwards as well, because I've been really careful, generally speaking, not to speak too much on Ukraine, because I'm not an expert. I don't actually know anywhere near as much as Dylan does, and I think that's dangerous when you've got a counterterrorism masters, and people might take you a bit too seriously. But let's just zoom out onto what's surrounding Ukraine and the kind of European political situation. Many of the border states that used to be Russian controlled still run militias. I've got friends in them, and when Ukraine was invaded, people who'd been in militias since they were 13 were all called up for exercises. This heightens tensions, and that again leads to kind of this disunity, because you've got some states in kind of like Europe with France, Germany that are kind of progressed in the way away from gun ownership or away from militias. And then you've got the states who are like, well, Russia could come back tomorrow. From the responsibility side, which is really, I think, what we're trying to talk about, of course we have a responsibility to this, because this idea of, well, why are Americans helping? Well, do you want to destabilize Europe? How does that help America? If it costs billions of dollars to create that sort of security with one of your largest trading partners, you'd be insane not to do it. It's not again, if you want to talk about this idea of American exceptionalism, why shouldn't you? If you believe that your way of life, that the American ideal is something that you should fight for and protect, then you shouldn't just be fighting for and protecting it in your home borders. You should be fighting and protecting for those ideas of democracy, sovereignty, because again, you're on the nationalist side arguing should we be helping a nation established its national role and rights and self-dependence. But at the same time, we've had this conversation with multiple places, and whenever we say, nah, maybe it's not our problem, it weakens the West. It makes us look weak, and we end up buying into the kind of Russian propaganda that they've spewed out for the last sort of decade and a half, that their military was this great, all-powerful, incredibly advanced, ready to take on the West. And it wasn't even ready to take on Ukraine, and it's kind of funny to see history repeat itself, because this is exactly what happened with Russia before the fall of the Tsar, when they went to war with Japan. Easy victory, guys. We'll go to war with Japan, everyone hold a parade. And by the end of it, they'd lost to a tiny fucking nation barely anyone in Russia had even heard of. This idea that we shouldn't be supporting Ukraine, I don't understand why you'd want a more powerful Russia. Am I fucking missing something here? It just seems crazy to hear nationalists talk about it this way. I don't understand it.
Dylan wanted to talk, but I'll happily respond. But Dylan, I don't.
He said it first. I don't want to interrupt the flow. I'll respond later.
You sure?
Okay.
Later.
Yeah,
again, it's not pro-Putin. This is what this is sort of the dialectic that we see happen. There's a bunch of bad decisions that people like me warn. Look, we're meddling in other countries' affairs. We're expanding NATO. This military alliance getting closer and closer. We're doing all kinds of shit. You want to talk about sovereignty? Packett, I wonder, were you talking about sovereignty when the United States was bombing Syria? In the Trump and Biden administration? Did you talk about that? Did you talk about sovereignty when the U.S. had troops in Syria against the Syrian government's will? Did you care about sovereignty then? Should Russia have invaded to protect the sovereignty of Syria?
Well, we can go if you want to go into the academic area of sovereignty theory and the right to intervene in civil wars, we can do that if you want to, because there's a body of fucking work that argues that yes, there are legitimate reasons to intervene in sovereignty, because the sovereignty of a civil war, when you've got competing forces that are prepared to go to war, that you're not instigating, importantly, from kind of the more liberal side of sovereignty theory. Yes, you intervene. And at the same time, it's not a simple case with something like Syria, because it wasn't just the West intervening, was it? It was also Russia intervening. So, and you know what? You can say that we could have hands off, that proxy wars are bad for business or damage democracy or the development of states. I might even fucking agree with you. But unless you're going to get Russia to come round to this fucking Twitch poll panel and agree to the same shit, we might have to do something. Otherwise, Syria is going to remain a despotic hellhole. We're going to end up like in those situations where our people who really do disagree with our way of life are going to be able to spread that influence further and further and normalize it. And again, I think there's a moral question there.
Also, wait, what are these U.S. attacks on Syria? Wait, did I miss something?
Trump bombed Syria. Biden bombed Syria like a month into his presidency. The reason Biden bombed Syria was he claimed that at the same time he was involved in the Iran deal. If my friend Progressive Brad's listening, I did say Iran. We were involved in the Iran deal. He was trying to get us back into that, to give them money and stuff. At that exact same time, he bombed Syria because he claimed that the Iranian government had agents in Syria that attacked U.S. interests. So we violated the sovereignty of Syria by bombing their territory in order to kill people from a different third country.
Sure. Okay. So just so we're clear,
if you want me to translate that, what happened is there was militias in Iraq which bombed our bases, then crossed into Syria, then we bombed them there.
Yeah. So to be clear, also, just to reiterate, the only attacks that were done in Syria were post Obama's administration. I believe it was only under Trump that happened, right?
I'm not certain, but let me say, if that's a criticism of me because I voted for Trump, you will find that one of the most egregious things that I thought Trump did was bomb Syria. And in fact, in a previous debate I had with Dylan said the single worst thing that Trump did was trying to pull out of Syria, when I heavily criticized Trump for a troop presence and bombing Syria. I think it was despicable.
Okay.
But Biden continued that trend as soon as he was in office. I don't think that the United States would accept if terrorists in Mexico fled to the United States and China said, fuck it, then we're going to bomb Texas because these terrorists are here. I don't think the United States would say, well, fair enough. They weren't bombing us. They were bombing militants from another country that fled and crossed the border. That's horseshit.
I could be wrong, but I don't think that would happen because I think we would probably nuke off the face of the earth. If there were terrorists that did like a terror attack on Mexico and they tried to flee into the United States, I'm pretty sure we would obliterate them. I don't think I could be wrong, but or like for Canada, I don't think we would ever provide safe harbor to terrorists that were attacking targets in Canada. So that issue would never happen.
What if we didn't know, right? What if people attacked a Chinese military installation or lab or something in Mexico?
Is the issue that Syria had no idea, or was it that Syria didn't have the capacity to act?
My understanding was, and Dylan, maybe you know more about this specific situation, but my understanding was there was never commentary released about the fact that the United States contacted Assad and was like, look, we want these people dealt with, and Assad said no. My understanding was this was something that occurred very fast, that this attack occurred on U.S. military installations, and then the bombing happened like within a few days. Am I wrong?
No, we did not ask Assad, no.
Right. So we, against his sovereignty, we attacked. And again, this is the whole boondoggle that we see. Basically, what Beckett said is he gives ad hoc justification for, well, it's okay when the United States or the globalists violate sovereignty. I could give you nation after nation.
Wait, okay. Let me ask you a question. Okay, so the problem with hardcore Islamism, when we're talking about the most radical, extremist, ISIS type ideology, right? It's not a ideology. It's like, oh, we're going to stay in Syria. Oh, we're going to stay in Iraq. It's transnational. That's why the whole thing, counterpoints put this into topic, was because terrorism and the transnational version of terrorism is a modern issue for globalism. Even if you were to try to become the most isolationist nationalist state in the world, and the transnational version of terrorism we see today is still going to try to expand because it's in their ideological interest to expand. Their belief structure is going to conquer the entire world, take it over, make that on Earth before the end times eventually come one day. And so when that's the type of ideology you're dealing with, it is in the interest of all nation states, all of them, the whole world, to deal with that. Assad was not fighting ISIS. He was fighting his own people, who is too busy gassing them, bombing them, killing them across his country in order to deal with ISIS. So there was the international coalition made up of Kurds, the Iranian government, the United States, the militias that Iran was backing, all these other things to fight against ISIS. And that is why we have a mission in Syria, is because the Assad government couldn't do their fucking job. And so you can say that that's a violation of their sovereignty. Yeah, but ISIS was also constantly violating the sovereignty of many nations, whether it was in the Pulse nightclub shooting or many other attacks that they organized across the world. And so, since ISIS wasn't able to deal with that threat as multiple nations around the world was being attacked and they were selling oil across the world to finance more terror attacks. The world stepped up, they dealt with it, and you can say that's a problem with sovereignty, but ISIS was violating everyone's sovereignty and Assad couldn't deal with it.
So this is a clever sleight of hand, right? What you're seeing, I've had this discussion many times with Phil. What happened was we were under there the auspices of fighting ISIS. But if we go into a country to fight ISIS, even if we don't think the country that is dealing with it, that you're invading, is doing a good job with it, you would still cooperate with that country, even if you thought they were doing other bad shit. I don't think it's unprecedented for the United States to deal with countries that are doing bad shit. See Saudi Arabia bombing Yemen, that the United States continues to support.
Wait, Assad, during the start of the revolution, he released terrorists from prison. At the very start of it, to make the revolutionaries look like terrorists. He exacerbated the problem, abandoned northeastern Syria. We communicate with the Assad regime. We've set up checkpoints across. There's like little tours and stuff that are done and all this other stuff. And there's conversations about negotiations that aren't happening. But their government exacerbated the issue every step of the way. And so, I mean, we can talk to the Assad regime. I think they've won when it comes to the struggle during the civil war. I think that's clear. They're most likely to have won unless something radically change it. We should communicate with them, but it's not like they were really helping in those early days.
It doesn't matter if they were helping or not.
Really quickly as well.
Please.
Just quickly, because I think it matters. Because I don't know if because again, I've read a lot of sovereignty theory. I was lectured by people who are like leaders in the field in sovereignty theory, and I fucking hate sovereignty theory. So like, I don't know whether my position matches Dylan's. So if you want to argue about sovereignty theory, like I feel like you're mixing our arguments a little bit.
I can leave it to you, Juan, if you want to go back and forth.
No. I'm like, again, I'm more than happy for you to continue. I just don't want Rob to apply my arguments to you. Does that make sense? 'Cause I don't think
the
that's
idea of sovereignty theory. I understand. What I'm saying with you with sovereignty theory is it seemed that your justification was the United States should get involved in Ukraine, not because Russia could do shit to fuck up other countries or like European allies or NATO allies, but because we need to protect sovereignty. And then you're like, well, my sovereignty theory, the unique interpretation I have is sometimes it's okay to violate countries' sovereignty if it's for the greater good. So
is that really that crazy?
What's that?
Is that really that crazy? Like, we make rules for this stuff like this all the time.
You can't say we are justified in militaristic engagements because the idea of protecting sovereignty is so important. But when we violate other nations' sovereignty, or when globalists violate other nations, every single time we are right to do it. We're right. We're good to do it.
Number one, I don't endorse all of America's use of military force in the globe. I don't endorse the invasion of Iraq. I don't think we should be supporting the Saudis in Yemen. There's a million things I could like stand up and say these are bad invasions. These are things I condemn.
Should Russia invade?
Let me no, I don't think Russia. I don't think Russia could invade I don't think they would have solved anything. But under international law, it would have been legal to send weapons to Saddam Hussein, just like it's legal for us to send weapons to Ukraine. But when it comes to this issue, in the Bible, it says, thou shalt not kill. But if someone comes up to me, puts a gun to my head, I'm going to kill you, and I come out, take a knife, stab him in the neck, no one's going to say, that shouldn't be allowed. So, Dylan, you say in some instances you shouldn't kill, but in this instance you killed. There are certain scenarios where certain things can be violated because, hey, the rules have changed because you have violated something that the world community has said is the norm. For example, when it comes to laws, it is illegal to detain somebody, usually. It is illegal to grab them, to kidnap them, and do that. But if a cop arrests you for smoking crack on a street corner before assaulting a homeless person, yeah, you're going to get arrested. And now something that used to be, hey, this isn't allowed, you can't do this, is now allowed because the conditions have changed. Because of the transnational nature of ISIS and the Assad regime's inability to deal with it, there had to be an international operation to deal with the problem. Because it wasn't just spilling over into Syria. It wasn't just spilling over into Iraq. It was spilling over into Libya. It was spilling over into Philippines. It was spilling over into terror attacks in Paris, in the United States, all across the world. And their hub was in Assad's country, which he let become a fucking mess due to his inability to rule it.
Okay, as I was saying before, Beck chimed in, which was fair, like no problem. But to keep my train of thought here, I've had this discussion with Dylan before, and you notice this clever sleight of hand that he shows here. So he's like, we had to be there to fight ISIS. It was pretty good, Dylan. We had to be there to fight ISIS. That's why you're there. What he ignores is when pushed on this, he'll admit that we were also pressuring and doing things against Assad. We also were doing that. And so what he's saying here is, well, we had to go in because ISIS is so bad and Assad couldn't deal with them. So we had to violate Syria's sovereignty and say, you can't take care of this problem. We think it's going to affect us. So we're going to go in. We're going to take care of it. But while we're here, we're going to fuck with you too. That's not the interpretation of, well, we had to come into someone's house and clean it up. That's, we came into their house, cleaned it up, and then started punching them in the face. That's what happened. That's the violation of sovereignty, specifically in Syria I'm talking about. And you can say what you want, but you heard Dylan say, he said it was when I commented on his opening statement. Go back and listen to his initial opening statement when he came in. He said the expansion of globalism in Europe and the expansion of NATO could be one of the reasons that Russia invaded. Do you agree with that statement that you made previously, that the expansion of NATO could have been a reason?
Absolutely, it could be a reason. It's a shit reason to invade a country, but it could be. Just like, for example, gay people getting the right to marry could be a reason why gay hate crimes spike. That doesn't mean there's a good reason gay hate crimes are spiking. I believe the European project is moral. I believe the European project is right. And if European states want to democratically join a project for international trade, democracy promotion, and encouraging peace, because the European Union has been one of the best peacemakers in Europe ever, then I think that's perfectly fine. And the majority, and by the way, I do want to go back, pivoting away from Syria because we've kind of gotten off topic, back to a comment you said earlier about the NGOs starting the coup in Ukraine, starting the.
I didn't say that.
What did you say? What was your statement?
I said the NGOs could have been involved in the way, even if it wasn't a color revolution. There clearly was NGOs financed by the United States that were involved in trying to encourage an outcome that was more friendly to the United States and harmful to Russia.
Okay.
That's true. You can't deny that.
So the problem with the Euromaidan, and I don't like what this framing around the 2014 is, what happened in Euromaidan is this, and this is I think the narrative most people don't know, is that it didn't actually start with just protesters coming on the street. How it started was Russia was engaging in economic coercion after Yanukovych was fulfilling on a promise he made to enter in a trade deal with the European Union that included visa-free travel and a bunch of other stuff. That economic coercion included stopping 25% of your nation's trade right at the border, just stopping it there, something they promised not to do in the Budapest Memorandum. So Yanukovych, at the last minute, after getting a call from Mr. Vladdy D himself, says, you know what, instead of doing this deal with the European Union, I'm going to do the deal with Russia's economic stuff. This causes protesters to go out on the street. Now, this was spontaneous. This couldn't have been organized by an NGO. This couldn't have been NGO. This is in the middle of the night, like 1 a.m., 2 a.m., they go out on the street. Then they're responded to with violence by the Berkut and literal hired gangsters known as the Tutushki, which went out and beat them and murdered them. Then protests erupt because protesters getting murdered, protesters getting beaten with metal poles, protesters are getting exploded with flashbangs with nails and screws and bolts tied to it, and that's when the protests exploded. Now, if you look at that from the outside, what do you think are the motivating factors for those people out on the street? Do you think it is hired gangsters by the state? This would be like if Biden hired MS-13 to go to a Trump rally and start fucking firing off at people. Do you think it was that, or do you think it was, oh, an American NGO told me to go out and protest? When we talk about the amount of influence the United States have in Ukraine, a lot of people, I think, really overestimate. And I think the most clear example of this is a Victoria Nuland phone call people talk about all the time. What people don't know is if they listen to the entirety of that Victoria Nuland phone call, in that phone call, they say, hey, I think the protesters should accept a deal that Yanukovych offers them. The protesters then afterward do the exact opposite of what American officials were asking that they do, not accept the deal, keep protesting, which led to Yanukovych fleeing the country. If we were really trying to use these NGOs to exert the will of American government, then they failed, because the will of the American government was not fulfilled in there. They went further than what the American government pursued.
Did Americans get the president they wanted?
Rob, pause 1 second. I don't want you to ask a question. I want you to give a response. Then I want Nevin to go, because I did see his hand up probably about 3 minutes ago, but we had such a passionate rant that it felt, I saw like the hair waving back and forth. It felt like bad to interrupt it. I want Rob to respond. I want Nevin to go. And bear in mind, we're about like 10 minutes from wrapping up. So if you want to get your last shots in, get your last shots in. Then we're going to do shout outs. If you want to hang out with us for the following hour where we kind of decompress and talk to each other, you're more than welcome to. If you got other stuff to do, like, I don't know, trying to become a grandmaster at StarCraft or whatever the fuck, then you can dip out at the 2 hour mark. But Rob responds, Nevin rant, open again, and we're going to start doing outros in about 10 minutes or so.
First off, StarCraft. I thought Destiny was League of Legends now. I thought the StarCraft days were over. But anyways, specifically on this Syria, on this situation, notice we got away from Syria because it turns out, oh yeah, the United States was doing stuff. I want to go to this real quick. Please, let me, like, Dylan, what do you want from me? It's basically
Dylan, let Rob do a response, Nevin go, and then we'll open it back up and you guys can tear each other's throats after the last 10 minutes. So go ahead.
So on serious, so we can see that Dylan admits that NATO expansion, which by the way is a militaristic alliance, but he thinks it's unfathomable that a country that is the sole reason for the alliance existing, basically, and the military alliance is expanding closer and closer to the borders. It's unfathomable that that could be something that would be a good reason for them to start to be worried. The attacks on Assad, we can see, which was one of the allies. The fact that regardless of the specific reason, whether the NGOs or Victoria Nuland or whatever, by the way, Dylan's full of shit that these things happen totally spontaneously. Every colored revolution that the United States has ever participated in, you could make arguments. Well, that was a shitty regime. Almost every regime, particularly in areas like Eastern Europe, the Middle East, etc., are shitty regimes. But that doesn't mean that name me a country that's not.
No, name me the evidence that it wasn't spontaneous.
Okay, actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to interrupt this flow because I already know you guys are going to kick each other's ass for the last 10 minutes. So, Nevin, share the thoughts that you wanted to share.
Well,
everybody read for the next 10 minutes, and then we'll be out. Go ahead, Nevin.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask more of a question since the passions are flying here. You know, how far, Dylan, would you support Ukraine? How far would you go in the military and economic support? Would you just stop at the export of HIMARS and other defensive equipment, even the tanks, which arguably can be also aggressive equipment? I would argue it's defensive. And Rob, how would you, I'm not trying to play host, I'm just genuinely curious. Rob, what would your policy specifically be with Ukraine? It doesn't sound like, obviously you're not a supporter of the Russian side, but would you just let the Russian forces just withdraw support and let them potentially roll into Kiev? I mean,
You want to go first?
Sure. I mean, I'm supportive of the HIMARS. I think the HIMARS have been particularly destructive to Russian logistics. From my conversations with the Ukrainian soldiers when I was over there, they praised that a lot. They seem to be very much like the HIMARS. I would, from what I was told, some of them actually like to take like selfies with it, almost like it's a celebrity because it's been so effective. But I mean, I'm very supportive. I think we need to up ammunition production in countries like South Korea and Japan and the United States, because artillery shells is going to be something Ukraine's going to need if it's going to conduct the spring offensive everybody wants them to. I do think we need to supply them the armor, and I'll even go to the point where I think that we should be training Ukrainian soldiers in F-16s in secret, planning for the long haul for eventually when Ukraine gets integrated into European security structures.
Okay, and I'll answer about what would I like to see happen in Ukraine. Before I lose my train of thought in this, the most important thing about the color revolution or the NGOs, at the end of the day, regardless if it was organic or not, the United States got the president that they wanted, that was at their beck and call, that literally affected their legal system so much that when there were globalist organizations like those that were sponsored by the Obama State Department, George Soros, the Obama State Department through George Kent was, I mean, it's funny, I get it.
Where did Soros come in?
By the way, weren't we going to do a debate in Burisma that you ran from, Destiny? That you could laugh just like you did about hiding the bodies, right? That you were proving an ass on that too. But nonetheless, what you can see is George Kent specifically was telling these organizations in Ukraine that he was giving money to the NABU, that the Obama State Department, not to prosecute certain organizations, again violating the sovereignty of the people of Ukraine. So the United States got the president they wanted, which was another reason, even if they didn't lead to it, to piss Russia off. What would I like to see happen in Ukraine? I would have liked to have seen a movement that was attempting to use diplomacy to resolve the situation before thousands of Ukrainians and Russians had to die. Does that mean that initially Russia would have beholden to that, or even that they still would have? Probably not. By exacerbating the situation, though, by continuing to spend billions upon billions of dollars. Dylan, you could correct me if I'm wrong on this. $100 billion? And I believe the budget for Russia's military is $80 billion. What this is doing is ensuring that the conflict ensues. So instead, we should have been approaching a diplomatic resolution instead of encouraging one side to keep fighting so that their livelihoods could be ruined because this war would continue and with no end in sight. And mark my words, if it escalates, God forbid that a tactical nuclear weapon or something like that be deployed, people like Dylan Burns and others, who I like Dylan a lot, I really do, but people that were so flippant about, oh, there's no possibilities for peace, oh, we have to keep sending this money, they're not going to take responsibility. Just like they didn't take responsibility with violating Syria and their sovereignty, just like they didn't take responsibility with the expansion of NATO. They have all of these things that they suggest, and when people like me saying we need to stop meddling in affairs around the world like this,
right now.
it causes blowback, and then they say, see, now we need to meddle further.
I officially will take responsibility. If Ukraine is joined into NATO, I take full responsibility. I should get all credit for that. I should get all the rewards for that. I should get everything from that. I should be gifted a ton of cash for that if I achieve that goal. I should be given a medal of honor from the Ukrainian government. Okay, so first off, when you talk about 100 billion compared to 80 billion, that's the total amount of aid. Not military aid, that's total amount of American aid, period. That's financial, everything. And that includes shipping old equipment. So I don't know if that's really fair to compare to just the military budget, because we need to compare it to everything else that the Russians spent. For example, construction efforts and everything else they've spent on the war in totality. So that's the first thing I would say. The second thing I would say is, if your point right now is that the United States spent money on NGOs, and at the end of the day, America got a leader that they were looked more favorable to. Okay, then I'll say this. The Russians spent a lot of money on the Internet Research Agency. They spent some cash on that. They hired some people to spread a few memes here, spread some disinformation here.
$3,000.
And at the end of the day, you can say, hey, that I don't know how much of an impact they had, but at the end of the day, they got the guy they wanted. They got Donald Trump. Now, me and you, if we're being honest, we will say, at the end of the day, that probably had a very small impact. We don't know exactly how the impact was, but they did get who they wanted. I view it very similarly to what happened with the NGOs, actually to a lesser extent, because we don't see the United States spreading misinformation in Ukraine in order to benefit their candidates. It's them promoting NGOs that are dealing with issues like corruption or democracy promotion, which is a huge issue in Ukraine. And when we talk about all these prosecutors that got fired, like Viktor Shokin was a corrupt piece of shit bastard who didn't deserve his job. The European Union said so. Most Ukrainian civil activists said so. The World Trade Organization said so. The United States said so. This was a bipartisan issue between Republican and Democrats. Hell, if Donald Trump was president at the time, he would have said so. And you want to know what? It was a really Trumpian move what Biden did. Going over there saying, hey, buddy, if you don't do this, I'm going to actually hold all this aid back. And if you don't get rid of this guy who isn't prosecuting all these corrupt bastards, I thought you would praise a guy over something like that. But since it wasn't Donald Trump and he had a blue hat on his head instead of a red hat, you're not praising him.
No, that's because you're lying. Just like what you did is give a great example of why these globalist institutions shouldn't be institutions that we trust our sovereignty to, because they are self-interested and corrupt. Yeah, all of these organizations said that about Viktor Shokin, for example. Now, it's interesting.
All of them are wrong. All of them were serving Hunter Biden, every single one, and Soros, of course. You got to mention him.
If you'd let me finish my point, then maybe
you'll
be enlightened for once. You know, I know the CIA is paying you to be here, but calm down. Let me get through my point. So,
not much.
Not enough.
Wait, I want to hear this. Are you really going to defend Shokin? Yeah, what's the defense for Shokin?
Yeah, I'll defend Shokin. By the way, Destiny, you said you would debate me on this. I'd be happy to do it.
I just haven't gotten around to it, but I'm curious what the defense of Shokin was.
Let's defend Shokin. So one of the arguments about Viktor Shokin was the fact that he was not prosecuting Burisma, correct?
No. No, actually, not only was it not about Burisma, I don't think Burisma by name was ever even mentioned. This is a minor company in Ukraine insofar as all of the corruption that existed there. The problem with Shokin was that there was so much corruption around the energy industry in Ukraine, and he wasn't moving on any of it. That was the issue. Burisma was a small player compared to everything that wasn't being dealt with in that country.
Wait, so you just contradicted yourself. You said there was corruption surrounding the energy industry in Ukraine, and he wasn't prosecuting any of it, but Burisma, well, if he was prosecuting Burisma, then he was prosecuting at least some of it, correct?
Burisma was a small player. They weren't even there, but I don't know what percentage, but I do remember reading that name, the name of Burisma, wasn't even brought up when people complained about Shokin's inability to act on the corruption that existed in that country.
So let's go through the list, right? So then Shokin, what we were told repeatedly, the reason it was okay. I want to go real quick to something real quick. Dylan talked about coercion being the reason that the revolution started, right? But it's okay, a country that's desperate for U.S. funds, to say we're not going to give you the funds unless you fire a prosecutor, by the way, who happens to be looking at the company that my son is on the board of directors. By the way, that exact no other prosecutors, just that one, right? Now, Dylan's full of shit because he knows if it was Donald Trump forcing the firing of a prosecutor that happened to be looking into one of his son's companies, there's no fucking way that Dylan or the Democrats would say, oh, that's fair. That guy was corrupt for other reasons, so no problem. I know this because they supported the Mueller investigation that started because Trump wanted the firing of James Comey, even though Republicans and Democrats both believed that James Comey should be fired, because they said, well, it doesn't matter if other people believed it. The fact that the president could have had a personal stake in firing this.
Hold on, what are we talking about right now?
Well, let me finish.
A completely separate topic, like every time Rob talks.
My understanding is Burisma was a very small, like, privately owned company. Like, it didn't have, when we're talking about the energy industry in Ukraine, there was like one company that owned like fucking 80% of it.
So?
That's what the issue had to deal with, was the competitive environment or the lack of competitive environment. But hold on, the issue was with that company. Burisma was like a small, no-name, privately owned company that nobody gave a fuck about. Naftogaz controlled like 2/3 of the fucking, or more, of the natural gas in Ukraine. That's what a lot of the issue was surrounding. The idea that Burisma was like the center point.
That's not true, as even evidenced by the testimony of people at the State Department in the original impeachment of Trump that said that even they were concerned that the Biden administration, or the Obama State Department, had labeled Zlochevsky as a Russian oligarch that was corrupt. And they were very concerned that Hunter Biden went and worked with them, particularly because Joe Biden was the point man to deal with that corruption. So the idea that this was not on anyone's radar is bullshit, according to the very State Department people that are defending Biden. They knew that it was a big deal. They knew that it looked really bad. Now, if you let me finish real quick, I'll get to the end of this. What happened was that we saw that Biden, that there was an investigation. Viktor Shokin froze the assets of Zlochevsky. Immediately surrounding that, you saw that the lawyers for Viktor Shokin contacted the Obama State Department and said, oh, Hunter Biden's at this company. We would love to talk to someone at the State Department. Then they got an audience with the State Department, and a few weeks later, Joe Biden got in a plane and issued the quid pro quo. The end of the story is, if it's really true that it was just about ending corruption, well, guess once Shokin was fired, guess where all those investigations went? To the National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine, the NABU.
What was the motivation for firing?
Let me finish real quick. That was
everything you're saying is wrong.
Administration
was
financing great.
There was the pressure. I'm pretty sure that finally got Shokin was fired was the IMF saying they were going to cut off money to fucking Ukraine if they didn't deal with the corruption of the country. Biden just did. I don't even think Biden had the power to withhold that aid. I don't think Biden was.
That's not what he testified to. Or what he said.
Biden testified that he was the
sole. I didn't mean testified, wrong word. He publicly said at the Council on Foreign Relations, he said, I went there and I said, you're not going to get this $1 billion unless you fire him. And they said, you can't do that. And you're not the president. And I said, call him. And wouldn't you know, son of a bitch, before I left, they fired him. Is it just purely coincidental that they fired him?
You're taking the, do you also believe Biden when he said he had like 170 IQ when he was like a fucking Harvard grad, when he was shouting at that one person in front of, do we believe I'm sure he's going to puff his chest up to try to make him sound as good as possible, but I'm pretty sure it was the IMF threatening to withhold funds that finally got Shokin fired. But like, here's something that I'm pretty sure of. If Biden hadn't intervened whatsoever, Shokin still would have been out. Like, the guy was taking bribes from tons of people. Well, there was a lot of corruption in Ukraine that wasn't being looked into. Like,
that's not what he's testified to under oath. He testified under oath that Poroshenko specifically told him that he was being removed because Joe Biden wanted him removed and they needed that $1 billion in
Hold
aid.
on, who testified under oath when? That he was removed solely because of Biden? Who said that?
That's Shokin said that. That's what Poroshenko said. There's also phone calls that show...
under oath where? In an American court? Or what are we talking about right now? Oh, I'm sorry.
I believe it was a Ukrainian deposition.
And
okay.
So, anyways, to finish my point,
let's let you guys wrap this up, Connor, and then we're going to do outros. So wrap it up, please.
I'll as brief as I can, which is not very brief. But it went to the NABU that was created by Obama. So if it's true that, okay, well, these dudes were corrupt, that Shokin was corrupt, they weren't prosecuting, why is it that the NABU almost instantaneously dropped the investigation into Burisma and Zlochevsky? Someone who the Obama State Department people said was a Russian oligarch who was corrupt in the energy industry.
Wait, but the whole point was that they weren't investigating Burisma, though. That was part of the problem.
They froze their assets. Now you've changed your stance. You said that wasn't the point. It had nothing to do about not investigating Burisma. They literally froze their assets, and then immediately the people from Zlochevsky were at the Obama State Department, which immediately led to Biden going and saying, we want this guy fired. You don't think freezing the assets of the owner of Burisma, the corrupt Russian oligarch, you don't think that that's no evidence that an investigation...
Okay, hold on. You just say like 50 things that are all not true. I'm just curious, if you can give one source, if there's a chat room here in the Discord, if you can throw one thing where anybody that is anything like important said that the reason why we fired this guy was because of Biden, or the reason why we fired this guy was because Burisma was threatened, I would love to see that. I've never seen anything like that substantiated in my entire life.
Okay. So what we're going to do here, because we're running out of time and I want to be respectful to everybody's time. You are welcome, because this is the most animated I've seen Destiny all night. Okay. You are welcome to stay here and continue on the debate of Ukraine, Biden corruption, all that kind of stuff. And then just for my edification, if you'll allow me, because I've been listening to you guys for the past 2 hours. What I was hoping for this conversation, which has nothing to do with y'all, you're a panelist, you came here, you gave me content, thank you for your service. 07's in chat to the fucking everybody who's here.
What does 07 mean? Could someone
salute? It's the
like this?
0 is somebody's head, and then the 7 is a salute. So
sounds like white supremacy to me. But
True, except for the Roman one would be like an eye, so it would just be like, one arm going out. I won't do that for Twitch purposes. Anyways, the point is, we're going to do outros. We're going to let everybody say whatever they want to say for 1 to 2 minutes about either the topics or about, basically this new topic. Then at that point, people are free to leave. If they want to stay here and if they want to hang out and they want to continue the Burisma conversation, that's fine. If they want to stay here and bullshit, get drunk, smoke pot, do whatever, and hang out with their fellow debaters and bring down the temperature, they're welcome to. If they just want to say, fuck you, I need to do something else, they can dip out. So what we're going to do is, since Rob and Destiny and Dylan are the last folks who were kind of talking about this subject, I'm going to let them go last. I'm going to let Beckett go first, then Nevin, and then we'll get into the other contenders. Beckett, can you please share any final thoughts that you have in reference to globalism, nationalism, corruption in Ukraine, anything you want to talk about, and also shout yourself out? Where can people find you on Twitch, YouTube, or Twitter, or anywhere else you want to highlight?
Cool. Well, other than my home address, obviously. Beckett of Crabs, you can find me on Twitter, Twitch. I have a YouTube channel that I never do anything with, and I do Odyssey streams. I do, as I say, old school internet law and obscure history and stuff from the alt-right. I do some counterterrorism stuff, theology, and just shoot the shit generally. There's a quote I really like because I wanted to let this run because fuck, it's really impressive to see like Dylan go through some of this stuff. I'll be honest, but like I really like the quote. War is the continuation of politics by other means. They're like this idea that we can just cut ourselves off and live as islands. It's just not true. There's a really famous anthropology find, which was basically a tribal community that had been separated by a river. And in the section that had been separated off, they found that the people who were separated off from the mainland not only hadn't progressed in their tool uses, had regressed to be not able to understand how to use the tools of their ancestors. We're not just tribal, we are a highly, highly social species. We collect generally as we grow. And whether we're talking about the fall of Mesopotamia, the fall of Rome, the fall of the Chinese Empire, the fall of the Middle Eastern Empire, the truth is we always grow back to globalism. And that's not just because we don't learn from history, it's because we recognize the intrinsic value of sharing culture, sharing trade, sharing values, and growing stronger, because that's generally how humans work. And it's one of the reasons that we call the Dark Ages is because that's what went away. It wasn't just the progress, because we still had that. It was that we lost kind of the wider worldview. Thanks for having me on. It's been a real pleasure. I'll stick around as well because this is a laugh. And yeah, cool.
Thank you for coming out, even though you were high on pain pills. It is appreciated.
My tooth is fucking killing me, but that's fine.
Still based. It helps you be eloquent, so I appreciate it. Mr. Nevin, can you share with us any final thoughts you have, and also where people can find you?
Yeah, I mean, my opinion on the Ukraine Russia conflict, I think we should continue to provide the HIMARS and other defensive equipment with that. At the same token, I also am wary about poking the Russian bear too much. We can't just simply pull the plug on Ukraine either. So I'm steering kind of a middle course on that, just to exercise caution. I'm a radical civic nationalist is a term of my coinage. I guess you could say what Arthur Schlesinger Jr., President Kennedy's former assistant, would say the vital center, what has been termed the radical center. It emphasizes a sense of community without suffocating individualism, and a type of individualism that is not overly atomistic. We're for radical civic nationalism is for continuous national improvement of the people, the health, the wealth of the people, maintaining a reasonable level of sovereignty. When it comes to allies, I don't believe in most cases there's such a thing as allies. Countries have intersections of interest. Yes, countries are going to band together to defeat radical Islamic terrorism, but also when you look at the historical data, some of these same countries that we're allied to, like in our dealings with Iran, NATO countries, Germany, and others, they have traded high technology with the Iranians. So we have to recognize that there are limits to alliances. We have to approach dealing with other countries, friends, and neutrals with both eyes open rather than being blinded by any ideology, any ideological extreme. You can find me, I mean, I can go on and on and on about this, but you can find me on the Populist Patriot YouTube channel. I do live streams on occasion. I interview guests from across the spectrum. I have books that you can access on Amazon.com. If you want free PDFs, I'd be happy to email it to you. Thank you all for having me. It's been an interesting discussion, and I've learned quite a bit too as well.
Awesome. Thank you kindly. And then, Mr. Dillon, can you tell folks where to find you, the interesting things you're doing, also any final thoughts? And then if you do want to lead into what you and Rob and Destiny have going on, go ahead. If you need to dip out, go ahead as well not when everybody's done with their intros.
So my name is Dylan Burns. I'm an amateur, very amateur war journalist and Twitch streamer. You can find me at Dylan Burns TV, DYLANBORNS TV on Twitch. Same thing on YouTube, and on my second channel on YouTube, Dylan Burns Live, is where I repost my live content. Interesting stuff I'm doing on March 4th. I'm flying back to Europe, and around the 15th, I'm going to be crossing the border back into Ukraine to film with the crews who disarm IEDs. The munitions left back by the Russian army, which are still killing a lot of civilians, are going to be in the country for a very long time. Even after the war is over, as we've seen in other countries like Cambodia, it can be a real humanitarian crisis for those left behind. So I want to talk to people who are going to be doing God's work for the next few years. I want to show the type of work they have to go through. I'm going to interview soldiers and a bunch of other stuff. So if you want to support me in that mission, just viewing my content, donating something, anything like that, I greatly appreciate. As for this, I think it was William Tecumseh Sherman who said that the only just cause is a more prosperous peace. The only just cause for war is a more prosperous peace. And when we see what Ukraine is facing right now, that is what that is the options on the table. What the Russians are currently putting forward for negotiations is that they get to annex Crimea, Donetsk, Luhansk, Zaporozhye, and Kherson. Ukraine has to accept neutrality, meaning they can't join any defensive alliances that could stop an invasion from happening in the future, and they have to demilitarize large swaths of their territory, making it easier for the Russians to invade next time when they'll be more prepared, they'll lick their wounds, they'll be ready in advance, and the Ukrainians will have less ability to defend themselves from international institutions, alliances, and from their demilitarization. That is an unacceptable standard that the Russians are putting forward, and it shows that the Russian position and the Ukrainian position are irreconcilable right now. And for all the talk of negotiated settlements at the moment, it just isn't in the cards. And so the Ukrainians are pushing for a more prosperous peace. Zelensky actually talked about recently how he doesn't see the struggle as just a struggle to end this war, but to end the cycle of oppression and colonialism that the Russian state has engaged in Ukraine for generations. And that's going to need a Ukrainian victory, a strong Ukrainian victory. And that is not dependent on solely the will of the Ukrainian people, which has been strong throughout the entirety of this war, but also on Western support. And so I hope those at home will give them that support as they go forward in this struggle. You can find me at Dylan Burns TV.
Thank you kindly, sir. While you're working with the EOD teams, my friendly advice, which I'm going to give you more in DMs whether you want it or not, keep your fucking armor and helmet on. Don't be by the truck while they're loading up the explosives. And if they give you an option to stay by the robot control or to walk up with the Texas cowboy who's walking up to disarm shit with his fucking hands, stay with the robot tech so you don't come home a fucking chicken nugget without any arms or legs. But I love you, I appreciate you, and I'll DM you some shit. Destiny, can you share any final thoughts you have? Anything interesting you want to pick Rob at? Where people can find you?
Hi, I'm Destiny. You can find me at youtube.com/Destiny and Instagram.com/Destiny.
Okay, based. And then Rob, final thoughts and shout outs, and then whoever, when Rob is done, whoever wants to leave, leave, and whoever wants to stay, stay.
Okay, yeah, my name's Rob Noor. You can find me at Normal America with Rob Noor on YouTube, Normal America on Rumble as well on Twitch. It's just Rob Noor, ROBNOERR. Also, I do a panel show on Saturdays. I know Connor's going to be part of it. Dylan's going to be part of it.
Be there tomorrow.
So you guys can take it out on me, and I just have to sit there. But no, I'm looking forward to it. If any of you, other three gentlemen, would like to be on that show ever, just reach out to me. I'd be more than happy to have you on. This topic specifically of globalism. Look, globalism, as we didn't talk about it in general as much as I would have liked. We got more specific on a couple of issues, but I think globalism decentralizes government from individuals. Government is better at the local level. It's better at levels that are closer to it. I don't think that the idea of globalism is necessary part and parcel with the idea of getting against isolationism. For example, I don't believe that we shouldn't trade with any nations. I don't believe that we shouldn't have cultural economic exchanges with other nations. What I believe is that our government exists for the interest of the citizens of this country, and I expect other countries to do the same. It's in that vein that I do feel terrible for the people of Ukraine, because it seems like they are a puppet state of the United States or Russia and have been so for a very, very long time. Zelensky, let me be quite clear here. Dylan, I hope that you're safe and the friends you made there in Ukraine are safe. I really, from the bottom of my heart, mean that, even if I disagree. I hope that Russia loses tomorrow. I hope that it's over. I hope that they leave with their tail. I really do hope that. But what we can't ignore is the terrible nature that NATO expansion, that the provocations that have been done by these globalist regime in going against Russia and going against other people that they target, just like they did in Libya, just like they did in Iraq, just like they did in Afghanistan. And what I'm concerned with, Dylan, is 5 years from now, we'll be having a conversation about how these very neocon, neo-lib people that you've cheered on right now are going to throw the people of Ukraine under the bus, and their country is going to be far worse off than if we would have just stopped meddling in the first place and encouraging this seemingly never-ending war that's resulting in all sorts of economic boons for the people that these sort of establishment Republicans and Democrats like military industrial complex and other sorts. So I think it's terrible. I think that Zelensky's a horrible, horrible man. Don't forget, he tried to lie when Ukraine accidentally had a missile hit Poland and say that it was Russia. He suggested that perhaps we should use nuclear weapons in Russia before Russia does them with us. This is a lunatic. He's getting personally enriched. He is leading to this war escalating, and I hope that it doesn't come to the worst outcome. I still think there's a low chance of that, but it could happen. We need to be sober-minded about this stuff, and that's the reason that I think we should go against globalism, because the fucking maniacs that run the globalist system don't give a shit about anyone on this panel. They don't give a shit about normal people. They give a shit about consolidating power. Just like you might say the nationalist governments do as well, but at least it's closer to the people. And the more we expand it, the less that will be cared for. I'd be happy to continue to make Destiny and Dylan look foolish, particularly on the Ukraine, Burisma Zolchevsky stuff. But they'll run from the debate. They always do. Is that right, Destiny? You said you'd do it last time, and you ran.
I'll stay here and talk about it if you want.
Rob, do you speak Ukrainian?
What's that?
Do you speak Ukrainian?
No, I don't believe that's the language.
Okay, so no. It's just that the video that you're talking about, where Zelensky and is talking about doing the preemptive nuclear strike, he didn't say that. He was talking about preemptively arming the Ukrainian nation. The words were edited afterwards to make it seem like that. I can send you an AP article where it specifically does this. Unless you speak the language and you...
Gentlemen, before we do it, I just want to give anybody who wants to leave the opportunity to leave. If you guys want to stay, stay. Free fucking content for me. Content, baby. So I'm going to go get some water. You guys are free to conduct yourselves however the fuck you want. You were always allowed to say retarded. You were always allowed to say bitch. You were always allowed to say bastard and cunt and all that kind of stuff. That never happened on this stream. I appreciate your guys' professionalism.
Okay, what about the real slurs? Can we get racial in here or what? Are you just going to be a pussy?
See, actually,
yeah, that's what I thought. There it is, yeah.
Listen.
That's what I thought.
You know,
the globalists win again.
I want to say the N-word with an A, not with an ER, but I haven't followed through on my Patreon promise yet, which is basically like we'll set up like a $50 tier where basically we'll just direct all of it to disadvantaged communities in order for people to earn their slur pass. So maybe once we set up the Patreon for slur passes, then we'll start getting into the N-word and the K slur and all that kind of stuff.
Say that for the Prime Kai panels, okay?
It's for a good cause, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right,
haven't you had enough of the canceled people? You still want more?
I love getting canceled.
But Dylan, correct me if I'm wrong. This is what I'm reading about it. It says, and I could absolutely be wrong, right? I will admit, when it comes to translations, that's fair. Zelensky replied that NATO should eliminate the possibility of Russia using nuclear weapons. Quote, but what is important, I once again appeal to the international community, as I did before February 24th. We need preemptive strikes so that they'll know what will happen to them if they use nukes, not the other way around. Don't wait for Russia's nuclear strikes and then say, oh, since you did this, take that from us. Reconsider the way you apply pressure. This is what NATO should do. Reconsiders the order in which it applies pressure.
Wait, are
He's
you
not
saying that
asked-
implies that he's saying you should preemptively nuclear strike them?
Well, I believe that perhaps I read what Dylan's suggesting, that someone added words.
Okay,
I
so-
Because that doesn't sound like a preemptive
can-
nuclear strike.
I can send you the AP article that breaks it down, but he did not ask for a preemptive nuclear strike on Russia. I think the most you could stretch his words into possibly, and this is me trying to remember, and I'm looking up the AP article now, is that he's saying that if they're about to use nukes, preemptive strikes, like maybe more like not nuclear, he never used the word nuclear, strikes in order to make it so they couldn't do it, or that they know what would happen if they do it. But I never interpreted it, and I asked my Ukrainian friends to like listen to it, and they said he's not saying to nuke them. He's not.
Well, and I will say this. It is something that I should be more careful because, and I think, Dylan, you fall victim to this as well. Who the fuck knows what's going on over there? You were at least there. But the propaganda we're getting from both sides is extraordinary. So I'll admit, maybe I read something that used the word nuclear. Nonetheless, that statement of a preemptive strike on Russia is something, taken in conjunction with Zelensky said otherwise, that would definitely be an escalatory posture that could lead us into World War III. Do you deny that he blamed Russia with no evidence whatsoever for attacking Poland in an attempt at an escalation?
I mean, I do think that it was most likely the Ukrainians. But when you talk about all this hatred towards Zelensky, can we just like talk about the position Zelensky is in? Zelensky is fighting against a war of annihilation against his people. Dmitry Medvedev clearly said that Ukrainianness is a disease of the mind, a disease of the mind. We see Ukrainians being deported from their land, children deported from their land, and we have Ukrainians hiding children in their adoption centers under the floorboards and in their homes in order for the Russians not to capture them, so deport them before scrubbing them of the Ukrainian identity, scrubbing them of the Ukrainian language. They believe they're fighting a war of annihilation. And while I don't like what they did with the Poland thing, all this undue hatred towards Zelensky in fighting that war of annihilation, I think is misplaced. Unbelievably misplaced.
I totally disagree, right? Like trying to goad the United States into war with a nuclear superpower by falsely claiming that country attacked.
He did not try to...
Hold on, wait. Stop. We're never going to war with Russia because Zelensky says a thing, okay? If we go to war with Russia, it's going to be on the backs of United States intelligence. It's not going to be on the backs of something Zelensky says. Zelensky knows that. We know that. The rest of the world knows that. Zelensky probably was a bit too ardent in saying, well, I think that might have been Russia. It was a dumb thing to say, but it would be equally stupid to assume that he said that in the hopes that the United States was going to run into an unprecedented war that off the backs of something Zelensky said in a press conference or on a tweet.
That's not the point. The point isn't
the
United States have done it, which Biden might have.
That is the point.
The point is, what did Zelensky want? We're criticizing Zelensky, not Biden or the Biden administration.
He wanted more aid. That's what he wanted. He wanted more aid.
Not only did he want more aid,
this war of annihilation. I don't think for a lot of people it sinks in as much. Okay, you laugh at a war of annihilation, but
no, that's not what I'm laughing at.
Your neighbors and I shot them and put them in a fucking ditch. Like you would be, hey, maybe we should do everything we can possible to fight against this curse, this more of a natural disaster than a military force, which is the Russian army.
Okay, I'm not laughing at the stakes of what Russia said. There's been a lot of Ukrainians that have said shitty things too about wanting, only the elimination of Vladimir Putin and things like that.
Killing Putin is not the same as killing the Ukraine.
Of course not. But it's escalatory.
Criminal.
It's escalatory. Do you think that Putin's a selfish dickhead?
Of course.
Do you think if he thinks that there's assassination attempts on his life that he might go extreme with his retaliation?
Of course, but Ukrainians
so then
is not the same as him actually going out and murdering Ukrainians.
Who fucking said it was the same? The point I'm trying to make is there's a lot of escalatory rhetoric that comes from the other side as well. And I like that Destiny, this happens a lot in my interactions with Destiny.
Country.
This happens a lot. This happens a lot in my conversations with Destiny.
Fucking equivalence, Rob.
I love the 1-on-5 panels. It's good.
Just for a second.
Hey, the panel's over. We're getting you now.
This is such a weird fucking equivalence. And I hear it so much. It's like, well, I can't believe Ukrainians are saying things like, oh my god, we hate Russians, or maybe Putin should be killed or something. I can't believe they'd say that. He rolled tanks into their fucking country. I don't know what
High horse, buddy.
Hold on.
It is to be clear. It is a earned high horse. When a country is invading into you earn the ability to be on the high horse there for sure.
Hold on, Rob. Let me give you an example. If democratic cities went into like rural areas and removed everyone's guns and put them under police states because they say, well, we're the urban area, we've got all the numbers, we've got the National Guard, and then the and the rural areas said, maybe we want to have some sort of armed uprising. Do you think that that's a legitimate thing to say if they're being oppressed and invaded by an outside force? Or do you think like, no, cool, well, the urban areas have done it, maybe we should have like a democratic like diplomacy talk about the fact that another force has come in and fundamentally tried to change your way of life?
Yes, I don't have a problem with individuals saying that they're upset when people are trying to attack them. What I have a problem with is elected leaders that are supposedly trying to de-escalate this situation, saying that they will only be satisfied with the elimination of the world leader against them. How would we felt, for example, if when the United States was invading Iraq, if prominent world leaders in prominent nuclear armed countries were actively saying the only thing they would be acceptable with was the elimination of George Bush?
Hold on, wait a second.
Did
the United States say that? I'm sorry, hold on. Did the United States say that they want Putin to be killed? Did President Biden?
That's what Zelensky said.
Hold on, wait. Okay, well then let's make it more clear. If Saddam Hussein said he wished George Bush would be killed, would anybody be surprised?
Would anyone be surprised during like a
I don't think anybody would care. I don't think anybody.
Germany?
I don't think
like,
anybody.
Maybe we should kill Hitler.
No. Forget Hitler.
That's a bit far.
Wait, forget Hitler. Just go with the Iraq example. I don't think anybody would care if Saddam Hussein said, "I want to kill George W. Bush." We probably expect it. In fact, he might have said that. I don't even know. Like,
all right. So let's say that other nuclear armed powers, like say the UK, other powers, were actively sending munitions to Saddam to fight back against the United States. And Saddam was saying that the only way this could end is with the elimination of George Bush. You think the United States would have taken that seriously?
So wait, when you say elimination, what do you mean by that?
Well, yeah, and then also, hold on. There are whole countries. There are whole countries in the Middle East. Iranian citizens literally chant like
people in the Ukraine in their leadership. I'm sure there's probably somebody, but when we say government position on elimination, that could mean him losing power. That could, and which, by the way, it would make sense for a state that has been invaded by a government to want that government to go away permanently. It makes sense because the government has shown itself to be unstable and unable to work with its neighbors, just like Saddam was when he invaded Iran, then invaded Kuwait when he couldn't pay his debts for invading Iran. That it was understandable for the neighbors to want him gone, even if the Iraq invasion was a mistake. It is understandable for Ukraine to want Putin gone since he's invading them for the last 8-9 years.
I just have a question on this real quick, by the way. If we're saying that if the world goes along with something like, oh, the World Trade Organization, all of them said that Shokin was a bad dude and blah, blah, blah. When there was an obvious invasion from the United States in Iraq or Libya, how come the rest of the world seemed to basically go along with it? Even if they didn't actively participate, they didn't punish the United States. They didn't send munitions to Saudi Arabia like they're doing with Ukraine. Or why is that? I mean,
you're trying to compare. This is like comparing like the surface of the moon to like fucking Hogwarts. We're in so many different levels of comparison that I don't know how the fuck you could even draw an analogy to like NATO-backed missions in Libya to the United States intervention in Iraq. Like it's a whole different set of it's a whole different geography. It's a whole different set of allies. It's a whole different set of circumstances. Like what are you looking to compare here? What are you trying? What are you trying to make?
Situations are different.
No. I'm not just saying that like they're different. We can't compare them. But what are you trying to tease out here?
Okay, let's say Libya, for example. In Libya, the NATO and the United States armed Islamic terrorists to overthrow Gaddafi, who then sodomized him with a bayonet and killed him. And now the country is far worse off than when we entered. And where's the national outcry? Where's NATO saying, "Oh, our bad"?
There's no national outcry because I'm pretty sure everybody in the world recognized that fucking Gaddafi was a horrible fucking person. Even China abstained from opposing NATO intervention into Libya because that country was so fucked. Gaddafi's literally out here saying shit like fucking they're hiding LSD in the Coca-Cola to turn political opponents against me. Gaddafi was fucking insane. Like, yeah,
it doesn't matter, right?
It does. Hold on.
No.
Do you think that all intervention is the same? Because I think there are probably reasons why it's okay to intervene. The accusations for Gaddafi was that he was using chemical warfare, that he was imprisoning political opponents, he was torturing people and murdering them. That was the justification for invading.
True?
My understanding is it was. Are you saying it's not true?
Chemical weapons? Can you show me the example?
Oh, Jesus. Do you want me to pull up the... I can search. I don't have
it.
I've
never heard that. Have you, Dylan?
Have I heard? I think so. One second, give me a moment.
I thought that Obama said that the red line...
Libya under Gaddafi actively maintained a chemical weapons program, which was ostensibly decommissioned in the early 2000s and early 2010s, as Gaddafi sought to normalize relations with the Western world. This is a basic Wikipedia search.
Okay, so he had a chemical weapons
It was just the imprisonment of political prisoners and the
like Zelensky.
Okay.
right?
No, not like Zelensky.
Zelensky didn't ban
By the way,
political opposition.
He still had chemical weapons by the time it was all over, by the way, because the Libyan government after him actually had to finish destroying it in 2014.
Okay, nonetheless, my understanding was the reason the Obama administration wanted to get involved was because allegedly Gaddafi gave a speech saying that he was going to attack his own people, right?
Yes.
Okay, but when you looked at the translation, it's funny we got on this subject. What he was saying is that there were a bunch of terrorists that were seeking to overthrow him, and his speech, what he basically said was, I will give you clemency if you throw down your weapons now, but if not, we're coming into these holes where these terrorists are, and we're going to kill you all. Do you think he had the right to say that?
I think he had the right to say terrorists. Can we actually get the transcript and read exactly what he said if we're going to talk about the transcript of Gaddafi?
I'll look for it, yeah.
By the way, this is way off of the original topic.
The point I'm trying to make is, when it happens the other way, when the globalist or when the United States violates sovereignty or goes in and does something shitty, all of a sudden the world that we're told, well, we just have to listen to them. If there was something wrong, other people in the world would have spoke up. All of a sudden they're remarkably silent, and then we can see. Like,
wait. Okay, the world was silent on what happened in Libya because the world, what they had approved was a limited air campaign to stop him from razing a city to the ground, and what many people considered could be an impending genocide because of Gaddafi's rhetoric and what he was arming to do. That is separate from then what happened, which was the where we exceeded that mandate, went further than what we originally promised to do, and then that was where people would say the problem came in with the arming of the rebels and going much further than originally intended with the mandate for the UN was.
That's not true. It wasn't going further than originally intended. That was the original intention.
To be clear, China was like, I want you to remove Gaddafi, so they were just like going to stand by and let that happen. The Russians were just like, we're going to stand by and let you remove Gaddafi. They stood by because that was the original mandate.
Okay. Nonetheless, go ahead, Nevin.
Yeah. Sorry to interject here. Look, my position on Libya is both sides were horrible and not in America's interest. But getting back to chemical weapons, because I wrote about this, and I can cite the sources here. I'll just read it, and you can agree or disagree. That lastly, Gaddafi never fully abolished Libya's chemical and biological weapons program, despite commitments made to the Bush administration, was confirmed by New York Times, Daily Telegraph, and WikiLeaks. Under the guise of, quote, chemical weapons defensive purposes, American and British scientists discovered chemical and biological agents at the military facility at Tajura. And after the overthrow of Gaddafi, the coalition forces found 11 tons of mustard gas in Libyan military stockpiles. Libyan warehouses were also found to be heavily stocked with chemical, biological, radiological suits, gas masks, flamethrowers, suspicious small gas bottlers with yellow liquids marked shampoo, which is, by the way, what coalition forces found in Iraq, as reported by Ken Timmerman back in Insight on the News. He's one of the few people on the right that called out our appeasement of Saddam's Iraq in the 80s. He wrote a really good book called The Death Lobby, but I digress. And boxes of chemical weapons. In November 2009, a U.S. Embassy cable reported that Libya was dragging its feet and dismantling its chemical warfare capability in order to maintain leverage and obtain greater compensation. Since 2003, Libya purchased centrifuges to enrich weapons-grade uranium.
What is the point of that? I'm sorry to say, like, we could leave you read for the next 30 minutes. No one's disputing this, so I don't understand the point of it.
Libya had no chemical weapons before.
No one said that.
You did.
What? Show me.
Okay. What you just said?
I said
show me saying Libya had no.
I had said
I've been quiet for 2 fucking hours.
Wait, what the fuck? You said you're not the panel moderator anymore. Fuck you. You're just another member here.
Can I actually just quickly? I know Connor wants to talk. But I really want to ask Rob something. I feel like there's a circular thing here. Rob, you've got lots of examples of interventions you think were shit or were unjustified or it's American, whatever. Exceptionalism. Can you think of any intervention that you're like, yeah, that's fair enough. I understand why we did that.
Probably World War II. I mean,
why?
Because the threat of the situation of the combination of Italy with Germany, with Japan, and the war that they were engaged on was clearly spilling over to the United States. And once we were specifically bombed in Pearl Harbor, although there are a lot of theories that possibly that was actively encouraged, but
America was supplying arms to the British and supplies to keep them going for
and the Soviets
ages,
right.
and the Soviets for ages. So this idea that and They were supplying intelligence and other things, and in the same way that the Germans were supplying like guns to the IRA in an attempt to create.
Okay, cool. Now you asked me, and I answered. Can I ask you a question real quick?
Sure.
I answered. Okay. Did you think I'll just go real quick. Did you think the invasion of Iraq's justified?
Which one?
Good question. How about the second?
No, but then
Libya?
That's mostly. Yeah.
You thought Libya? You thought that was justified? Can you tell me why?
I think at the point where you're expanding on I think at the point where you're already in and you're sort of at the case where you're discovering elements that are serious human rights violations and things are already destabilized, I think you're pretty much there
So then
already.
why are you against Iraq? You don't think Saddam was committing human rights violations and things were destabilized?
I think the problem with Iraq is why we went in and the arguments were going in.
Why'd we go in?
But no. Because like specifically the arguments made to go into Iraq were from dodgy dossiers, which were taken from PhD student applications about the first Gulf War.
Why'd we go
There
into
was a
Libya?
huge amount of fucking dishonesty.
Why'd we go into Libya?
Oh fuck it! I don't know. I mean, again, like I'm not as good on Libya. I'm not gonna lie.
But that's the point.
Dylan's given those answers as well. Like again, I don't need to. No. I don't need to be clear on absolutely every single one. I can like go and study up on certain like conflicts because again, I've got specific areas of knowledge, and that's fine. I'm not claiming to be like a gospel head.
That's fine.
But
No one's
I'm
asking.
just saying
but
that
you're making
if
the affirmative position.
Russia, China,
like-
and the U.S. all agree that somebody needs to go, they're probably a pretty bad dude.
Yeah, like,
and that's
but, Mike,
the
but the
appeal.
reason I asked you the question about what you think was a good intervention is you said, well, that was becoming like America could see that threat developing from like Germany, Italy, and everything else. And we can debate that because Germany was never going to invade. Like, we're never going to get man in the high tower. But at the same time, why do you think it was justified then for America to supply arms, weapons, and supplies to the Allies, which prolonged the war? Because if they hadn't done that, they would never have been attacked by U-boats. They never would have entered. And, like, the war would have ended with German occupation of most of Europe, and they wouldn't have occupied Britain. We already know that because of, like, we know that from the Nazis' own plans. So do you think it was justified, the Americans supplying the Allies in the early stages of the war before they fully entered it?
Having not the historical knowledge specifically to know if there were any counter arguments to, my gut feeling says yes, that it was justified to send that. However, there's two things I want to say. Notice how you quickly changed the topic from you affirmatively supported an invasion in Libya, right? But you don't know why. You know, and the reason... It was a okay.
I was giving quick answers. I know more about Iraq.
An elected leader.
I know a lot more about Iraq, so I can talk about it more.
Okay, no, you're not. You don't know what you're talking about, Rob. You're so fucking clueless. The mandate we were given was not to secretly arm rebels through Qatar, which is what the Obama administration did. The mandate that was given by the United Nations that exceeded. So somebody could say, hey. The whole world said this, by the way. So you're literally the one thumb out of the entirety of the fucking world. Said, hey, Gaddafi should not go in. He called them like fucking sewer rats. He said, go in there and drive them out of their holes and shit.
Oh!
And he was talking about it. He said, go in there.
That's what I love about like one on five.
Wait, you know,
so much to say to each one of you, but you keep interjecting.
Rob,
now notice all of a sudden the harsh language from Gaddafi is dealing with
endless. Got it. Okay.
I'll let you finish.
Can I pretty please have
He said that the jihadis were all on LSD and they were gonna go kill everybody because they were all fucking on psychedelics. He was fucking going off the rails, and so the whole world said, "Hey, a bombing campaign to stop him from doing that."
Filibuster too. If I was a fucking idiot who built my life around being a basic neocon shill, I would filibuster too,
and sending
Dylan.
weapons through Qatar. I'm sorry,
I would filibuster too, Dylan.
The UN,
the
UN mandate, and what actually happened.
Go ahead. I don't have anything to say, so I'll get really animated and say you don't understand anything.
Can I?
Reach out, Dylan.
You're right, Rob.
I'm sure
Can
that
I
energy
please
will
go?
treat
You're
you
right.
well as the people of Ukraine are
Rob.
dealing with more and more pain.
Rob, can I please go? So anyways, I am also a geopolitical nerd. I also like to yell. I don't like to sit in the background, so this has been like kind of taxing for me. But so I think Rob's stronger point, because it is a fucking 5v1 or whatever, is that we always use these humanitarian fucking justifications for it, like, you know, torture, death, disease, like, you know, all the shit that happened. But we're also not acknowledging the way that we play the part in it. So for instance, like, I think like 500,000 Iraqis died between like 1992 and 2003, and that was mostly because because of the sanctions. Now, you can say that sanctions are justified because Saddam Hussein used weapons of mass destruction against civilians, but then you have to ask the question, where did he get the fucking weapons of mass destruction that he used against civilians?
Wait, can you clarify?
The DOD?
Can you clarify? I don't understand why people say this. Like, we're never critical of the United States. Bro, everybody was critical of the United States for the Iraq War. The United States was critical of the United States for the Iraq War. There were political ramifications for it. It changed the way that we approach policy to some extent in the Middle East. That's why we use drones more. We don't send fucking military to where. Like, of course there were ramifications for Iraq. It was pretty unpopular, and it's still unpopular today. Nobody liked it. Fucking, that's why even Trump changed position on it. Yeah.
Sure, but then we still have like all these humanitarian justifications for our current interventions, and like for me,
It's
like
different now.
I'm totally black-pilled on this stuff. Like, I think it's material, and then humanitarian is just like a secondary benefit. So, so for instance, if like people adopt like mixed economy capitalism or liberalism, or they like gay people, and it's sudden awesome, but that's not like our primary motivation. Our primary motivation is basically material goods, material benefits, and also fucking over our enemies. That would be my belief in Ukraine. Is not like, oh look, the Russians shelled like civilian areas. Look how bad they are. We hate them so fucking much. They're so bad. It would be more like, Russia is fucking with like our energy supply. They have, they have regional ambitions. We don't want them to succeed in their regional ambitions, so we're going to fuck them over by just throwing a few $1 billion to Ukraine. If the Ukrainians suffer and die, who gives a fuck? And if the Russians suffer and die, who gives a fuck?
Right, and if I could expound just real quick to answer two things. Notice how Beckett, his example he used was World War II, right? Which he asked if it was okay to send. But we've already had both Destiny and Dylan admit that Russia is a paper tiger that can't do shit except maybe go into Moldova. Hardly not the Nazis and the fascists and Franco and, Japan. Not nearly the same scale. So the idea that if I justified intervening in World War II, then I have to justify intervening in Russia is horseshit. The other thing is, notice how Dylan, right, talks about, well, of course, people in leadership in Ukraine will use harsh language, but wouldn't you too if you're being overthrown? Gaddafi called them sewer rats as they were trying to kill him, and that's horrible. Notice, and this is always sort of the justification.
Yeah, they defend Gaddafi.
Real quick, please let me finish. Just like Destiny, every time he's cornered, he's forced to say, well, we don't really believe them. He's a Biden supporter, but he doesn't believe Biden when he talked about his quid pro quo, and he doesn't believe when other people said this is what, like, the Burisma and the investigations was going. He never believed it. We can't believe the people he supports' own words when it benefits him. All of a sudden, we can't believe them. They must be liars. No one really believed that.
Okay, just to clarify as well, I asked about World War II. I asked you mentioned World War II, but I asked because I want to know what your standards for intervention are. I think that kind of matters because you clearly have them. Like, and you can say, like, look, and you can disagree. I'm not saying you're wrong for disagreeing. You're entitled to your opinion. But like, it's really hard to pin down what exactly it is that you're going, well, this is why it's justified in this case, and this is why it isn't. Because it's really easy with these systems.
I gave you the answer at the beginning. Our country should, but this is the part I didn't add. We should do no intentional harm. We shouldn't go out robbing people to benefit. But we should be nationalists and do policies that are concerned first.
Wait, wait. Answer his question. When should we intervene?
When it becomes detrimental to the people of the United States if we don't, and there's
so
no
for World War II. So for World War II, Lend-Lease and supplies to the British was a mistake. Lending shit to the Soviets and the British was a mistake.
Why would you say that?
Because how was the U.S. threatened?
Because I don't think that Russia is going to invade Poland and then come to the shores of eastern New York, but I do think that Italy, Japan, and Germany could have came to the shores of the United States.
Could have?
They literally couldn't. They literally couldn't.
They bombed Japan, or they bombed Hawaii.
Hawaii is bare. Does Hawaii even count as the United States? Like, come on. Have you seen what Hawaii is?
No. We know, we have the actual fucking evidence of this, of Nazi officers talking to Hitler and saying, we cannot hold and occupy England. We need to knock the Navy out of the war and starve them because we cannot invade. Like,
Becca, did they bomb Hawaii? Just curious. Did Japan bomb Hawaii?
Yeah, they did, but
end of conversation. Thanks.
No, it's not the end of the
Rob, also, wait, real quick. Also, Rob, can you please?
They already intervened before that. Mm-hmm. That's the point.
Right, but then the idea that there was evidence that they would be able to attack the United States clearly was true because they did attack the United States.
But they didn't. They only attacked the United States because the United States supported the Allies. That is why. Like, again, if the United States had not supplied the Allies, Japan, would not have bombed Hawaii, and the Axis forces would not have fought with the US.
Let me tell you. Can I explain what the position is here that you're arguing from? The position is the reason that this is the same as Russia is, yes, Russia could never harm the United States in a serious way. They're a paper tiger. But when I'm like, well, that's different with the Axis in World War II. They clearly could have taken over the world. They clearly could attack the United States, and we know that because it happened. You're like, no, but they only attacked once the United States was giving aid. But my position was they probably made a decision that these are a big geopolitical threat. They could become the hegemon in the world, influence us economically, culturally, and militaristically attack us if we don't intervene. That's completely different than the situation we're talking about now, which is everyone on this panel is missing. Look, it's a fucking joke that Russia would ever seriously be able to do anything to even Poland, to even our NATO allies in Western Europe or Eastern Europe. So that's a completely that's the point I'm making here.
No,
it's a completely different situation. And I haven't even got to the best argument yet.
But at the same time, from that justification, I'd argue you should support Ukraine because from the economic side, like if Russia takes Ukraine or continues that war, and the longer it progresses, the more destabilized Europe's going to get, the more disagreement you're going to get with places like Finland and other major members of the European continent who are fucking terrified of Russia and their previous actions. Because
why don't we just share our intelligence that they're shit?
Because that further destabilization, if Russia keeps encroaching and keeps throwing bodies at it, at the war, which is what Russia has done historically, even before World War II, then it's going to economically continue to destabilize the EU, which is one of the US's major trading partners.
You know what destabilized the EU? Bombing the Nord Stream pipeline. That did a pretty fucking good job.
Wait, who do you think bombed the Nord? Does he think the US bombed the Nord Stream pipeline? He does, doesn't he?
Yes, NATO, Europe, yes.
Okay.
You think Russia bombed their own pipeline? That's your argument.
No, I did it.
What?
I would joke about it too. A huge environment.
Wait, hold on. We pivoted to we're pivoting to a million different fucking topics. Are we gonna do this one now?
Well, it's hard to have just one line of thought when every time I talk, 5 people interject.
Yeah, but you're the one. But to recognize, you're the one that pivoted. You just brought up Nord Stream out of nowhere, right?
No, we talked about why I needed to get involved because it was important for economic stability in Europe. My belief is that the United States and Europe are the ones that bombed Nord Stream.
I know.
So getting involved in doing that was to protect the economic interests.
Rob, let me back you real quick. Hold on. Rob, let me back you real quick because basically y'all are kind of laughing it off or whatever, but unless Seymour Hersh had a fucking stroke or did some fucking acid, they're a Pulitzer Prize winning journalists and they've supposedly corroborated it. No idea how the fuck
with an unnamed source. We don't know what the source is. And also, multiple parts of the story have already been proven wrong. 3 parts of it and how he described the operations that led to it. I'm not saying it isn't possible that the United States did it. But the idea that we know 100% that it was the United States right now, that's being too bold. And a lot of people have been too bold about this war in the past.
Okay, what if it was? What if we find out it was, Dylan? Would you admit then that it was bad economically for Europe? And so Beckett's standard of we needed to intervene to help the economic stability of Europe, that actually we did the exact opposite by getting involved? Would you admit that then?
Well, actually, I think you might have actually. Do you think it would be better for the long-term economic stability with Europe to be more intertwined with a nation that has a propensity to invade its European neighbors or not?
No, if you let me give me 2 minutes to expound, I will. This is a reason that the aggression towards Assad, the aggressions with expanding NATO and stuff to Russia were a bad idea, because even if you wanted to be the big bully to finally take out Russia, why would you do so while you're still economically dependent on them? And that's what Europe and NATO and the United States have been doing. Instead of saying back home, we're going to drill, baby, drill. We're going to make ourselves energy independent. We're going to sell as much as we can to Europe to make sure they can get away from these dastardly Russians. Instead, we continue to aggress. Even people like you, I was like, you don't think that when I was talking to you years ago and it was like, you don't think Putin's going to be pissed about this, about bombing Assad? You don't think that he's going to be mad? It's no big deal. And now you're like, well, it's a good thing that the pipeline got bombed because now we're
say it was a good thing. No. That's what
in the long term. That's what you said.
The question you put is that we are harming the economic stability of Europe by blowing up the pipeline if we did so. And my question to you is, do you think it is a better idea or a worse idea for Europe to be dependent on a nation that has propensity to invade its neighbors, including the European states that rely on its energy consumption, like Moldova?
I think that in the long run, it would have been a better idea to not depend on Russia, but not because we bombed a gas pipeline, caused an environmental disaster, an act of war, and jeopardized a bunch of poor people in Europe not being able to have energy. I think instead what we should have done was be more energy efficient, and so much so that we were selling energy to our European allies. But sadly, the party you vote for was against that as well. Instead, you were like, let's make them independent by giving them no choice. Fuck those poor people. Who cares if they could eat their homes this winter?
Okay, well, no.
The majority of people across Europe support aid to Ukraine. They disagree with you, and they don't agree with your position.
Yeah,
those poor people
freezing.
that don't want to agree. Well, they didn't freeze. They didn't freeze throughout the winter. The coming horrible Russian winter, it didn't happen. And the majority of those people you're talking about, they don't agree with you. They want to keep sending aid. It's like 60, 70%. It isn't even fucking close. More Europeans want to send aid than even Americans.
Show me the evidence you have that Europeans supported bombing the
Germany's
pipeline.
reliance.
They supported aid to Ukraine.
On like Russian energy is so massively controversial that it's actually caused it for the
Second, we lost you.
He died?
He was about to make the best point of the night.
Brexited.
Was.
Yeah.
FSB took him.
Destiny, you asked for proof. Like, what did you want proof of in the Burisma situation? You want some ridiculous proof that, find any proof that the reason he was fired that he suggested was specifically the...
Yeah, so I've never heard it stated by anybody that the reason why Shokin was gotten rid of was because of Biden. And I've heard that part of the reason why Shokin was gotten rid of was because he refused to investigate things like Burisma. So, for instance, I'm pretty sure foreign requests had been made by other governments into Burisma Holdings, and Shokin refused to even comply with those requests. So the idea that he's intervening to fire a guy that's already failing to investigate a company that his son is on the board of, like, none of that makes sense or lines up. So explain that for me.
Okay.
Preferably with some kind of source if you're going to quote somebody or say somebody said something in a deposition. And we've got,
Right.
I got a whole hour. I can just hang out here.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'd go all night on this. I've been waiting for this debate for a long time.
Oh boy.
Right?
Okay.
I promise, right? But no, I enjoy it. I actually enjoy talking to you fuck kids. We have nothing better to do on a Friday night. Nonetheless, like, let's get to it. So first off, you've already materially changed your position. Your first
Wait, can you just respond to what I say instead of obfuscating? Just respond to what I just said.
I'm not obfuscating. I'm pointing out. I'm framing the question that you've asked. Originally, you said it had nothing to do with Burisma. When I said they said. What they said was he wasn't even investigating Burisma. Now you're saying, actually, I heard that they said that he wasn't investigating Burisma. That's your position now, correct?
Wait, what? How did that change? Earlier, I said that Burisma was a small player in the totality of Ukrainian corruption. That's the one claim I made. A second claim I made was that a probe into Burisma had already been abandoned by Shokin. Those two positions are not contradictory.
I initially said one of the reasons they gave for getting rid of Shokin was that they said he wasn't investigating Burisma. You said no, and now you're saying, and also they said he wasn't investigating Burisma. Now,
wait, hold on. These two things are not contradictory. He was not fired because he didn't go into Burisma. That was one of the investigations he was obstructing, but that wasn't the reason why they fired him. These two things are not contradictory. I don't know if you understand that. Okay.
I disagree, but
okay, then show me how.
So first off, here's the proof. Here's the proof. This is from Interfax Ukraine, the Ukraine news agency.
Okay,
link me. Link wherever you. What's that?
Throw me the link in the Discord chat.
In Discord. Okay. I wish I knew how to fucking. Where do you want it in Discord?
In our globalist versus nationalist, I put test in there. Should be the top of your Discord thing now.
Just so you know, now my audience sees our chat here, but I don't think we said anything. And where was I? Okay, you see it in there?
Yep.
Okay, Ukraine news agency. Court seizes property of ex-minister Zolchevsky in Ukraine. The movable and immovable property of former Minister of Ecology and Natural Resources of Ukraine, Mykola Zolchevsky, in Ukraine has been seized, according to the Prosecutor General's office, led by Viktor Shokin. The PGO filed a petition to the court to arrest the property of ex-Minister in Ecology and Natural Resources of Ukraine, the Deputy Secretary of National Security and Defense Council of Ukraine, Zolchevsky, from which arrest was withdrawn, and other property he actually uses, naming blah, 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 blah. The PGO clarifies that the court satisfied the petition on February 2nd, 2006. Thus, none of the objects of movable and immovable property which was seized under the previous court ruling has not been excluded from Zolchevsky's property. Zolchevsky is suspected of committing a criminal act under Part 3 of Article 3682 of the Criminal Code of Ukraine, illicit enrichment. So there is proof in February of 2016, based on claims that he was illicitly enriching himself through his natural gas company. They seized his assets and part of that. Now, do you dispute that?
No, I don't know what this has to do with anything you're saying, but go ahead.
So the argument that he wasn't investigating, Shokin, who was the head of the PGO, he wasn't doing an investigation. That's bullshit. That was a lie. He was freezing their assets. That's how serious the investigation was. What do you think happened immediately after this? Can you take a guess?
Hold on. Let me give you an article real quickly.
You're putting it in the same place?
Yeah, I'll throw it in there. Hold on.
Okay.
Can I answer the question? Was he fired after you froze their assets?
No. You know what happened? The people
What?
from Burisma's lawyers met the Obama State Department. They sent them a letter, which we have, that says, Hunter Biden works here. We'd like to meet with you to get rid of these, these slanderous claims about our founder and our CEO. And then, guess what happened? A couple weeks later, Joe Biden went and said, we're going to withhold $1 billion unless you fire this guy. And they said, we don't want to do that. And then they said, go ahead, try me. I'm not leaving until he's fired.
Just out of curiosity, you're saying, do we have the letter where Burisma is requesting to meet with the Biden State Department?
Yes, I can provide that as well.
Okay, and then I want to point out that Remy LeBeau gave me $3 in Australian dollars, which is not real money. But they said the word trans has not been said once by any of the participants. Chad Content Connor. Thank you.
Give Destiny a couple minutes. He identifies, I believe, as non-binary for protection.
No, that's old
which
lore.
didn't help him. It did not help him. It didn't provide the plot armor he thought. But
Old lore.
let's see. State's
Okay,
official-
so here, we can try to resolve these disputes if we believe that this is not correct. So I'm scrolling down here to the things under question of pressure. However, there are two big problems with the narrative presented by Trump and Giuliani, according to activists in Ukraine and others. For one thing, Ukrainian prosecutors and anti-corruption advocates who were pushing for an investigation of the dealings of Burisma and its owner, Mykola Chalevsky, said the probe had been dormant long before Biden levied his demands. There was no pressure from anyone from the United States to close the case against Zolochevsky. Zlochev. How do you pronounce his name?
Zlochevsky.
Zlochevsky. Okay, Zlochevsky.
Zlochevsky.
Vitaly Kasko, who is a deputy prosecutor general under Shokin and is now first deputy prosecutor general, told Bloomberg News in May. It was shelved by Ukrainian prosecutors in 2014 and through 2015. Now, you linked me an article saying that they had apparently frozen some of his property in February of 2016. My understanding is that Shokin was gone next month. So if this probe was dead for 2 years, and then maybe they started to move on it afterwards, I don't know if that necessarily pushes against my position, unless there's something you have that contradicts this here.
What? First off, so if this guy's saying, when was the article you wrote? When was this guy interviewed? If you don't mind me asking.
I think this article is from 2019, but I mean, it goes on to say, so activists say the case had been sabotaged by Shokin himself. As an example, they say 2 months before Hunter Biden even joined Burisma's boards, British authorities had requested information from Shokin's office as part of an investigation into alleged money laundering by Zlochevsky. Shokin ignored them. Kalyaniuk and Ant AC published a detailed timeline of events surrounding the Burisma case, an outline of evidence suggesting that 3 consecutive chief prosecutors of Ukraine, first Shokin's predecessor, then Shokin, and then his successor, worked to bury it. Ironically, Joe Biden asked Shokin to leave because the prosecutor failed to pursue the Burisma investigation, not because Shokin was tough and active with this case, Kalyaniuk said.
Okay, so a couple things. First off, that just disputes your entire position that you started with, because the last line you just read was the Biden administration said that not prosecuting Burisma was a reason. Do you acknowledge that?
It was one of many. But it wasn't the key reason.
That's different than what you said. That
Rob,
article
I'm going to say this,
literally...
Rob, listen to me. I'm going to say this one more time. If you don't understand, I'm just going to leave. I can't tell if you're being bad faith or not. Burisma was not the center point for why he was fired. I have not said that. I have never said that. His inaction on Burisma was one of many points. Can you repeat those two things back to me so that you don't come out in the future when I say he wasn't active on Burisma and then you go again, whoa, you just contradicted yourself, Destiny. That was the reason why he wasn't. Can you repeat the 2 points that I just made?
I could, but I'm not a fucking child. And what I'm going to do is go back in the video and see if that was your original stance or if you said no one said. No one was claiming that this was part of it. I understand your argument now. I'm just saying that you were wrong at the beginning. My claim was
if you want me to be wrong at the beginning and that helps you move on to the next thing, that's fine. Okay, the next paragraph that says, Ukrainian prosecutors have described no evidence indicating that Biden sought to help his son by getting Shokin dismissed and have suggested they have not discovered any such evidence. Okay, go ahead.
Now, fair enough. So that guy who is saying in 2019 that there was no investigation whatsoever into Shokin done or by Shokin into Zlochevsky. that seems to be belied by the fact that we have actual contemporaneous proof that the investigation was ongoing and his assets were frozen. Now, you might say, yeah, but it took him 2 years. Okay, fair enough. That could be an argument, right? But then why would the why would the Obama administration send Biden only a month after this? And your article itself says they were upset that they weren't prosecuting, when at this very moment, that's the moment the Obama administration would be like, oh shit, they are doing something. So why would they then say, well, you didn't do anything, so now we want you fired, when it's like, but he's literally doing something. He literally froze their assets. And I could, again, I have the source if you want. I will admit it's behind.
Wait, hold on. He froze. Okay, hold on. Timelines. You said these assets were frozen in 2016?
Correct.
Okay.
February 2nd, I believe.
Biden asked for him to be fired, though, or he said that was in a trip in December of 2015.
But he didn't issue the quid pro quo.
There
And
was no
understand
quid pro
this.
quo issued by
Yes, there
Biden.
was. Yes, there was.
When he
admitted-
bragged about them not getting money or whatever, that was in December of 2015.
That's not true.
Biden did demand that Shokin be removed. At an event at the Council on Foreign Relations in New York in 2018, Biden seemed to boast about it, saying that during a visit to Kiev, likely in December of 2015, he told Ukrainian officials, we're leaving in 6 hours. If the prosecutor's not fired, you're not getting the money. Well, son of a bitch, Biden continued, he got fired. Shokin was indeed
believe
fired,
that
but
was
not
in
until March that year.
That was in March of 2016 that interview happened.
That the interview happened, but when...
No.
When
The interview was 2018. The meeting with President Poroshenko was in March of 2016.
Can you show me that meeting?
Yes.
When did Biden meet Poroshenko?
Now, he had mentioned in December of 2015 as well, he had mentioned wanting Viktor Shokin fired, but he knew at that point that the Office of the Prosecutor General was investigating his son's company. So if you were I just want you to understand that your position on this, that you're defending, is what that article said, that Biden was pissed that the prosecutor wasn't looking into his son's company enough. And that's why that was part of the reason he issued the quid pro quo.
I just told you that Burisma was never a central part. That's the thing that I just asked you to repeat 2 minutes ago, and I asked you to repeat that you understood that, and you just did it again. How many times in this conversation are you going to say Biden specifically mentioned Burisma? Do you understand that I'm telling you that is not the central point for why people wanted Shokin gone?
It doesn't matter if it was the central point.
Okay, then go ahead. Can you substantiate that? Can you show me somewhere that somebody's saying that Biden wanted him fired because of Burisma, or people wanted him fired chiefly because of Burisma? Show me that.
Why did you add the word chiefly?
Because that's what you keep saying.
That's not what I'm saying. I didn't say that at all. Let's say that it was 2% of the reason.
Okay.
Right? Is that
sure.
fair?
If you want it to be sure.
Fuck,
Okay, sure.
1%. You don't think it's outrageous, right, that 1% of their rationale was this guy's not prosecuting Burisma. He's not prosecuting Zlochevsky. He's not investigating him, and the opposite is true. And you also think even if it's just 1%...
But the opposite doesn't seem to be true, because other people internationally, they might have frozen it in 2016, but other people internationally are saying from 2014 to 2015, the investigation was shelved. I'm pretty sure that if we Googled these names, Zlochevsky and Shokin had been accused of taking bribes from this guy for a long time. Was that not the case, or do you believe that didn't happen?
No, he was accused of taking bribes, of course. Like, I would assume that but it's irrelevant to this point, right? Because
it's irrelevant that the chief prosecutor of Ukraine was taking bribes from a company from an oligarchical owner of a company that he was supposed to be investigating.
Yes, and if you let me finish, I'll explain why. Because the issue is, was it legitimate for the Obama administration and Biden in particular to issue a quid pro quo to fire a prosecutor that was looking into his son's company, even if only 1% of the argument that we're being told is, well, Biden wanted his son's company to be investigated more? What kind of father would have it as any potential reason that, I wanted my son investigated more? None, and I could go further with this. You're not addressing the fact.
I can't address anything because you haven't given me all you're going to give me. Because here's what I'm going to ask you. This is what I'm going to seriously ask you. I'm going to say, is there any evidence that this quid pro quo was actually given? And the only thing you're going to source me is Biden puffing his chest up. Do you have anything else besides that conversation, or is that the whole thing this is built on?
Well, we have. I find it convenient that all of a sudden we can't trust.
Okay, so this guy you have literally nothing. Okay.
Let me finish. Right, then we have the evidence. Right, that. There was a letter sent, and there was a meeting after these assets were frozen, there was a meeting from the company of Burisma and their lawyers to the Obama State Department. Then we know that Biden went over and issued the quid pro quo. And here's
wait,
the
what was
best
that
part.
meeting for? What was that meeting for?
They wanted to discuss the allegations of corruption in Zbrisman Zolchevsky.
Okay, was it like an illegitimate meeting, or what happened? Do you have a link to this meeting or the notes of this meeting or what this meeting was about?
Yeah, and this is what I was trying to tell you. It is sort of behind a paywall, but we have their official communications and emails. But
oh, then show me. Let's see. Yeah, let's see if there's anything improper there.
You
Jesse's
pay
got some money, he can pay for it.
What?
Yeah,
All right,
leave him.
Well, it's important because my
hold on,
understanding
hold
is a lot of companies were contacting the United States to talk about Shokin because a lot of people in Ukraine were unhappy with how the prosecution and the entire legal system was functioning in Ukraine because of all the corruption over there.
But that's different. Talking about Shokin's one thing. If the argument is he's not investigating corrupt people, and then the person that the Obama State Department's saying corrupt, his lawyers reach out to you and say, yeah, we'd like to talk to you about how we're not corrupt. That's sort of the opposite of what you're talking about. You don't think it's strange that the United States is pissed that Shokin's not prosecuting corrupt oligarchs, and so the State Department immediately after he freezes the assets takes a meeting from the corrupt oligarchs' lawyers?
Hold on. I want to color this conversation just a little bit because I feel like you guys are fighting over something that could be ambiguous but could be interesting. So the point is that, like, with corrupt people, because I've been to corrupt places, they go with the wind. So basically, him not investigating this corrupt person could have been as fickle as, well, I don't want to fuck this guy over. I want to keep him in my back pocket for the future or whatever. And then him choosing to investigate, to freeze the assets could have been like, oh, we're getting a lot of pressure from the United States. As a result, we want to go ahead and freeze the assets because we want to look like we have forward momentum. As soon as they turn their backs, this guy will throw me a couple of quid in order to look away from it. So here's the thing. Is like we know that people are going to get dirty going into dirty nations and all that kind of fucking shit. But at the same time, like, I do think it is wildly inappropriate to have a fucking basically having the vice president's son consulting on a fucking energy thing. I know Destiny basically has the position if it's not illegal, he doesn't give a fuck. But anyways, so just want to add some color.
Shit, I cut out, my audio cut out there in the last 10 seconds of what you were saying, Connor. I'm so sorry.
All I'm trying to say is that, like, the corrupt prosecutor that froze the assets could have done so as a fickle narrative attempt to say, oh, no, I am doing something. I'm not this corrupt monster that you're accusing me of, et cetera, et cetera. And these are the kind of dirty places that we're dealing. The main thing that, like, I'm more with Rob on over Destiny, I don't try to, like, except for the FBI. I don't try to project my motives onto other people, unless they're from the FBI. And so my perspective is basically like, is it appropriate for the vice president's son to be working for a dirty, energy company, and then for the president to have any say, or vice president to have any say in how that shit is prosecuted or investigated? That's my beef with it.
Right, and so just to say a couple things, I don't disagree with your first statement, right? He could have been doing it for cynical reasons, but then it's incumbent on the United States to say, well, he's doing this now, but we still think that it's corrupt and he's covering. They never said that. Instead, we were told that there was never, like, even the media here, it didn't report that these freezing of assets happened. We were just told he wasn't doing anything. So we don't have any, although you're right that technically could be, it was just for show, we know that the assets were frozen and there was never an argument made. Secondly, right, again, I have a simple standard. Anytime someone in a position of power, so much power that he has the ability to control billions of taxpayer dollars, has a quid pro quo to force the firing of a prosecutor that is involved in an investigation of his son, there ought to be a fucking investigation and eyebrows raised. Especially when we find out. Go ahead.
No. So I was going to say, this is kind of wild to me. So this is where I would land. I wouldn't land on Rob saying that this is all, like, corroborated evidence of, like, malfeasance on behalf of the Biden family. But when you add in the Biden files, basically, like, or the Twitter files showing, and the New York Post story showing that Hunter Biden has received millions upon millions of dollars over the past, like, decade, and he's received them from these international corporations, and he's leveraged the influence of his father, regardless of whether or not his father knew it. And on top of that, his money has gotten mixed in with his extended family. I 100% support, like, an audit and investigation of Hunter Biden's finances and the finances of the Biden family. So I guess my question is, Destiny, even if you don't buy into my conspiracy theory or Rob's conspiracy theory, is there enough smoke there where the Biden family is playing footsie with fucking dirty people that you would be okay with the financial audit of the Biden family, or is there nothing to see?
I'd be okay with it No, actually, I probably wouldn't be, because no financial audit is going to be good for you guys anyway. If a financial audit comes by and it says that they're clean, you guys would say, well, they're probably hiding the money using subsidies or whatever. I mean, I guess if they want to, it could, but it's not going to change any of your minds. So, I mean, if they wanted to, go for it.
Well,
but, I mean, my understanding
okay,
is that all these transactions that Hunter Biden is getting are reported to the State Department. None of this shit is a secret. There's a reason why you know that he serves on these fucking company boards, and it's because it's all reported as it's supposed to be. But, I mean, I guess if they wanted to do, like, an investigation, they could. I wouldn't be opposed to it, but it's not going to change. None of your minds are going to be changed on it. So.
What's
Can
so
I,
bad?
can I ask
Okay,
a
but
general? No, no. Can I ask a general political question on this? Because like, I think it's an interesting one from like the question of money and like investment and things. Like, Destiny, do you think there's an issue generally with like how much in multiple nations on multiple sides politicians are tied up with large corporations?
There is an
Like
interesting...
in an ideal world. Like,
yeah, there's an interesting
neutral.
argument to be made that like once a politician is elected, that some like necessary divestment happens, or everything's put into a blind trust or something. I think I would entertain that idea. I don't really think it's as big a problem as most people make it out to be. But I mean, if it helped increase like public trust in politicians, I wouldn't be opposed to it, I guess.
Because I mean, like again, I think I've seen all the Biden laptop stuff, and I've heard all these arguments, and like I think it muddies wider questions, like of how much of a big deal it is. But you can, I mean, I can understand from the other side, not just with Biden, but with Trump, with Bush, with Obama, like this question of like how politicians are getting in money, where their families end up working. We've got the same thing in like the UK. Nick Clegg goes and works for like fucking hell, like like at Analytica or whatever it was, like Facebook and
Cambridge
stuff.
Analytica.
Yeah.
I think there's a problem.
There's a question for public
there's a
faith,
problem
right?
with government and business that people, for some reason, turn their brains off, or they don't understand, or they just don't have a lot of corporate experience in general. People oftentimes use this phrase. They talk about the revolving door of government, and how people will bounce around from high-level corporate positions to government, et cetera, et cetera. The reality is that like people just always stay in industry. Like that's not uncommon at all. Like your big like coaches in the NFL and in college football, where used to be sometimes players, used to be defensive coordinators, like people that like are the head of like esports teams used to be players. People that are the head of certain companies probably worked at other companies. Like that's just the reality of things, Like that's why so many. But so like when people point to these revolving doors, and they always say that like.
We're flipping it from a 5v1 on
Yeah,
YouTube.
I kind of want to nail down on this because I think it's an interesting. Because again, I agree with you.
Second, I have a follow-up question when you're done.
But like, it's also the fact that like when we're talking about politicians who leave politics, they'll end up in companies, in directorships, in industries they have no experience in, and what they're essentially there for is lubricant. They're there because they're connected. They're connected with the party. They're connected with lobby. And I don't know if that's good for politics. I don't know if that's good for people.
I mean, that's
right?
just, I don't know. That's how business works, right? Like when you're hiring somebody to your business, you want, like part of the reason, especially when you're talking about these boards, right? Part of the reason people on these boards is because they have really good connections, Like there are probably, as stupid as it is, there are probably some boards of small companies that I might be able to get on just because I'm friends with some really big content creators or something. Like, oh, like I want Destiny because he could talk to OTK or OTV for us. Like that's just the reality of the world. I mean, part of who you know is part of the connections that you have. Now, is that how it should be? I mean, I don't know. I guess maybe not, but like that's a reality that people are hired sometimes because of the connections that they have.
Okay, so hold on. Before we move off of this, I have like 2 points that I want to hit on that I just think are fucking disgusting to me. So Dianne Feinstein and her fucking family basically being offered like the IPOs where like of course like you get the initial public offering where you bring everybody in and then they fucking they buy the stocks and all that kind of shit, and then as soon as it's open to everybody else the price is assumed to be like skyrocket. So she's done that so much that she went from being worth like 3 million to being worth like 220 million, and she's a fucking sitting senator. That is, to me, that's corruption by another name. So yeah, I think absolutely families should have to divest their fucking public interest before they serve the public. Then the other thing about it too is the Bush family and who is it? The fucking come on, who's that asshole? Dick Cheney. Dick Cheney and Donald Rumsfeld basically got involved with like Halliburton and all of the private contractors that ended up taking up all the logistics for like the Iraq war. And on top of that, Donald Rumsfeld was looking for, this is in Henry Crumpton's book, The Art of Intelligence. They were talking about like Al-Qaeda before 9/11 happened. And he said, come back to me when you can tie it to Iraq. Basically positing that there were rich people who had already created companies and helped create companies that were interested in nation building, and that Donald Rumsfeld was looking for a fucking pretext in order to collapse Iraq and in order to fucking get his business the contract. This is fucking, again, this is corruption by another name. So for me, like, we're on the outside trying to figure out like all this like murky fucking bullshit that people have done in the past 5 years. But I think if you look at the past 100 years of public-private partnership, you basically see a revolving door of people with their hands in each other's fucking pockets, and they don't give a fuck who they kill in order to do it.
I'd have to look at unfortunately, I wouldn't trust anything without seeing. I don't know enough about Feinstein, and I don't know enough about those particular Rumsfeld comments. And there's so much misinformation about the Iraq War that I'd have to look it up particularly. Like even that thing you quoted earlier, that 500,000 dead civilians. I'm pretty sure that's a super debunked figure that's been debunked like a million times. I doesn't say anything, but like what I'm talking about is the excess deaths estimated from sanctions, which I believe is supposed to be between like 500,000 and 1.5 million. Yeah, I know. I've heard that
like
number given over and over again. And I think some people even say like 100,000 children too. Like I've heard that number, but I thought that number has been debunked like a million times. Like it's always brought up over and over again by everybody to show how evil the United States is.
Okay, so just in case anybody's like, hey, Connor, he's Connor's a fucking lunatic. He's backing Rob Noor into the conspiracy theory or whatever. The book is called The Art of Intelligence by Henry Crumpton. And basically, it's a book of a CIA case officer who worked like 9/11, counterterrorism, counterintelligence, and all that kind of stuff. And he goes through it from like a bird's eye philosophical level, but he also talks specifically about that meeting with Donald Rumsfeld.
Okay.
Now,
I mean, if somebody's saying that, I would say that's bad. If people are waiting to wage wars or whatever to make money, obviously I would say that's not a good thing.
But bro, like, okay, so for me, the reason why that feels like fucking like an empty gesture or like an empty statement is because we're not talking about bad. We're talking about millionaires leveraging their private contracts in order to influence the public in order to launch wars that kill hundreds
I'm
of
sorry.
thousands,
Let me
if not
qualify.
millions of
Let me
people.
say it again. That's really bad. I don't know what you want me to say.
Thanks, Destiny.
Like, if you're trying to make the further argument that nobody in government should be able to work in any peripheral private industry afterwards, I don't think I would buy that argument. If you're trying to make the argument that some people have abused these positions and maybe like ill-gotten gains have happened or bad policies made as a result of that, I'm sure there are probably examples of that. And if those things happen, I think that's a bad thing. I don't think that's good. Yeah.
No, okay. So really, sorry, real quick. Last point.
Yeah.
What I would say is basically when you go into public office, you divest, you do a blind trust. As a result, you don't have that bias while you're in the office, and then once you leave, you're fucking done. Like that, like public. You want to meet, you want to lobby, you want to work for private companies, all that kind of shit. You want to go rub elbows with your boys that you used to work with on the Hill. I don't give a fuck. But I would say seeking public office again, fuck you.
Okay. Destiny, did you read? I didn't have the paywall. Did you read what I sent you about the State Department contacts with Blue Star Novelli?
Well, it's paywalled. What am I supposed to do about it?
Well,
you're the rich one, motherfucker.
You can see, though, even from the first page that you can see that they're talking about regarding Burisma, right? And Blue Star Novelli's the lawyers for them. And you can see, appreciate the meeting tomorrow afternoon. You can see the date in that, right? And that date's February 29th, 2016, correct? Mm-hmm. Okay, so
what is this meeting is about?
It's about Burisma.
Do they want to talk about the spelling, or what? I mean, what's the meeting about?
I mean, come on, Destiny. What do you think?
Okay, hold on. This is why these conversations are so boring with you, okay? If you want to really understand what's going on with something, okay, you would get the documents, you'd get the emails, and then you'd read something. Instead of me saying that, like, well, I think they emailed them because I think they were trying to, you'd say, like, oh, they emailed them, they requested this meeting with these people. These are the things that they wanted to talk about. I know what happened in this meeting, and it was this. Rather than conjecture after, because this is, like, at some point, I can't argue against anything you're saying. Right? You're saying that, like, well, they had the meeting, and we don't know what happened in the meeting, but it's pretty obvious that in the meeting, they asked to fire this guy, and nobody else is saying that anybody asked to fire the guy, and nobody's saying that it was because of Biden that they fired the guy, and nobody's actually saying that he was even fired for Burisma, but we know it's obvious because of, like, I can't argue with any of that. I don't know what you would expect to say. Like, you're not even wrong. I can't argue against anything.
You can't argue because you can't follow a logic train, right?
No, it's not. It's not a
please,
deductive.
Let me finish. I gave you a chance. Let me finish.
Lay it all out again.
So you know you wouldn't be this charitable if it was on the other side of the equation.
Can I just lay out your arguments so you can tell me if it's right or wrong? Okay.
Go ahead, Destiny, try it.
Thank you. Okay. You're saying that Shokin supposedly left this investigation alone. However, as soon as he started to lock up the assets of the guy that owned this company, the Burisma companies, Biden went and on behalf of his son arranged a meeting with the lawyers of Burisma Holding. Those lawyers came over and in February, they had a conversation with Biden where they were saying, hey, this guy is fucking freezing the assets of the oligarch that owns our company. Your son works for them, okay? I need you to fucking do something. And guess what? 1 month later, that motherfucker is fired and we've got Biden out here saying, hey, guess what? I told him that if you don't fire that guy in 6 hours, we're walking out and we're doing a quid pro quo. That's your whole fucking argument, right?
No, that's not my argument, right?
Tell me which part I missed.
I was about to do that before you interrupted. The part where you missed was it wasn't that Biden contacted the lawyers. It was once the assets were froze, the lawyers decided to reach out to Obama's State Department, which you would do, right?
Yeah. I don't think that's
makes
a
sense
huge
that you would
different
do
detail.
that. Now, you wouldn't do you think when you had that meeting, which we could confirm that they set up the meeting, at least from the email we could see, correct?
I don't know what the meeting is about, but yes, I see it.
Okay,
Are you about to restate exactly what I said using slightly
no, I'm
different?
not.
Okay,
right?
Go ahead.
I'm not, because it wasn't that Biden reached out because he was like, that's not what I'm saying happened. I'm saying what happened was the assets were throwing, their lawyers immediately met out. They weren't meeting. Could you say it's most likely they weren't meeting about how the name Burisma spelled? Would you admit that?
I don't know what they were meeting for. They could have been meeting for incredibly nefarious purposes, or they could have been meeting for incredibly obvious purposes. I have no idea.
I think what I'm going to do, Destiny, just for you, I'm going to download this. I'm going to pay the fucking $12 for this.
Well, here, we don't have to. Can we? Let's just go. No.
Rob.
Hold on. Wait,
You
stop.
got it.
Let me save you the money. Okay. Blue Star, Novelli, contacts, meeting, U.S. State Department. What's the date?
So the date the emails were released was
2016. Let's just look. I'll try. Well, I'll try to search for it. Okay. Let's see if I can find it. Okay.
Okay. What we could see, and if you want, I could show the audience, right? I could screen share. What you could see is the last email that we could see sent, and things are redacted, sent Monday, February 29th. Appreciate it. U.S. Novelli's meeting is tomorrow afternoon. It would be great to get something today, if at all possible. Subject, regarding Burisma. Now, this is immediately after their assets were frozen. It clearly, if they're talking to the State Department and their assets were frozen, they were trying to be like, the lawyers for Burisma were trying to be like, we would like this investigation to stop. Maybe it wasn't nefarious reasons. Maybe they truly believe they're not corrupt. And they're like, this is all a horrible misunderstanding. We would like to talk to you.
Hold on. What you just said there, Rob, that's why I would like to see the emails. Because it could be like, hey, you're investigating this guy and we don't think it's fair. Or it could be, hey, you're investing in this guy and we believe it's illegitimate for A, B, C, D, and E reasons. And maybe they really felt like it was illegitimate because the nature of those two conversations is far different and I evaluate them differently. That's why it would be nice to just see what the email was about.
Okay, well, you see if you can find the email. If you can't, I'll pay the fucking $12 to try to do what I can do here in service of our great country and this panel, right? But even if they truly believed, right, the Obama and Biden State Department is acknowledging, we don't believe that. We believe they were corrupt. And they're acknowledging, in part, even if it's just a 1%, that they're pissed off because they knew that Burisma and Zlochevsky were corrupt. And they're pissed off that one of the things Shokin did was not prosecute them. So the idea that, well, if the lawyers are saying, we think this is all in air, that still seems pretty fucking shady that they met with the Obama State Department. And then right around that time, after their assets were frozen, we then see Biden start to move in and say, okay, we think this prosecutor needs to be fired, and his public statement. And then the other part of the equation that we haven't even got to is we can also look
except
at
to be clear, hold on, because the timelines are important. The claim is that Biden had this meeting saying he needed to be fired a full 3 months before this meeting was even set up. Because my understanding is that this meeting happened in December of 2015. That's when he called. But if that meeting happened in December and this email was sent in February of 2016, the timelines don't really match up for that.
Well, listen, I'm going to steelman your position. There is evidence that Biden, I haven't been able to find it, but I've seen credible people say that this occurred, that in December of 2015, that Biden was saying, we want Shokin fired. But that's not going to help because Biden already knew Shokin was in charge of the Burisma investigation, where his son worked. What matters is 2 months later, when the assets are frozen, that's when the lawyers decide to go in action. Why would the State Department be taking meetings with people they think are corrupt? And then it just so happens around that time, Biden is talking to Poroshenko saying, we want you to fire this fucking prosecutor or you're not getting this money. And then the final part of this is the Obama administration hand created with Ukraine.
Well, wait, hold on. Well, can we answer those questions instead of just like using crazy? So why did they have the meeting? I'm just Googling to see stories. So the email exchanges between the State Department staffers show that Karen Tramontano, chief executive of Blue Star, cited Mr. Biden's position in trying to secure a meeting with a senior official at the State Department. She noted that 2 high-profile U.S. citizens are affiliated with the company, including Hunter Biden as a board member. The special assistant at the Office of the Undersecretary for Economic Growth, Energy, and the Environment wrote in the February 24th, 2016 email. Ms. Tramontano met with the Undersecretary, Catherine Novelli, on March 1st, 2016, the documents show. During the meeting, Ms. Tramontano mentioned Mr. Biden served on the company's board, according to a former State Department official familiar with the discussion. In the context of the State Department, Ms. Tramontano said that Burisma hadn't engaged in corruption and wanted to change the view of the company in Washington. The former official said that Hunter Biden's position on the board wasn't the reason that Ms. Novelli took the meeting and that no further action was taken after it took place.
Okay, but there was further action.
Wait. So they said that they didn't do it?
Biden's cool. No, Connor, let me ask you this. It sounds like if in that email exchange they actually used the name Hunter Biden, sounds like they weren't talking about the spelling of Burisma.
No. Okay, so hold on. Like, this is what I love, and like I'm not trying to be like a huge dick here, because like I'm not trying to like jump 100% on the fucking like, oh yeah, I know this for a fact. But at the same time, so I want to meet with somebody. And I say, hey, I just want you to know that I'm boys with Hunter Biden. So, like, I want a meeting. And then they're like, okay, yeah, cool. We can do a meeting, whatever. And then during that meeting, I say, hey, just so you know, like, we're not corrupt. Like, nobody needs to look into us. We don't need to be investigated. And just so you know, like, I'm boys with Hunter Biden. And then the person leaves the meeting and goes up to our reporter's camera and says, hey, listen, I know that Hunter Biden is, works there, and she emailed me about it. And it was also mentioned a couple of times during the meeting, but that had no factor in how I made my decision-making process whatsoever, or whether or not I took the meeting in the first place. Thank you for all your questions. You have a great day. And like, we're not, like, I'm not saying that like that is like in and of itself insta corruption. I'm just saying like we just take that on face value. Why are we just taking that on face value?
I don't know, because that's what's being reported. We could assume that they're just lying. It's not even the person saying that's what they're doing. I think it was another source reporting it, right?
But this is like a meme, and I memed on it on Twitter or whatever. It's like, because when it comes to local cops, we kind of joke about this, especially like liberal and progressive critics. Is like, we investigated ourselves and we did nothing wrong.
This isn't that we investigated and we...
Yeah, they didn't even investigate. They said there's nothing wrong here.
First of all, I'm pretty sure they did investigate. There was a Republican inquiry that tried to figure out whether or not anything had happened incorrect here, and there was no evidence of it. To be clear, also, neither of you guys have given any evidence whatsoever. It's only conjecture. And literally everything presented so far seems like it could, for the fact that like Biden pressured Shokin's firing because he was trying to help his son on the Burisma board. There's been zero. All we've done is talk in huge circles around this, and we seem to be ignoring the fact that the entire Western world, Ukraine included, wanted Shokin gone, but we're pretending that this one meeting with an undersecretary, Catherine Novelli or whatever, and Miss Tramontano, that this was just to be clear, you're implying that this was the primary driver for why Shokin was fired? There's nothing for that.
I don't care. Yeah, okay. Rob said that he didn't want to say that. Even if it was 2%, it would be inappropriate. I remember him saying that. Also, I just want to point out, my narrative, because I haven't done as much research in this segment of it, is not that, this specific thing was bad, blah, 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 blah. My argument is that Hunter Biden, because I saw some of your research stuff, has worked as a consultant with international firms, raking in hundreds of thousands of dollars for the past 2 decades. And I don't understand. Now, I'm a layperson and I'm a civilian, so he doesn't owe me the right of explanation. I don't understand what services he renders.
This guy was doing like international fucking money management, like fucking right out of college, wasn't he?
Okay.
Why are we acting like Hunter Biden's just like a random fucking dude? He seemed like he was a pretty smart guy.
Okay.
He attended Georgetown University for 1 year, transferred to Yale Law School, graduated in '96, then accepted a consultant position at a bank holding company, MBNA. Then after that, he let's see. In '98, he'd risen to the rank of executive vice president of MBNA. He served in the United States Department of Commerce, focusing on e-commerce for Bill Clinton's administration. He became a lobbyist, co-founding a firm. Blah, blah, blah. Let's see. And
okay.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm just saying he has like a decent background. He was appointed to a 5-year term on the board of directors at Amtrak by George W. Bush. Like, seems like he's got a pretty decent backing of doing. He's not like a random dude.
Okay, indulge my anecdote, Andy, for a second. Okay?
Sure.
It takes anybody to learn how to do any job a minimum of 2 years, like minimum. And
To learn how to do any job?
To do a job well, yeah. Like it takes 2 years for you to master a craft.
I've never.
That would be.
You just said two totally different things. If you're talking like fast food or something, you could learn these jobs in 2 weeks. If you're talking, I don't know, any job that takes 2 years to learn. If you're talking about learning like an instrument and being a master or something, but go.
Okay, fast food might be a little bit different, but restaurant, retail, even restaurant, I would say it takes about 2 years to be a master at your craft, at minimum.
He had no experience. I mean, this is a joke. Hunter Biden had no experience in Ukraine. He had no experience with natural gas, right?
Well,
he was
Rob,
being
let me-
paid. Destiny's already admitted that
Can I just say the anecdote? Can I just hear the anecdote?
Personally, I think he deserved a raise.
Yeah, I want to hear where.
You just like the porn video.
Yeah. You let me.
what kind of
I just want to finish my point. Even if you totally dismiss it, I just want to finish it. Okay. So I think it takes about 2 years in order to understand any fucking job well and actually be a master at your craft. I don't give a fuck if it's serving pizzas or if it's being like an MBA fucking person managing a multi-million-dollar firm. Okay. Then what I have seen in the corporate world, because I've worked in the corporate world, is I've noticed silver spoon people with the right degree from the right school show up in a department, work in the department, basically fudge the numbers in order to get like 100% like maximum efficiency statistics. And then before they can be fired because they're incompetent fucking douchebags, they basically get promoted out of the job and into a new place. And what they're really doing is they're resume building out the fucking ass in order to sit on dick and be a fucking executive. So when I see the rich fucking son of the vice president jumping from job to job to job to job every 4 years, I don't see a hyper competent Yale fucking student. I see somebody who's probably padding their fucking resume in order to move from job to job to job to job. And then what I also see is when I see a motherfucker who's working for a lawyer for like a fucking law firm, and the law firm says, hey bro, you need to report like $500,000 in income or else you're gonna get in trouble. And then he fails to do that because he's so busy fucking banging whores and doing fucking coke. Again, I don't see like a hard working.
Why do you banging whores and doing coke? Every successful lawyer you've ever heard of in your entire life probably does cocaine and probably fucks prostitutes.
And they're not leaves his gun.
You know what they're not stupid enough to do? They're not stupid enough to take pictures of themselves fucking doing it and posting it on the fucking internet.
First of all,
Especially
he wasn't the one posting. He wasn't the one posting the pictures. We don't even know if he was the one that left the
And
laptop.
leaving
okay?
a gun that had
Hold up. Destiny said something, and I want to follow him down on it. We don't even know that he's the one who fucking. We don't even know that he's the one that leaked it from the laptop. Can you expand on that, please?
I don't think there's been any proof yet. I don't think we know 100% for sure. I don't think the FBI is gonna release it. He was the one 100% that left that laptop there. I don't think we know that yet.
Okay, so just to be clear, I'm a fucking conspiracy theorist for thinking that the vice president's fucking fail son who does like cocaine and bangs a bunch of fucking whores and posts, and fucking does all this crazy shady shit on the side.
What is all this crazy shady shit? Hookers and cocaine is crazy shady shit. I thought you were a
gun
fucking
laying
cop.
around.
I thought you were a cop. Are you serious?
Destiny, you've been hanging out with streamers for too long. For most normies, smoking crack and banging fucking prostitutes is a little bit crazy. So
Okay.
yeah, it is a little bit crazy.
No. I'm actually
Just to be clear, the little bit crazy is fucking children on Epstein's island. That's the little bit crazy. Okay,
That's
doing
a lot
coke
crazy.
and smoking
That's
crack.
not a little bit crazy.
That's
not a
I
little
don't
bit
know
crazy.
how
That's a lot of
completely
crazy.
crazy.
This is be a little good faith here. This is a losing
every
argument.
executive I've ever met has a story about how they're doing coke or going to strip clubs.
Yeah,
or
it's
all
like
the other fucking shit. Like this is normie shit for that amount of money. I'm
Okay.
sorry. Like
All the rich people smoke crack until their teeth rot out of their head.
no, they don't.
Do
Like,
do
but at
they
the
have
same time-
sex
No,
with
no,
their?
no, no,
Do
no.
they have sex with their dead brothers' wives?
Yeah, that's normal. They leave guns laying around that then the FBI has to clean up. They violate
do they have,
felonies when it comes to gun purchasing.
sorry,
Do they have
sorry.
pretty weird pictures and text messages and
Why-
email
why-
messages?
why
with
are
their
you
niece?
holding-
Crack
No,
to the point that their
thank
teeth
you.
don't
Why are you
exist.
holding?
That's what
Why are
normal
you
people
holding?
do.
Why are you holding like Hunter Biden, to a standard that I don't think you'd hold other executives.
Bullshit. Because
no.
he's the vice president's son who has been leveraging his influence for money and clout globally, and his money is tied back into his family in shady fucking ways, where he's tying his money into his dad's money, and he's tying his money into his uncle's money.
And you would have to go back, and you would have to get to the point where you're like, okay, cool. If your family's in politics, you're not allowed a normal fucking job. Because that is the reality of these things, and you're going to end up with bad actors.
Connor, may I get in?
Hold on. I've said nothing for like a fucking like half an hour.
It was better that way, but go ahead.
Jesus.
Fuck's sake. Like, okay, you guys have got into the weeds about like emails and everything else, and you're talking about like levels of corruption. Like, I don't think anyone is denying that corruption is a possibility, but you're like throwing out pieces of evidence that either people on the panel haven't had time to see before, don't have deep knowledge of, and then you're drawing assertions from them. If you want to say something about this stuff seems sus, or something about it just seems off, and we should probably have a conversation, then sure, you can do those things. But at the same time, if your assertion is that there's some deep corruption here, you need more than, they might be lying to us. Because the accusations you're making are really high-level accusations, right? Like, would you have accepted this about Trump? Would you accept this from the other side?
Yes. Hold on, Rob. I just want to go that way. I can let everybody else go back to fighting, but I just wanted to finish my shit so people don't think I'm a total schizo. So yes, I think the Trump family does do cocaine. Yes, I think they bang whores. Yes, I think they have mistresses. I just don't think they're fucking.
Don't make me a Trumper.
Of course. Yeah, of course. Like, I think the reason why Trump held on to fucking top secret documents and brought him back down to fucking Mar-a-Lago isn't just because he was a space case. I think it's because he wanted to leverage that information in order to use his privilege in order to likely sell that information in the future or use it in leverage shit.
No shot. You actually believe that?
No.
You don't think Trump
No, I don't think Trump would sell. No, even Trump is not that stupid. I think he kept it because it probably looked good and it felt special, and he was like, "Fuck you," or whatever else. I don't think Trump is going to sell fucking U.S. secrets to other countries. No shot. No shot.
Think that Destiny's right, and it may have gone a little further where he may have said, "I think this shows evidence of corruption of the FBI or Democrats." Maybe I can.
Oh my God! What? You brought what?
Is he a 4D? Listen, hold on. I gotta ask you a question. I've been under the impression for the past half decade that Trump's brain is fucking melting, that he's a fucking retard who can barely track shit, that he wants to withdraw from NATO, that he wanted to instantaneously withdraw from Syria, that he wanted to ban institutions that have been around for fucking 100 years and he didn't give a fuck, that he literally flew across the country in order to do a handshake deal with a fucking dictator who tortures people to death so he could get a good fucking photo op, and all of his highest level administrators have said that this guy has the fucking intelligence level of a goddamn elementary student. So, yeah, I do think that. And by the way, like, I have corroborated, Rob, let me just fucking go on this tangent real quick. I have corroboration from my perspective in a fucking hour-long thing highlighting our previous disagreement, which nobody in fucking DGG has fucking watched, basically proving that the highest levels of fucking government undermined Trump because they thought he was a fucking idiot. So yeah, I do think Trump is a fucking idiot. Yes, I think he peddles influence. Yes, I think the Trump family is corrupt. But just because Trump is corrupt and just because he's fucking stupid doesn't mean that the Bidens aren't corrupt as well. And as a matter of fact, here's the problem. I think it's a level of corruption that is already inherent in DC. So it's normal. This is normal. Having your fucking nephew smoke crack, bang whores,
having a president
selling influence is normal. That's actually what you and Beckett have said tonight.
Having a president with the intention of selling like secrets to other countries, that would be an extraordinary thing.
Yeah, I would need no evidence. I
need some text law. I
don't know why Destiny's laughing at what I said.
You don't think if it was an ally, if it was like Saudi Arabia where they're all holding their stupid fucking goddamn magic ball and all that kind of bullshit?
I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying
you don't think that he would fucking leverage that influence in order to talk to fucking Saudis?
I don't think Trump is such a fucking idiot in the way you're explaining that he would be like, geez, my entire administration leaked like a sieve. You know what I do? I'll commit treason. for a couple shillings.
But if he was in a corner,
It's not treason
if he was
if
in
it's
a
an
corner and
ally.
he had to, he'd do it.
Sure, it would be. And so it doesn't make sense. I don't know why everyone laughed at what I said. I truly believe that one of the possibilities that Trump thought, regardless if it was true or not, that some of these documents helped him and saying, see, there were people that were undermining me. Here's documents that show it. I don't think that's ridiculous. Do you think that's a ridiculous assertion?
You guys need to, like, honestly, hold on. I just need to express some frustration.
Yeah,
y'all
do
need to pick a fucking lane with Trump. He's either like a fucking 4D chess fucking master manipulator liar who gets his fucking way and all that kind of shit, or he's a fucking idiot.
I have
and
never
I'm going
picked that
with
lane
he's
with
a
Trump.
fucking idiot.
It's not one or the other.
Remember
That's not-
Sharpie Gate? That was
He
great.
doesn't have to be a moron or a genius. He could be in between. Anyways, back to what you're saying. This is such a losing position. We've already had Destiny admit that, yeah, the reason these companies hire these type of people is for connections. And then he's like, but I think Hunter Biden was like a very intelligent dude. He was good for this position. Bullshit, he wasn't. It's not me. He smoked crack to the point where he didn't have teeth. Like, this isn't just some, like,
We need somebody who
Patrick
understands
Bateman
mental
doing
issues in
blow
office.
before he goes murder plea. This is
Listen,
a guy who was in.
I'm getting
horrible
real
condition.
tired of you, Rob, of you trying to imply that you don't have a hardcore work ethic smoking crack, okay? Have you tried crack before? I think you can get a lot of fucking work done if you're high on crack. You know what? If you were trying to be the head of these boards and you still had your teeth, I'm not sure if you're even fucking trying. So I don't appreciate that. You're gonna have to show me some evidence that Hunter Biden was dog shit at his fucking work, because I don't think there's any evidence to point that. Apparently crack was working.
He admitted it.
What did he do?
He
He was
admitted it in an interview.
He's
not
banging.
crack, or did I miss out on some deep lore?
He's banging.
Listen,
he's banging some fucking cool ass prostitutes. He's making fucking tons of money doing all these heads of these boards. He's full of Bill Clinton and President Bush and all these hedge funds to fucking hire him. Seems like he's doing something right.
He admitted in an interview, I forget with who, that he didn't have any gas experience.
You don't need
He
gas
admitted that he
experience,
didn't
Rob.
Speak the language. Listen, let me finish. And he also admitted that it was probably likely he was hired because he was Joe Biden's son.
Yes.
He admitted that in an
You
interview.
don't need that. What do you think a board does, Rob? What do you think a board does? Tell
They
me what
sit
you.
around and they fucking jerk off.
Tell
and
me
they
what
get
a-
paid $50,000.
yeah.
Hold on. They sit around, they jerk off, they fucking make $50,000 a month in order to make decisions about fucking what middle management should do. When realistically, middle management are the people who should be making the decisions about how shit's run in the fucking first place.
Okay. Yes. Boards are
I've
not
been on
hired.
the board of Free State, which is a big LGBTQ plus group in my state. I
You
haven't
guys
been
all
to a
smoking
meeting.
crack?
You
No,
guys-
but I haven't been to a meeting in like 6 to 8 months, and
Right.
like I'm still on the board. Like
You guys
I mean,
are-
it can be like that.
You guys are acting like these boards are like fucking full of engineers, okay? There's a reason why
They
like
should be.
Peter Thiel. No, there's a reason why like Peter
No,
Thiel and like all these guys are like on like 700 different fucking company boards. Sometimes you just get people on a board because there's some value that they bring to your company, and that could be in the form of
Yeah, the
connection.
Value was his connection to his
Well,
dad.
well,
Yes.
Those are like professional
So, yeah,
Twitch
do you
poll
think that the
panels.
reason
a lot
why-
of it's
hold on.
networking, a lot of it's knowing what's going on in other companies, a lot of it's joined up thinking, and a lot of it actually, let's be honest, is the fact that people have got weird bits of experience that are like, I remember when this happened, and I remember how shareholders reacted to this. I remember
Yeah,
how the market
y'all are-
reacted to this. And
Okay,
that's
but
shared-
y'all are
This is
saying
such a red
things
herring.
like y'all are saying things like you're somehow defeating what we're saying, and we're saying Hunter was on the board because he was the vice president's son. He probably had State Department connects. He was making $50,000 a month in order to fucking sit on dick and fucking smoke crack and bang whores.
More
and
than
he's
that,
a
but yeah.
fucking and basically he made $500,000 for sitting on fucking ass and having decent connections. This is corruption by another name. You want to call it
hold on.
something
So
else?
okay,
call
let's
it
just,
something else.
Okay, can we unplug from this fucking argument and just have a thought about how the world works for a second and how the world ought to work?
Sure.
Let's forget all of this bullshit. Okay. Now let's say that I want to fucking. I have a project, and I think it's going to be really fucking good for West Virginia, okay? And I want to like get an in with somebody at the house in like their either their state assembly or like their representative, right? Should the only possible way to do that be to pick up the phone and spam the office or fucking email them or write a letter? Is that the only way that should ever work?
No, but can I go with this analogy?
Lobby
a little
elected
further?
If you can stay on
I
this
say no.
analogy
I
without
say
bringing
that-
up BLM or fucking Trump or whatever, then go for it.
Oh my goodness, that's all I have, right? Let's say that you're the sheriff of your town, right? And you think that Connor's the biggest drug peddler. He works for the cartels, right? So then your son goes and works for Connor, right? And then you, as the sheriff, write a letter saying, we're not going to send these funds we were going to this agency unless you fire the prosecutor looking into Connor. Right? And then that prosecutor gets fired, and then the investigation goes to your ally, and your ally drops the case. You don't think that looks shady?
It would look shady. So here's what I would need you to prove to me. Was
Okay.
Hunter Biden working for a drug cartel or a company that was doing clearly illegal things that he was aware of? Because in your analogy, oh, okay. Can you show me that?
Well, no. Let me re-speak. I don't know that. I assume he was aware of it. His father was aware, or at least his father believed so. So did the Obama State Department.
They believe that Burisma Holdings, the company, was performing illegal activities, and Hunter Biden was aware of it.
It doesn't matter if they thought
Isn't
Hunter
that
was
an
aware.
argument against corruption? Because if they were aware of it, why didn't they get Biden, like Hunter, out of it? Why not get him out of the line of fire? If, like, again, if you're like, oh yeah, shit, my son's working for this clearly corrupt company that's going to be caused, like, potentially an international incident, maybe we'll just leave him there and then deal with the prosecutor. And also, let's be honest about this, you can't have it both ways. Either Hunter is a fucking privileged idiot who's, like, high on crack, or he knew what was going on. Because if you're, like, running a corrupt operation, you're not going to trust the person you're describing as a dude too stupid to keep his own fucking teeth.
Okay,
So
would you say, please,
do.
please, may I? There's a bunch of generalizations being made here. Would it surprise you to learn, right, that George Kent, an officer at the State Department, actually testified that the entire State Department was confused because their official position was that Burisma and Zlochevsky were corrupt, and so they thought that it showed a conflict of interest for Hunter Biden to work there. Would it surprise you to know he testified to that?
Can you show me that so I can just see the
Yes.
testimony?
Is this from the 2020 investigation led by, I think it was Chuck Wrestling Gang?
The Republican inquiry? It might have been. But if
Yeah, I
it
think
was,
so.
that sucks because I'm pretty sure the outcome of that inquiry was that absolutely nothing wrong had occurred.
I don't know exactly. I know that the testimony of the impeachment, which I watched every word of it, had George Kent admitting and other people from the State Department that they thought that it had the appearance of a conflict of it. You can Google it. You can find a bunch of articles if you want.
Well, hold on. Now, listen. Now there's a huge thing you're saying that's different now. This thing has the appearance of a conflict of interest. That's something that demands further inquiry. That's not something that's necessarily bad or wrong.
Okay, hold on, Rob, kill it right here. So, do you think it demands further inquiry?
That's what they did. They had a Republican inquiry.
Now, may
But
I
the
finish?
issue-
May I finish
go
my
ahead,
line
sure.
of thought
But I'm
here?
just saying that
Okay,
the Republican inquiry
Beckett
finds
said-
no evidence of wrongdoing by Biden. That was the whole point of the inquiry. But go ahead.
The argument that Destiny and Beckett had here was like, well, they maybe had no clue. They had no clue that Burisma or Zlochevsky was up to shitty shit. And it would be incredibly stupid to let this dude, the vice president's son, work there if they had some sort of suspicion. And so when I provide evidence that's like, yeah, they fucking had that suspicion, and they were like, this looks really bad, you're like, but that says it's just the appearance. But that
Wait,
that counters your entire argument.
Wait, my question was if Hunter Biden was knowingly doing bad things with Burisma doing bad things, not that there was a conflict of interest just because he works for another company that his father might be involved with, like doing Ukrainian deals. Those are two wildly different things.
No, what I'm saying is this, right? The fact that there was an allegation from the Obama State Department that there was all these Russian oligarchs involved in the energy industry in Ukraine that were corrupt. One of those specific ones, even if it wasn't the center one, was Burisma and the guy Zlochevsky that was running it. So much so that they said that it was at least a factor in the fact that they felt he wasn't being prosecuted was bad. Then they see the point man for that, Joe Biden, was the point man in Ukraine to weed out corruption. His son goes and works for one of the very corrupt oligarchs that they're saying we want investigated. Then, despite once there starts to be at least assets being froze, the people from that corrupt oligarch, lawyers, talk to people in the State Department.
Okay,
then
listen.
Biden publicly says,
okay, let's say I believe you.
Okay.
Let's say that I believe everything that you're saying. Okay.
You should. It's true.
Okay, and you're going to quote something that was given from this inquiry, okay? The 87-page report summing up the findings released jointly on Wednesday by the Senate Homeland Security and Finance Committees contained no evidence that the elder Mr. Biden improperly manipulated American policy toward Ukraine or committed any other misdeed. In fact, investigators heard witness testimony that rebutted those charges. If I'm going to take everything you're saying at face value and everything coming into this inquiry, it seems like this inquiry completely disagrees with your characterization that Vice President Biden did a quid pro quo for Ukraine.
Can you send the link of the inquiry? Who held the inquiry?
I think I linked it in the thing. This was the Republican inquiry that found no evidence of wrongdoing by the Bidens. It was in the last New York Times article I sent you.
Let me check.
Sure.
You just sent it.
I want to give you my black pill shit. I think all these motherfuckers do this shit. I think all of Capitol Hill has fucking private-public conflicts of interest. They all do insider trading. They all fucking have
Sure,
their
okay,
little
this
sons
doesn't
and
help us
daughters
that
running
everybody's
on
correct, right? So
board.
the Homeland Security's panel's Republican chairman, Senator Ron Johnson of Wisconsin, had made little secret of his political ambitions for his report, boasting for weeks that his findings would demonstrate Mr. Biden's unfitness for office. Instead, the result delivered on Wednesday appeared to be little more than a rehashing 6 weeks before Election Day of unproven allegations that echo an active Russia disinformation campaign had been pushed by Mr. Trump. The days before its release, Mr. Johnson conceded in an interview that there would be no massive smoking guns, saying that there would be a misconception on the part of the public that there would be.
So what did you, again, like, just because there was an investigation that was held, right? And you're like, well, Republicans were in charge of the finance, Senate Homeland Security and Finance committees.
Yep.
So, right, this was, who was in charge of that? That'd be the Democrats had the
No,
Senate,
I think
right?
it was but I think this is a Republican-led investigation. This is a Republican-led inquiry.
I would, it says the Homeland Security panel's Republican chairman, but just because he's a chairman, I believe if the Democrats are in charge of those committees, if they have...
Well, it was it was released jointly by the Senate Homeland Security and Finance committees.
Right?
Okay.
Who's running the Senate? It was the Democrats in 2020, correct?
But these were their committees, were Republican-run committees.
Right. I'm just saying that's the way, like it would. Anyways,
That's fine.
neither
But wait,
here
here, just real quick to tie this YouTube video up for August. So earlier in this conversation, I didn't actually know this existed. Earlier in the conversation, you and Rob had posed to me the question, if there was actually an investigation, would you be okay with that? And I said, well, even if there was, you guys would probably reject the findings anyways. That just happened right here. I just want that to be demonstrated. You actually don't care about the results of any investigation. We just saw that. But go ahead.
Should give August a raise.
Again, that's not what happened just right here. I'll be willing to read this report and see what they said. But there was no commiserate investigation that occurred on the time. We had it occurred years later, and all it found was what? They didn't
So we
find
have to go back in time to appease you? What the fuck?
Again,
can I talk to August for a second?
Go
So
for it,
August,
talk to
when you're watching this and you're about to blow your fucking brains out, so my contention is that all of these fucking cunts do this shit, where basically their fucking fail sons and fail daughters are high-level executives in well-placed companies. They sit on boards, they collect cash checks and all that kind of shit. So the reason why Republicans wouldn't highly call out this shit is probably because it's unethical, but bordering on, like, it's not fully illegal. And so as a result, everybody has their hands in each other's fucking pockets. And this is, like Destiny said, his default to, kind of like the just world or whatever is like, this is just the way it is. This is how influence is done. This is how business is done. This is the public-private partnership. This is how the military-industrial complex works. This is just how politics and government works in America
And
at
business,
this time.
Yeah,
I think
It's
nepotism. It's not meritocracy.
It's a globalist conspiracy to undermine nationalist agendas for us
And
running our own
spread
countries.
gayness across the globe. Okay.
Well, it worked in Beckett's line of the woods, huh? But anyways, like when you're reading this, it says like all these claims that you're making. Here,
Oh, also,
right,
and
that,
real
like,
quick,
Beckett
Rob, just
made
real quick,
himself-
the Senate was led by Republicans. This was before the election, so, but go ahead. In 2020, go ahead.
But I'll buy it, right? As I'm reading through this New York Times article, what it says is a bunch of the stuff that you guys are saying, like, oh, they would, Beckett, you said it would be ridiculous. It'd be ridiculous that they would leave if they thought Burisma was corrupt. It would be ridiculous they'd leave Hunter Biden there, correct?
If it's that like in a case like this where it's that serious, yeah, if you've got potential international incident brewing, you would try and distance, because again, you yourselves are saying people bounce around all the time. If they have this evidence brewing for a long period of time, yes, you can bounce people. This actually does happen all the time when we've got like cases of like companies going under. You could see stuff like this happening with Theranos.
Okay,
like
so
people
let's go to that
bouncing
report.
away or trying to distance themselves when they started to understand what was going wrong with that company.
Let's go with the report we're looking at now. Hunter Biden's position, quote, hindered the efforts of dedicated career service individuals who were fighting for anti-corruption measures in Ukraine. That it was awkward for career State Department officials who were required to maintain situational awareness of Hunter Biden's association with Burisma. It was also filled with details that emphasized the unseemly appearance created by the younger Mr. Biden's involvement with Burisma, giving his father's position. While what the chairman discovered during the course of this investigation is the Obama administration knew that Hunter Biden's position on Burisma's board was problematic and did interfere in the efficient execution of policy with respect to Ukraine. So, Beckett, would you like to revise your statement? They knew. The Obama administration knew. They were worried about it.
Well, I can, like, again, I can give my take that I think that's a crazy thing to do, that to not move it out. But also, if they didn't move him out and they thought that he might be responsible for something, isn't that an argument that they were like, well, if he is responsible for something, he should be caught up with it and be found responsible for it?
Sure. Right. So now back to the point, right? Like, so what I'm saying is, what were they doing? They said they investigated 10, or they talked to 10 people in the State Department and other people, and they were unable to find a clear smoking gun. And by the way, I agree with you, Connor. Both sides are corrupt. They never want to call out the other side's corruption in a way that would make it legal jeopardy. That's why they went after Trump, because he was outside of that scope, so it was okay to go after him. And
they didn't properly go after Trump.
Well, they certainly tried their best.
No, they didn't. They didn't properly go after Trump.
This is a super fucking important point. During the Mueller investigation, which was supposed to be used as like it was Trump's FBI or whatever, Trump and Rob Mueller and the fucking FBI were beefing publicly for fucking years. And not just that, Bob Mueller fucking leaves up like half a dozen to a dozen obstruction charges that are chargeable, but he says, I'm not going to make a recommendation on whether or not these are chargeable. So basically, like, he has everything he needs in order to charge Trump or charge people that are a part of the administration, and he backs off at the last second because it's not politically expedient to charge a sitting fucking president. So yeah, pretending that this isn't a fucking giant fucking circle jerk. Why? Why is it not?
Wait, hold on. Hold on. Also, real quick, I'm sorry. I had to go back because I was curious what Rob just read, and I don't know if you skipped some of this or I just didn't hear it. So that thing you said was, so Hunter Biden's position hindered the efforts of dedicated career service individuals who were fighting for anti-corruption measures in Ukraine, the Republicans wrote. They did not clarify the nature of that hindrance beyond saying that the situation had been awkward for career State Department officials who are required to maintain situational awareness of Hunter Biden's association with Burisma. If you scroll down like a little bit more, to the next paragraph, in their own competing document challenging the report, Democrats accused Republicans of cherry-picking their findings. All 10 witnesses interviewed by investigators, they noted, had testified that neither Mr. Biden nor anyone else had altered American policy because of his son. Every witness stated that Hunter Biden and his associates had no role in the formulation of U.S. policy, that Hunter Biden's role did not influence U.S. foreign policy decisions, and that Vice President Biden carried out U.S. foreign policy in the interest of the United States, the Democrats wrote. Just saying.
Okay, all right. So let's first, you weren't talking about the Democrats' competing document. You said this specific.
I know. I was just reading the next paragraph.
Okay, right.
I just wanted to let that go out there.
And I was getting to that, right? Okay. Like, and what this shows definitively is that they knew, that the State Department officials knew that it was awkward, that they knew that it was appearance of conflict of interest.
Sure.
I linked the George Kent testimony. It's like 90 pages, but you could see in there. And in the impeachment, you had several witnesses in the impeachment that said, yeah, we knew it was really bad that that Hunter Biden was working here. Now, what this talks about is they interviewed 10 witnesses, and all of those witnesses that would have been presumably in the State Department, that's how the people in the know. So from the Obama State Department said, no, this was the foreign policy we would have done anyways. The fact that Hunter Biden was working there had no change whatsoever in what that policy would have been. Well, how would they know, first off, what was in Joe Biden's mind, right? How do they know? You don't think that it's possible that Joe Biden's...
Hold on, no, because I don't think Joe Biden.
I'm sorry, it is very funny.
Hold on, Joe Biden was probably not solo writing. Joe Biden was the vice president.
Still,
I don't think he's writing policy for the U.S. State Department. I don't think he's right. No offense to Joe Biden, okay, but I don't think dementia-addled Joe. Yeah. I don't think that Joe Biden is writing policy on his own and doing his own foreign policy directives for
the people that laughed at this. I just want to say this, right?
Uh-huh.
They literally impeached Trump for an alleged quid pro quo because they said they knew his mind that if he was discussing possible investigations and cooperations and announcements and things like that against Joe Biden, it was purely for his political benefit. Not because he thought that there was actual corruption there, but purely for his political benefit.
Directly connected it to
aid. Hold on. Trump,
like Joe Biden did.
No, Joe Biden. I don't even think Joe Biden had
connected it to aid.
Joe Biden.
Hold
on. Wait. This is so important. Joe Biden was not speaking as a personal representative for his family. He was speaking on behalf of the interests of the United States, of the European Union, and for Ukraine when it came time to depose Shokin. And the IMF also threatened to withhold funds from Ukraine. Trump made the call because he wanted to win an election. Those are two completely...
That's what you think. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. You can't see the operation of Trump's mind. If we're going to say that an alleged quid pro quo for Trump that would have allegedly benefited him was reason for impeachment, then an admitted quid pro quo from Joe Biden that did benefit his son and his family would also be reason.
Bro, I mean, Rob, maybe he was calling them and asking them for that information, so he would call Joe and tell him, like, hey, I'm gonna tell you this before anybody else finds out. Who knows what else he could have done with that information? The options are truly endless.
Well, no, the options are that there wasn't a credible investigation, particularly from the FBI or the Ukrainian side. It's this blatant corruption.
In this direct conversation about the aid.
This blatant corruption of the Joe Biden, Hunter Biden situation. There was no investigation. And then the investigation led to, well, we talked to 10 people at the State Department. You can see what those people at the State Department were like. You saw them in the impeachment. They kept talking about their foreign policy and how bad Trump was. You've all admitted it. You've admitted earlier in this that they were all out to get Trump because they thought he was an idiot.
My question.
I didn't hear your question. Go ahead.
My question is, what other reason could Trump have for directly connecting aid to the investigation into Hunter Biden?
He thought that the intelligence agencies and the government of Ukraine covered up the fact that there was a quid pro quo with $1 billion to cover up the corruption of the Bidens.
And it just want to send aid. Political opponent.
Yes.
Wow.
Just like it just happened to be the company that Joe Biden's son was working for.
Which just so happened to align with America's foreign policy position. America's foreign policy position did not reside within blocking aid to Ukraine at any point. It was bipartisan. Aid to Ukraine was bipartisan during Trump. It was bipartisan during Biden.
Okay, if this is just standard course for U.S. foreign policy, can you show me one time that aid was ever tied to the firing of a prosecutor?
Yes, I can. I can show you another time when that happened. Yes.
Okay, let's hear
it. Wait. Another time, like outside of this?
Yes.
Oh, I thought you meant this. No, I don't know any other example. But,
me neither. I've looked.
But, Rob, whether or not that's the case, that was the IMF's position, that was all of Europe's position, Germany's position, that was France's position, that was the United States position, it was the United States position, it was the Republican position, it was the Democrat position, it was everybody's position. And so, if it was anybody else in Joe Biden's position, there's a very decent chance they would have done the exact same thing. The exact same thing. So how can we prove anything with that?
Your appeals to authority. My entire argument is that these people are all self-interested power mongers that are corrupt, and you're like, yeah, but they said it was cool.
So they're all just self-interested in service of Hunter Biden's interest? Everyone? The IMF, everyone?
I think there was a lot of money, like a lot of these agencies, NGOs, international agencies, etc., are making
it possible money. Victor Shokin is just corrupt? Do you think that's possible?
Question, if you let me finish,
you think he might be
corrupt? You respond. That's normally how this works.
Like everybody else says?
I understand. And you'll notice that Destiny and Dylan both do this, right? When they're starting to get in their back foot, they try to like interrupt and meme their way through it. We got it. Go watch some boss shit. You guys are getting there. You almost get there. But anyways, like, no. I forget what your question was now because you fucking interrupted a million times.
Good job, Dylan. You got him. Hell yeah, you got him.
Do you really
think my steel trap mind?
I like Dylan's question. Is it possible that Shokin was just a really corrupt prosecutor that needed to go?
Yes. Is it possible that Donald Trump really was trying to investigate corruption?
No.
That's what I thought. Yeah. No. So again, we go back. We see 10 people.
When Donald Trump makes a specific call to Ukraine to have them look into the son of his political opponent for presidency, no, I don't think he's actually looking for corruption there.
When Joe Biden says that he's going to right after Victor Shokin froze the assets of the company that his son was on the board of directors for.
It wasn't after. It was in a meeting 3 months earlier. It wasn't after. It was in a meeting 3 months earlier.
So what? When he found out that his son's company was being investigated, he paid lip service to wanting
that prosecutor fired. That started in 2014. Your timelines are wrong. That probe started in 2014. That the probe into it was dead from 2014 to 2015, but the investigation started before Hunter Biden was even on the Burisma board. Like, your timelines just don't make any sense.
He knew, right? Like, he knew. So you're claiming that he did not know that there was an alleged investigation into Burisma by Victor Shokin in December 2015.
I don't know if he knew. I don't know if he knew or not. I'm not sure. Did he? Is there any evidence that he did?
I mean, I have a thing. The New York Times was writing an article in 2015 that suggested shit. I gotta bring up. Why is everything a paywall? These greedy fucks. Anyways, right? Like,
globalist conspiracy. What can you do?
Well, you know.
I was about to say we got a word for globalist conspiracy. Wait,
everything's the conspiracy. Like, until it's proven true, like bodies being hidden and all that shit. Then once it's proven true, then it's like.
Wait, what are the bodies being hidden thing? What is that?
Yeah, when you said that earlier, I wasn't sure what you were saying.
Right. Remember when I schooled you that Governor Cuomo was hiding the amount of people that died in nursing homes And so someone from his committee admitted that they held those numbers.
I remember.
And then when I talked to you specifically, you're like, maybe he held them for a good reason.
No. I remember. I remember that. And people can go back and look up the VOD. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I remember. You were making the argument that they were intentionally moving old people into homes to die. I think that was the argument you were making.
No, that's not. I said it was a possibility, but it could.
And then I think I said in counter, I said maybe they moved them there because they thought that was the safest place for them at the time. I think that's what our conversation was about.
You're rewriting it. I said it could have been because they didn't give a shit, more callous, and knew these people would die, or it could be that they were incompetent. But either way, they covered it up. And you laughed and said, "Covered it up? What'd they do? Hide the bodies in the ocean?" And I was like, well, did you read the New York Times today? Where an actual assistant for Cuomo admitted, yes, we intentionally covered up how many of those people died because we thought that the Trump administration would investigate us, the DOJ. And then you said, when I brought it up later off stream, you said, well, maybe they held it for a good reason. Maybe they had a good reason to hold the numbers. That's what you said. We go back to the VODs if you want.
Yeah, August can roll it back, or Rob can roll it back in his video because I'm pretty sure our initial argument was you were trying to make it sound like they were sending old people in to die intentionally. And the fact that right now you're still saying to this day that that's possible that they sent them in to die intentionally, that's a pretty wild claim. But you know, you might have been right.
They did. Well, listen. Well, it's not a wild claim. Like
that they sent old people to die on purpose. That's an insane claim.
Hear me out. You ready? Do you think they knew that old people were likely to die if they sold them to sent them to places where they knew COVID was?
I don't think we knew at the time much of anything, no.
But you don't think that they knew that if they let COVID patients in nursing homes, that the elderly people there with compromised immune systems were likely to die?
I don't think they would have done that. I think they would have seen it probably would have been really unpopular, a bunch of old people dying. No.
Let me make your argument for you, Destiny.
This is my
you did this to me earlier.
Well,
Let me see if I can make this real
quick. I'm just going to say this real quick, and then because if your argument addresses this is fine. My fundamental assumption is that most people are generally decent human beings. If you're going to make some like fucking satanic argument that they were sending old people to die for political expediency, you're gonna have to give me a buttload of evidence for that, other than just saying I'm assuming that they're literally fucking Satan. But go for it.
It's possible, but I don't think that's what happened, right? But it is possible. What I'm saying is, when a disaster, I argue with people that want to say everything's a false flag. Sometimes bad shit happens, but what people in positions of power are able to do, even if they didn't cause it, is exploit that. And so what happened was, let me make your argument for you. They knew that old people would die if they sent COVID patients to nursing homes, but they thought they needed to keep hospital beds open for younger people and healthier people that had a better chance.
This has been really, really fun and enjoyable, but I do actually have to leave because I'm going to die otherwise. But yeah, this has been fun. Thanks, Connor. Thanks.
Love you back. Have a great night.
Later, discuss. Bye.
You don't think that's reasonable? So on one hand, they could have known that it would cause more old people to die, but on the other hand, they thought it was worth it?
Without reading or rereading of the situation, if I had to guess, given what I'm recalling right now, they probably made a risky and ultimately stupid decision to send old people to old persons' homes because they were running out of hospital beds for other patients, and they hoped for the best. But that's way different than they sent people there knowing they would die and knowing they would infect and kill other old people in homes. That's like triaging available medical resources to make the best out of a dog shit situation.
Well, that might be triage, but they still knew that people were likely to die.
Well, Rob, but hold on. Let me flip that though, because what would you prefer that they have done if they thought that was the best way to do triage?
I think that they should have known that triage example was horseshit.
Well, hold up, because basically, like in triage, like this is the thing. Like I've had to do triage before or whatever. Like in triage, you're making the best decisions that you can with the available information that you have. It's always imperfect.
The funny thing is that if we could rerun it, and I know because I just watched Rob do it earlier in this panel, what would have happened if they didn't move old people into the hospitals or the old person's homes, and then people would have died because there weren't hospital beds available? People like Rob would be saying, it's crazy to me that we had all these unused medical facilities in these old person's homes where they could have isolated them. If you've ever been there before, they're in their rooms all on their own. They could have masked up and everything. They could have put them there and had rooms in the hospital for people. But Cuomo didn't do it because they wanted people to die on the streets. That's what you would be saying now, exactly, by the way.
All right, so just want to...
Before Rob spoke, I need to go. It's very late, so I'm just going to head out, okay? Yeah, guys have a good one, okay?
Yeah, thanks, y'all. Take it easy, man.
We got 5 minutes till 1 a.m. I'll probably dip out around then, too. Okay. Love you, buddy.
I'll let you
have a great night.
For as long as you want. I'll stay here for 5 more minutes. You got me. Go.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so first, this has nothing to do with your original claim that we were talking about, that you were implying I was a conspiracy theorist, that they hid how many people died. They did, right? So now we're just talking on, well, why did those people die in the first place? I've asked my chat, I'll ask all of your chats and you two here. Let's say a new respiratory virus is coming out next year, right? Who would you predict would be most likely to have terrible impacts from it?
Most likely old people and people with comorbidities, like,
right.
Yeah.
So if we're doing triage, wouldn't the factor of who's most likely to have the most severe consequences list factor into that triage?
I don't know. The thing was,
Yes,
weren't they literally trying to move fucking military boats into the fucking New York Harbor or
It
whatever?
went unused,
because they were
right,
trying
yes.
because they were trying to find like space for people at some point. So I truly know that it's easy to armchair general it and backseat it. I don't know what the correct choice would have been at the time. In my mind, if I've got like a dangerous infection that's spreading through the city, and I think that a ton of people are gonna fucking die, or young and healthy people are gonna die, which would be fucking horrible. No offense to the old people, and I've got a whole bunch of unused like old person homes, like medical beds, I might ship them there, and not knowing what would happen, and take that risk. Maybe.
But where was the evidence of then that they were looking at evidence that they thought all these young people were going to die? The evidence never suggested that.
Well, if you need to be hospitalized,
What's
if you
that?
need to be hospitalized and you can't be hospitalized, wouldn't you likely have big problems, like high likelihood of dying?
Well, no, not if the argument was that we need these beds for COVID patients.
Hold on.
Right.
What is the percentage of hospitalization for the original SARS-CoV-2 virus before the Delta, way before Omicron?
I don't remember.
Wasn't the hospitalization rate, like even among young people, was it like 4 to 5% or something? Because my
It
guess
was rough.
My guess is
No,
going to be
but the numbers are skewed because all of the people that were asymptomatic or people that didn't have bad cases weren't going to the hospital.
No.
So the
Listen to
CDC
listen to what I just said. I said, what was the hospitalization? When I say hospitalization, I'm saying like people with severe conditions, right?
Symptoms.
Yeah.
But I don't understand the percentage you're asking. You percentage of people that got COVID that were hospitalized?
No, yes. So what
That
I'm
were
saying
young?
is, that if your hospitalization rate for an infection is 4 or 5%, right? Now, most of the people hospitalized were probably would survive. But if the people that would have needed to have been hospitalized weren't, wouldn't their fatality rate skyrocket?
Well, are you saying from COVID?
Yes.
Or just in
from
general?
COVID.
But the fatality rate for them was always going to be far less than those. So let's say that it's true, right? So let's say that like the fatality rate was we expected. Let's say this is way high, but let's say back then they thought for old people it'll be 10% and for young people it'll be 2%.
Okay.
Right? And so they're like, okay, well, sorry, we got to send these old people into facilities where we know COVID is. And we know that that's a 10% chance of killing them. But we have to do it because we suspect it could be possible that more than 5 times more young people could get COVID and need these hospital beds. And therefore, we have to basically send these old people tragically to have a 10%
but the
chance
issue,
of
what I'm
dying.
trying to get to is that the issue is that 2% number for young people would rise if they didn't have the ability to be hospitalized, right? If 2% of people are dying, that probably means we'll say what, 10% or not 10%, probably like 5% of people are hospitalized or something, right? But if those 5% of people that are hospitalized aren't able to get to a hospital, that 2% death number might rise to like, I don't know, 15, 20%,
Okay,
maybe.
well then do you think the death
And
number rose?
you're
like-
killing teenagers instead of killing grandma. So
Yeah, and
that-
especially
that is-
and this is what I can see. And again, I'm not defending New York's decision because maybe in retrospect, maybe they did have enough information. But like what I'm imagining is that like imagine you have like 20-year-olds dying from COVID because there's no hospital beds available and nursing homes are empty. I feel like people would lose their fucking minds. Like, bro,
Yeah,
I
it's-
visited
it's-
my grandma yesterday. Half the beds in this nursing home are fucking empty, and I've got young people dying in the street. Like that would be what I would assume people would think.
Well, no, but but again, think of the proof that you would have to make an action to literally, well, I don't want to say literally, to basically sentence people to death. Sorry, we know that tens of thousands of old people will be killed because we suspect, and it turns out they're wrong. I was right. I said this is fucking insane. It's insane. No data at the time. Contemporaneously, I was saying there is no fucking data that justifies this. This is going to lead to tens of thousands of elderly people dying. And then the governor, when it blew up in his face, hid the amount of fucking people that died.
Sure. All I'm saying is
for
you're
political expediency.
you're phrasing this as though like you know these people are going to die. We're in a situation where we're talking about triage. We do not have enough resources to deal with everybody as they're coming in.
But we did.
No, I don't believe we did. Pretty sure there were hospitals that were overflowing, that were filling up. There were beds that weren't available for people that didn't have COVID even. That was an issue. I'm pretty sure we're still having issues.
Hospital utilization numbers, I believe, I'm willing to be educated on this. Hospital utilization during COVID was less than average in the United States from like 2017 to 2019 because so many
that's
people
because
weren't
were
going.
avoiding the hospital. Yeah.
Right? So?
Okay.
So why would
Rob,
if they were
Rob, I
so
just wanna-
empty? Why were we purposely telling the people that needed the most you can't be here?
Wait, why are you saying 2017
so-
to 2019 before COVID? What did that have to do with anything?
Because my argument is, let's say the average I'm just pulling this, but just to give you an idea, the average utilization of beds in hospital from 2015 to 2019 was 70%. And then under COVID, it was 68%. That's what I'm saying. We look at the years previous to COVID and say, what was the hospital utilization rate? And then we look at them during COVID. Now, yes, there are individual hospitals within both of those scenarios that sometimes would get overfilled because there's a disease in that particular town or that city or that hospital or a terrible natural disaster. But in general, on average, there was this huge fear that hospitals were going to be overwhelmed. And that didn't happen. And based on that fear, we basically encouraged a situation that led to old people dying.
I'd have to
And
go and
when
check.
they got caught, they covered it up.
I thought that the ICUs and I thought that the ventilators were under like stress in the beginning stages for New York City. Now, overall, after time passed, we didn't hit the capacities in our hospitals that we were worried we would, that shit would get fucked. But then initially in New York, stuff was really rough and people were really stressed that like shit was going to get overflowed. Now, again, in retrospect, it might not be the best decision, and maybe even at the time they could have made a better decision. I'm pretty sure my big pushback, though, was that they were intentionally doing this to kill old people.
Well, again, I don't know that I said, I will say this. I was asked even today, so it doesn't matter what I said then, I'd say that's a possibility. They could have, but I would say it's a low possibility.
I'm just curious, what percentage would you give that?
I would say it's like 1-2%.
Okay, then you'd say that's an almost impossibility, very low. Okay, but okay,
I don't think that they were intentional. I think that they knew people would die, and I think that they exploited the amount of people that died to say Trump did terrible, and then I think when we saw even greater numbers under the same time period dying under Biden, even in our debate, you made excuse. Well, that's different. That's different because he didn't like masks. Now we're finding out masks probably didn't work. Right, so all of the things you said that Trump did terrible, well, he didn't push for vaccines.
I can't, hold on. It's so exhausting dealing with you because you say so many things in bad faith. The issue with Trump wasn't that he didn't handle it perfectly. The issue with Trump, and I don't know how you conservatives think you can get away with this from rewriting history. We have the videos, motherfucker. The guy is on TV saying there's 4 cases, there's 6 cases, there's 10 cases. The issue with Trump was that he dragged his fucking feet getting to taking COVID seriously. That was the issue with Trump. Like, that's why I don't compare Trump's deaths to Biden's deaths. It's not like Biden came in and pretended that it wasn't real when Trump literally denied its fucking existence while it was rampaging through our country for the first fucking month. That was insane.
Do you think, and I know this is a stupid question, but I'll ask just to set this. You don't think that Trump himself was like the medical person? He was listening to medical people, correct?
I don't know. No, I don't believe so. No, I don't think anybody would have advised him. He might have heard medical. I don't think anybody in the medical area, in the NIH or anything, would have advised him. Hey, you need to go out and tell people that it's not real. I don't believe that. No.
Okay, so we had Dr. Fauci in February was saying that the common flu would be worse. So when you're talking about the early stages of this, the guy that was the point person that we were told that we have to trust, he was the guy that the Democrats.
You need to hold on. When it comes to Fauci, you have to link me his full statement because you guys misquote almost every single thing he says. So if you want to link me a statement by Fauci, go for it and we can read it. But I would give that suggestion to my entire audience. Never trust a conservative when they ever tell you something Fauci says. They almost always will misquote or give you one line out of a greater context speech. So if you want to link me, go for it.
And I will link it. And my advice for even Destiny's audience is this, that he'll just call people names and conspiracy theories and shit when he's putting
I haven't called you a conspiracy theorist at all. I'm just saying, I just like evidence for your beliefs.
All right. Like, it's funny. You asked for, I understand you do a lot of streaming, so I'm not judging you for this, but we went through this in the debate we had on Biden. But I'll provide it, right? I think, now, this is something I had in my favorites folder, so I hope it's the right thing. So I'll read it with you, but this is just what I had in hand. I put it in the chat there. It says, disease expert, flu a bigger risk than U.S. than coronavirus. This was from February 15, 2020. The novel coronavirus is not an immediate threat to people here in the United States. The federal government aims to keep it that way. Quote, there is no circulating sustained transmission of coronavirus in the United States, according to Fauci. Fauci is part of the task force of the U.S. protocols for handling coronavirus. We've had 15 cases been identified, isolated, and their contacts have been traced. The same happened with 380 in Japan. Fauci says something the public should be paying more attention to, however, is the flu. Quote, the flu is the real and present issue that we're going through right now, Fauci said. We're so used to every year having seasonal flu that we sort of take it for granted. It's part of life. And yet each year it kills between 30,000 and 80,000 on our worst year. Seems pretty clear cut to me, right?
Hold on.
But I do appreciate other conservatives might lie, not me.
But you lie probably more than anybody I've ever spoken to before. That's why for you, I have to get.
What's the lie? Go ahead, give me one.
Okay, I have to defend Rob's honor here, okay?
Uh-huh.
He doesn't lie. He believes what he fucking says.
Literally, the
I'm right,
entire
like
section that we
95%
just
of the
did
time.
earlier on fucking Brexit was hilarious. You didn't even know that the country had Brexited yet, but you were out here like fucking pounding your chest about
Look,
how like confident you were about everything related to Brexit.
Listen,
It's fucking
listen.
insane. Like Jesus.
Listen. I'll say this. I was out of my depth in the Brexit shit.
Okay.
I don't think that I'm wrong about that they drug their feet on it and didn't implement it. And I think Brussels and a bunch of people intentionally wanted it to be shitty to encourage them to go back. But you're right
Also,
on
I'm
the
pretty
specifics
sure-
of like Ireland and
Well,
stuff.
No, didn't fucking Beckett? So I was about to say, didn't Beckett fucking say like we still like haven't figured out
what he
all
said.
the fucking shit?
I
Like,
asked.
The Brit
and I
blogger
accepted
fucking
his
said that
answer, and
we
now I'm an
haven't done a
asshole.
full. Yeah, we haven't done like a full Brexit. I'm pretty sure fucking Beckett said that.
But I'll admit, I wasn't particular. I enjoyed the debate, but the Brexit issue was so small of it. But sometimes you just get muddled in the specific thing. And on that particular part of the debate, I think that Destiny and Beckett and probably Dylan knew more about the specifics of exactly what's been going on with Brexit. I still think that I'm right in my overall assessment, but I wasn't sure if they officially pulled out or not. And when I asked Beckett, he was like, yeah, I know about this. No, we still haven't achieved Brexit. So I was going based on what he said.
Yep.
Right? But nonetheless, do you acknowledge that that document says that in February of 2020, Fauci was saying the real problem's the flu? Don't worry about coronavirus?
In February, yes. Now I'm trying to find a timeline of Trump's statements about the coronavirus.
Now this might shock you, but let me ask you this. Do you think Fauci would be carrying water for Trump in any way whatsoever? He seems to not really care.
Nope.
Okay. Would it shock you to know that what was the name of the journalist? Was it Woodward or Bernstein? I always get the two mixed up.
The Woodward guy that wrote the book?
Yes, it was Woodward, right? Where Woodward said in private, Trump was saying coronavirus is more serious, correct?
Sure.
When Fauci was asked about this, he said what Trump said publicly was in line with what we were telling him. They didn't want to freak people out. That's why they announced, don't go get masks, because they didn't want to freak people out. Now, you might say...
If that was the case, that's fine. The reason why I have a hard time believing that, and maybe there were issues that I'm unaware of, the reason why I had a hard time believing that is because it felt like it took until the infection started to get serious in the United States for us to get serious about having tests and PPE. I personally, and this might just be my rampant American patriotism showing through, I felt like there was no excuse for the United States of America to be so deplorable in the beginning stages when those tests came out, except because we didn't have the leadership from the top down to take it seriously. That was my feeling on that.
But let me push back on that. I don't disagree. There was a lot of... I think Trump did bad in the opposite way of you. I think that he paid lip service to lockdowns, which we're still suffering the economic effects of. I think that he said that governors like Cuomo was doing a great job that led to the death of the elderly. I think that he put so much faith in Fauci, who was fucking terrible, right? But nonetheless, there's definitely reason to criticize leadership for what happened with the pandemic or the response to it, however you want to put. My point was, why is it the Democrats that said that this was the most important issue, which, okay, COVID was a big deal. Why were they far more charitable with Biden? Biden came into office and basically his strategy was, well, vaccines, which already existed. And he was like, we'll get 1 million a day out, which was already happening. And he was like, and then we'll erase the virus and not the economy, right? I'll lock down the virus, not the economy. And under the same period of time with Trump, he had more deaths. He did nothing. Nothing at all.
I'm not even sure if it was
criticized
under the same time period, because don't people compare the first years?
Sure. Well, Trump wasn't there for a full year of COVID.
Yeah, the problem
right?
was, I think, because COVID deaths didn't start rolling in until March, right? So I don't know the time period, but like but the issue is, it felt like Biden was taking it seriously the entire time. It felt like Trump was trying to downplay it constantly.
Feels. That's the point. Feels. And then again, we went through
Okay,
this.
the
last
reason
time I
why it
debated.
feels that way is because Trump was alluding to bullshit medications that to this day were never proven, that Trump seemed to be downplaying it. I remember watching a clip, and I guess what I should do is I need to go back and find the date of every single time he said there's only 6 cases, there's only 12 cases, because I thought that continued into March. I thought that was an issue. And it seemed like the United States dragged its feet like crazy getting good tests and PPE out initially. And once we started to take it seriously, we rolled that out almost immediately. We took it very seriously.
It didn't help. Like, there's no evidence that, like, PPE, for example, really did anything. Like,
I feel like there's been quite a bit of evidence that shows that PPE helps a bit. I think the issue is getting people to utilize it correctly was a huge issue. It might be the case that in the end that like PPE is worthless just because nobody knows how to fucking wear a mask correctly. That might be the case. But I mean,
let me ask you this: what is if you had to point to one thing that you think would be the best at fighting COVID? Like, would it be lockdowns?
Vaccines.
Would it be vaccine? Okay, the vaccine. Who's been more consistent on celebrating the vaccine, Trump or Biden?
Oh, I probably both.
Has Trump ever said don't trust it?
I don't know if Biden's ever said don't trust it. I think
Yes, he
Kamala
did.
Harris made a
We went
statement.
through both of them did. Both Kamala and Biden did. They only started to say to trust the vaccine after Biden won the presidency. When it was Trump, they said, we don't know that we would trust it. Biden, I did this last debate. I could pull up the
You
quotes
showed
if
me
you
a
want
quote
Biden.
from Kamala Harris that was pretty dumb. She said something about like,
And
oh,
Biden.
I wouldn't blah, blah, blah. I need to see the quote again.
Let's see if I can find it again for you.
But also, I remember the defeater for this point, true though, or the defeater for this point that's funny is that if we look at the followers of Biden versus the followers of Trump, who's more likely to trust the vaccine?
Why does that matter?
Because when you say who supported the vaccine more, I would imagine the implications that the followers of the people supporting them are probably going to copy their beliefs. But regardless, it seems like Trump gets booed when he talks about vaccines. So.
Right. So how could you? But that would be like saying this. Well, the followers, a lot of followers of Martin Luther King engaged in violence. Well, it's not his fault. I mean, he clearly was against violence, and so just because people that wear an MLK shirt engage in violence, I don't blame MLK. Show me an example. Fuck, like you said, Trump supporters are pissed at how much he supports the vaccine.
Okay.
Right?
Also,
So
Biden's
I don't
quote was
think you can
apparently Biden's quote was, "I trust vaccines, I trust scientists, but I don't trust Donald Trump." You can do with that what you
right.
will.
There was more.
Okay.
I'll see if I can find more of it. Right. I'll send it to you. I will. It's in the last debate. You read it. It's but I'll see if I can find it. I got a new computer, so not all of my saved documents still exist, but I am looking for it as we talk here. Nonetheless, let's assume just while I look for that, what if Biden did say that? Then you would acknowledge Biden.
I would say, yeah,
it's
it's bad that you shouldn't have said that in the beginning, but since then, Biden has universally supported vaccines, and most followers of Biden are vaccinated, right? As compared to
Again,
Trump,
I don't
where Trump followers are highly critical of vaccines, because it's not like Trump supported the vaccine because he believes in medicine or the FDA. He just supported it because he wants credit for warp speed, right? So, I mean, like, I don't know what you want to say.
It goes on, that same article you're reading. Scientific breakthroughs don't care about calendars anymore than the virus does. They don't adhere to election cycles. So their timing, their approval, and distribution should never be distorted by political considerations. That's what he's saying when he's like, you shouldn't trust Trump, right?
Wait, that's what Biden said?
Yes.
Okay, that quote that you just skimmed through very quickly sounded pretty reasonable. Do you want to reread that?
Yes. He said, scientific breakthroughs don't care about calendars any more than the virus does. They certainly don't adhere to election cycles. And their timing, their approval, and distribution should never, ever be distorted by political considerations. That's why he's saying, I don't trust Trump. He's saying they're rushing the vaccine. I don't trust it. That's what he's saying.
That's a pretty big jump from that. The statement that Biden just said there sounds fine on its face, but...
There's more of them.
Okay. Okay, I'll give you the last point, because it sounds going to be like 10 minutes. I'm going to give you the last point I won't even rebut. So give me your last hardest hitting thing you want to get me on. Go for it.
Last hardest hitting thing. Would you ever come on my panel show?
Maybe. I'm trying to avoid the panels because they're fucking shit shows. What are your...
Like this?
Yeah,
But I'm the one who makes it a shit show,
Wait,
so if I'm
wait,
moderating...
Did you come on because we're internet friends? Why'd you come on if there's such shit shows?
Because I've been grinding StarCraft a lot, and I feel my fucking retarded audience goes on my subreddit like, oh, he didn't do politics. I'm like, fuck it, I'll do politics tonight. So I joined this.
Thank you, DGG chat, for fucking bullying your parasocial dad into the politics
You
scene
got
again.
me. There you
Thanks.
go.
I'm just saying, I think, Destiny, you have called me a conspiracy theorist before. I think a lot of the things I say, I'm not going to say I'm right all the time. And I try to admit, like I did somewhat with the Brexit stuff, when I'm weak on something. But I think that you are worse than me, and that when evidence is presented to you, it seems like you're more partisan than me. I criticize Trump all the time.
First of all, I doubt that. I'm pretty sure you only criticize Trump when people bring up how insanely hypocritical you are compared to Biden. But maybe not. Maybe I just don't hear it. Maybe I just don't hear it. Okay, I'll give you.
Can I say real quick, two things real quick?
Go for
I
it.
criticized Trump heavily when he bombed Syria, as I already mentioned this debate. I criticized him contemporaneously when he said we should do lockdowns. I criticized him massively with the massive budget spending, because I was sort of Tea Party adjacent, and I don't see how you could be in the Tea Party and against big budgets, and then Trump spent more than any president before him. So I did all that contemporaneously, not just after the fact.
Okay, I'd have to go back and look. I truly don't know. But fuck, I don't remember the point. Oh, the problem that I have is that a lot of people, especially around Hunter Biden, like to make extraordinary claims with no evidence. other than weak conjecture. If somebody wants to make an extraordinary claim, I'm going to need at least a little bit of evidence. Not there was a meeting and it looked shady, therefore one of the biggest scandals in all of U.S. history has happened. That's where I'm at. I try to apply the same standard. What?
I said you did rebut.
I'm just saying, I defended Trump earlier when someone on this panel suggested that Trump would sell fucking national security secrets. I don't think he would ever do that. And if he did, I would need to see proof of that. That's where I'm at. If somebody makes an extraordinary claim, I just like at least some type of evidence. But some people are willing to make crazy statements without any, and that just bothers me. But yeah, I mean,
I just think that it leads to paralysis, and it's selective because you wouldn't give the same benefit of the doubt if the name was Trump and not Biden, who had a quid pro quo.
What do you think I don't? Fired. What do you think I haven't given the benefit of the doubt to Trump?
That's kind of what he just said.
Yeah.
What?
He just said that I was being speculative and shitty to the fucking Trumps, and I would need more evidence if I was going to be speculative and shitty to the Trumps.
I just think that
I'm curious. What do you think I'm partisan on? Give me a thing where it's like if this is a Democrat or a Republican, you'd have a way different opinion on it. I'm curious.
Right. I think that you're probably more partisan of being anti-Trump than you are being pro.
Okay, what's the thing I would criticize Trump on that you don't think I'd criticize a Republican on? Or I'm sorry, Democrat on if they were doing the same thing?
I think you would criticize Trump if he issued a quid pro quo to force the firing of a prosecutor that was looking at the company that his son was a board of director on. I think you would say that's outrageous, that appearance is so bad, right? That's what I think you would do. Just
and you think I would ignore the fact that the rest of the world wanted this guy fired, that he was corrupt, that everybody knew that he needed to get out, but I would ignore all of that and go, oh, I think this is improper. I would say that.
Did you think that there should have been a Mueller investigation into Trump for his firing of Comey?
Was that what it was for? I thought it was for Russian stuff in general. Absolutely. I think
Rod Rosenstein said that they needed a special counsel because Comey was fired.
Okay. Yeah, I think there absolutely should have been, for sure.
Do you think that Republicans thought Comey should have been fired?
I don't know, but given everything that had happened, given the fact that Manafort was part of his team coming in, given how weird it was, how he was firing people around him for seemingly not, I guess, like bending the knee. Yeah, I think an investigation was totally warranted, 100%.
Okay, well, the Democrats also wanted Comey fired.
Okay. Did that ever happen?
Okay, so you just said if a bunch of people said we want this guy fired, then you wouldn't question it if he fired him.
Who were a bunch of people? Hold on. You're telling me a bunch of people wanted Comey fired for his behavior with regards to Trump? Or are you saying a bunch of people wanted Comey fired after what happened with Hillary Clinton?
Yes.
Okay. This is an example in my favor because I was the only fucking Democrat in the world, I think, that was empathetic to Comey's position, even acknowledging that it might have cost Hillary the election. And I'm pretty sure I said that multiple times.
That's fair for you. But
okay.
What does that have to do? The point
but Democrats didn't want Comey fired because of what had happened with Trump.
Right. That's right. That's the point, right? And so when we go back to the Shokin...
Hold on.
No, listen, Destiny, listen. No. If we go back to the Shokin example...
No, hold on. You're trying to compare... You're trying to say that everything is the same. There were legitimate reasons why Comey probably... There were strong arguments for him probably should have been fired after the Hillary Clinton email thing. That was above and beyond for that... Like, there are... Like, I'm like 51% on Comey's side. I'm pretty sure any legal expert or lawyer or anybody that works in intelligence anywhere in the United States would probably say his ass should have been toast after that. 100% would be my guess. Okay, but I was willing to say, like, I'm empathetic to his position. But what happened afterwards with Trump, I'm not going to carry the same shit from the shit that he did to Hillary Clinton to the shit that he did with Trump. Those are two totally different situations. Like, Trump was on record firing Comey for a lack of loyalty. Right? The reason why Democrats wanted Comey fired was because he arguably decided the outcome of a fucking election as an intelligence official, going above and beyond, making public statements about a presidential candidate. That's fucking insane.
Okay, so your argument would be, correct me if I'm wrong, that both Republicans and Democrats had different reasons for wanting James Comey to no longer be there.
Yes.
But you still think, despite that all of these people wanted that, or so many people wanted, it still seems like there was a conflict of interest in the reason or the situation surrounding Trump firing Comey.
Yes. My understanding, unless I'm wrong, was that he was fired because he didn't give loyalty to Trump. That's what I thought was reported, that Trump wanted loyalty from Comey. Comey didn't give it, and then Trump fired him as a result of that.
Rosenstein recommended the firing of Comey.
When?
And then once... He recommended, I don't know the exact date, but he recommended in a letter to Trump that Comey be fired. And then Trump did fire him. And then Rosenstein recommended that a special prosecutor be announced. But the point I'm trying to make here is, like, it's the same situation with Shokin. A bunch of people wanted Shokin fired for a bunch of shit. He took bribes. He didn't he didn't cooperate with the UK. The IMF thought that he was helping oligarchs. Blah,
Okay,
blah, blah.
I'm sorry. Hold on.
But-
I just have to reiterate that I do not trust you because you're one of the most bad faith people I've ever. So I looked up this thing for why he recommended Comey be fired, and the paragraph is: the current FBI director is an articulate and persuasive speaker about leadership and the immutable principles of the Department of Justice. He deserves our appreciation for his public service. As you and I have discussed, however, I cannot defend the director's handling of the conclusion of the investigation of Secretary Clinton's emails. And I do not understand his refusal to accept the nearly universal judgment that he was mistaken. So it sounds like this was in regards to Hillary's emails,
right,
not about him not giving loyalty to Trump.
Where did I say that? I said that Rosenstein recommended the firing of Trump.
Sure, because I said there are probably legitimate reasons to want Comey fired. The Hillary Clinton email thing would be one of them, and it seems like this just reinforced that point, but him not being loyal to Trump wasn't one of those good reasons.
Okay, so again, you keep saying I'm bad faith, but every time we go to the record, I'm right. I didn't say that he recommended firing Trump because he was upset because of loyalty. I said he recommended firing Comey, and then Trump did, and then Rosenstein said, okay, but we want a special counsel. And the reason, correct me if I'm wrong, Destiny, the reason you would say is, well, because of Trump's personal stake in it, and there could be potential personal benefits, even though Rosenstein recommended the firing, he thought that those personal stakes were too much. That required an investigation.
The feeling to me was that Comey was fired because he didn't give loyalty to Trump. That was the feeling that I had.
But nonetheless, that's not answering my question. What I'm saying is Rosenstein changed his mind, so to speak. He recommended his firing and then said we need a special counsel because he was fired. And that's because you think that he thought that Trump may have fired him for personal reasons or something other than what Rosenstein said.
Because Trump
correct?
was making specific asks to Comey regarding Flynn's investigation. He was demanding loyalty from him and telling his FBI agents to get off Flynn, who was later convicted for lying to the fucking FBI.
That he didn't lie to the FBI. It was bullshit. They just more evidence of their corruption. We can go through the 302s if you want.
Flynn did lie to the. What do you mean he didn't lie? What was he convicted for?
What was his lie?
I think they asked him if he was in contact with a particular person, and he denied that he was in contact with that person. And I think later he tried to say, I didn't know it was an investigation or something about it.
Now, what in the 302s, the FBI's 302s of this, first off, the FBI agents that left said they didn't think he did anything to warrant any investigation, but didn't matter. The DOJ decided to go after him anyways. Secondly, what in that 302, they asked him 3 times, did you talk to your counterpart in Russia about sanctions? And at first he's like, at first he's like, no. And then they ask him again and he's like, I don't think so. And the third time he says, I don't believe I did, but maybe I just forgot and I couldn't recall. That's his lie, saying, I don't think I did, but I can't recall. How many times have we heard Democrats or FBI people say, I can't recall?
According to the Mueller report, in the following days, Flynn proceeded to lie about not discussing the sanctions with Kislyak to incoming Chief of Staff Reince Priebus, incoming Press Secretary Sean Spicer, and Vice President-elect Mike Pence. The trio publicly repeated Flynn's falsehood to the media. On January 13th, Spicer said the Flynn-Kislyak call was only centered on the logistics of setting up a Trump-Putin call after Trump became president. On January 15th, Priebus said, I have talked to General Flynn, none of that came up, and the subject matter of sanctions or the action taken by the Obama administration did not come up in the conversation. On January 15th, Pence said that he discussed the matter with Flynn and that the Flynn-Kislyak call did not discuss anything having to do with the United States' decision to expel diplomats or impose censure against Russia. As a result, the Obama administration officials feared that these publicly stated falsehoods would result in a compromised situation for Flynn because the DOJ assessed that the Russian government could prove Flynn lied, which was stated in the Mueller report. Do you think something is wrong here?
Yes. So it said that a bunch of people reported shit to the media, but the fundamental claim is, did Flynn lie to the FBI agents, correct?
I believe so, yes.
All right, here's the FBI 302. Quote, this is from page 11. The interviewing agents asked Flynn if he recalled any conversation with Kislyak in which Kislyak told him the government of Russia had taken into account the incoming administration's position about the expulsions, or where Kislyak said the government of Russia had responded or chosen to modulate their response in any way to the U.S. actions as a result of the request by the incoming administration. Whoa. Flynn stated it was possible that he talked to Kislyak on the issue, but if he did not remember. Does that sound like a guy who's saying, no, I didn't talk about that? By the way, you'll notice in the entire 302, the concept that the word sanctions never comes up. They're talking about the expulsions. So Flynn's like, and remember, the underlying crime that Flynn's being investigated.
I gotta see if another Rob lie. Can you link me exactly what you're reading? This is the last subject. This is the last thing. We're not going back.
So can you at least admit every time I've linked you that what I said was fundamentally true?
Not really. There's always been more context behind it. The thing you just brought up about Rosenstein recommending Comey's firing was in regards to Hillary Clinton's email.
I didn't say he recommended, and you're clearly like, not only did I not say he recommended his firing because of loyalty, I was saying that even the Democrats wanted him fired for a different reason. My point that I was trying to make is it's possible that people could say, we want this guy fired, and then a guy say, yeah, fire him, but he's doing so for selfish reasons. And I said, if Trump did that, you would be like, no, we should investigate. But when Biden did it with Shokin, you were like, nope. And you said, if it was the other shoe was on the other foot, I'd be okay.
Remotely comparable you think these things are, but we've already done this, but...
Okay, so you want to go to page 11? Now, I'll admit, earlier up here, and you could read it for yourself, it's a bit lengthy, but they ask him basically the same question 3 times, and first he's like, no, I didn't do that, and then he's like, well, I don't recall, and then the last time, he's like, it's possible that could have happened, but I don't recall.
Okay, so I have to read almost this whole thing then, because if he only got to the truth in the end, because they basically had gotten him cornered and they said it, my understanding is, doesn't that still count as perjuring yourself?
No, not in the context of an interview if you end up saying, I guess I don't remember, but it could have happened. How would that be perjury? If you ask me, Rob, did you eat chicken yesterday? And I'm like, no. And you're like, did you eat chicken yesterday? I'm like, I'm not sure. And did you eat chicken? I'm like, well, that could have happened. I'm not sure.
Let's say that I ask you, Rob, did you eat chicken yesterday? You go, no, I don't think so. And I say, are you sure you didn't? You're like, I don't think so. And then I go to the kitchen and then I pull out the chicken container and I open the Tupperware and I say, Rob, there's no chicken here. Did you eat chicken yesterday? And you're like, I don't remember.
Right. It's a good example. Did I perjure myself if that was a legal setup?
Yes.
No, I didn't.
If you knew that you ate chicken. But hey, you guys are autistic as fuck, but I love you both. Thank you kindly for coming on. I'm going to go to sleep and all that kind of stuff. Again, thank you, Destiny, for swinging by. Rob, thank you kindly. I'll see you tomorrow night. Yep. And then just real quick shout out, Counterpoints 30K is going to be Counterpoints 40K in the next couple of months because I'm going to hit 40K subscribers. 95% of my content, 99% of my content is Warhammer related, media breakdowns and lore episodes and all that kind of stuff. It's doing kind of well. It's kind of fun. It's interesting. Politics stuff goes on to Counterpoints Coliseum. Coliseum is spelled COLOSSEUM, I believe. Counterpoints Coliseum. It's also linked down in the description. So if any GGGers or if any normies with Rob Nor want to fucking come check out my shit, I appreciate you guys. Both of you have a beautiful evening.
Thanks, Con.
Love you, buddy.
Love you too.
Okay, wait. This is gonna be the last thing you do. I'm gonna read. I'm gonna read this whole fucking thing. Okay, ready?
You go for it, man. Read it out loud.
On January 24th, 2017, Deputy Assistant Director Peter Strzok II and blank interviewed United States National Security Advisor Michael T. Flynn, dated blah, 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 at his office in the White House. After being advised of the identities of the interviewing agents and the nature of the interview, Flynn provided the following information. Flynn's first invitation to Russia occurred when he was the director of the Defense Intelligence Agency. Flynn was the first DIA director to be invited to GRU headquarters. During that 4-day trip in 2013, he participated in a leadership development program at GRU headquarters. Flynn received proper authorization within the U.S. government prior to conducting the trip. Flynn could not recall if he met Russia's ambassador to the United States, Sergei Ivanovich Kislyak. Yeah. During this trip, Flynn described the Russians as very appreciative of his visit. During this trip to Russia as DIA director, Flynn first met the then GRU director, Sergen. Following the trip, Flynn and Sergen continued their relationship on at least one occasion through video teleconference and were planning a visit for Sergen to travel to the United States on February 28, 2014. Russia invaded Crimea in the weeks prior to Sergen's planned trip. Sergen's trip was canceled, and Flynn had no further contact with the GRU director. Flynn described Sergen as having common ground with Flynn in that they had similar backgrounds, their sons were the same age, and they had a connection in fighting terrorism. Sergen had scars from Chechnya, and they shared stories about Afghanistan. Flynn stated he called Ambassador Kislyak following Sergen's death in Lebanon early last year to express his condolences. Flynn said he was not really part of the Trump campaign at the time of this call to Kislyak. Flynn stated his second trip to Russia after he left U.S. government service had received so much press attention that it was unbelievable. As background, Flynn explained that he was never paid directly by media entities. However, he had been a contributor to a variety of media entities, including Al Jazeera, Russia Today, Sky, and MSNBC. Prior to the presidential inauguration, Flynn spoke to some representatives in each of approximately 30 countries' governments. Flynn stated the only exception to that practice was Russia, and that Flynn had substantive conversations only with Kislyak and no other members of the government of Russia. Flynn's interest in Russia was as a common partner in the war on terror. Flynn does not know if Putin and Trump will get along, but it is Flynn's job to figure out paths to work with Russia to fight terrorism. Sometime prior to Christmas 2016, the Russian ambassador, blank, was assassinated. Flynn called Kislyak the next day to say he was sorry and to reinforce that terrorism was our common problem. Flynn noted that it was a short call, and that was it. On Christmas Day, a Russian military plane crashed and killed all on board to include what was the equivalent to the Russian USO. It was the same Russian choir that sang at the RT event. Flynn called Kislyak to pass his condolences, as his intent was to try to keep the relationship with Kislyak going. Flynn expanded that he had no particular affinity for Russia, but that Kislyak was his counterpart, and maintaining trusted relationships within foreign governments is important. Shortly after Christmas...
Real quick,
What?
You don't disagree. None of this even seems shady yet, right? You want our incoming national security advisor to be talking to his counterpart saying, we don't want conflict, we want to be allies. None of that's bad, right?
I mean, the only ways that it could be shady is if, one, he never kept up with anybody else, and two, if this isn't standard procedure. So far, I would assume this is standard procedure.
Yeah, the Biden admin did this. I was okay with them doing it.
Sure.
Too. Anyway,
I don't know. It doesn't seem weird yet.
I
but,
want us to de-escalate, and if that means the incoming administration's doing their best, I'm all for it.
Sure, yeah. If there's a standard practice, it's a standard practice. Shortly after Christmas 2016, Flynn took a vacation to the Dominican Republic with his wife. On December 28th, Kislyak sent Flynn a text stating, "Can you call me?" Flynn noted cellular reception was poor, and he was not checking his phone regularly, consequently did not see the text until approximately 24 hours later. Upon seeing the text, Flynn responded that he would call in 15 to 20 minutes, and he and Kislyak subsequently spoke. The Dominican Republic was 1 hour ahead of the time in Washington, D.C. During the call, Kislyak asked Flynn to set up blah, blah, blah. In addition, Flynn and Kislyak discussed the U.S. sending an observer to blah, blah, blah. Flynn stated he did not respond back to Kislyak about the blank until probably this week. Flynn did not make the decision on who would represent the U.S. till the 20th or 21st of January, and finally determined an observer from blank. The interviewing agents asked Flynn if he had any other text, email, or personal meetings with Kislyak or other Russians. Flynn volunteered that after the election, he had a closed-door meeting with Kislyak. The interviewing agents asked Flynn if he recalled any something with Kislyak about the conversations.
Yep.
Can you see that?
No, but I think you could.
Conversations with Kislyak about a United Nations vote surrounding the issue of Israeli settlements. Flynn quickly responded, yes, good reminder. On the 22nd of December, Flynn called a litany of countries to include Israel, the UK, Senegal, Egypt, maybe France, and maybe Russia/Kislyak. Part of the reason for Flynn's calls was to conduct an exercise to see how fast the incoming administration could get someone on the line. Flynn likened it to a battle drill to see who the administration could reach at a crisis. The exercise was conducted at the campaign's GSA Transition Building on 18th and I Street Northwest, which Flynn described as a somewhat chaotic environment. Flynn stated he conducted these calls to attempt to get a sense of where countries stood on the UN vote, specifically whether they intended to vote or abstain. The interviewing agents asked Flynn if he made any request of Kislyak to vote in a particular way or to take any action. Flynn stated he did not. Flynn stated he did not believe his calls to the various countries would change anything. Flynn recalled there needed to be a certain number of abstention votes to alter the outcome, and that having looked at the math at the time, he knew it could not be achieved. Flynn said 14 countries were voting and had a recollection of the number of 5 votes being important. In the end, only the U.S. abstained. Flynn stated his calls were about asking where countries would stand on a vote, not any requests of, hey, if you do this. The interviewing agents asked Flynn if he had made any comments to Kislyak about voting in a certain manner or slowing down the vote, or if Kislyak described any Russian response to a request by Flynn. Flynn answered no. Flynn stated the conversations were along the lines of, where do you stand and what's your position? Flynn heard through other channels that blank did not like the vote and believed the blank of their own blah 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 delayed the vote a day. Flynn again stated that he appreciated the interviewing agents reminding him that he had another conversation with Kislyak. The interviewing agents asked Flynn if he recalled any conversation with Kislyak surrounding the expulsion of Russian diplomats or closing of Russian properties in response to Russian hacking activities surrounding the election. Flynn stated he did not. Flynn reiterated his conversation about the blank described earlier. Flynn noted he was not aware of the then upcoming actions as he did not have access to television news in the Dominican Republic and his government BlackBerry was not working. The interviewing agents asked Flynn if he recalled any conversation with Kislyak in which the expulsions were discussed, where Flynn might have encouraged Kislyak not to escalate the situation, to keep the Russian response reciprocal, or not to engage in a tit-for-tat. Flynn responded, not really, I don't remember. It wasn't, don't do anything. The U.S. government's response was a total surprise to Flynn. Flynn did not know about the persona non grata action until it was in the media. Kislyak and Flynn were starting off on a good footing, and Flynn was looking forward to the relationship. With regard to the scope of the Russians who were expelled, Flynn said he did not understand it. Flynn stated he could not understand one persona non grata. He could understand one, but not 35. The interviewing agents asked Flynn if he recalled any conversation with Kislyak in which Kislyak told him the government of Russia had taken into account the incoming administration's positions about the expulsions, or where Kislyak said the government of Russia had responded, or chosen to modulate their response in any way to the U.S.'s action as a result of a request by the incoming administration. Flynn stated it was possible that he talked to Kislyak on the issue, but if he did not remember doing so. Flynn stated he was attempting to start a good relationship with Kislyak and move forward. Flynn remembered making 4 to 5 calls that day about this issue, but that the Dominican Republic was a difficult place to make a call as he kept having connectivity issues. Flynn reflected and stated he did not think he would have had a conversation with Kislyak about the matter, as he did not know the explosions were coming. Flynn stated he did not have a long, drawn-out conversation with Kislyak where he would have asked him to don't do something. On January 24th,
That's a repeat. That's just the same thing. You see what I mean?
Oh, it's a Oh, I see.
Yeah. If you go to the top, it's the same. It's just 5 pages. See, if you go to page 2 on January 24th, 2017.
Okay, so what was he? So what were the actual charges that were brought against him?
So he was charged with. I'll see if I can find it. He was charged allegedly, I believe, with lying about a conversation about sanctions and asking Russia not to retaliate.
Okay.
First off, the underlying crime is nonsensical. Like, we would want him saying,
I
don't
just
retaliate.
don't care about any of your opinions about what is nonsense.
Well,
I'm just curious what he was
that's
actually
fair.
charged
You
with.
don't. Secondly, the FBI agents that left didn't think he committed a crime.
I also don't. It's not really up to an FBI agent to decide that as well, right?
That's what
a prosecutor's for.
But it's all about the FBI agents and what they're claiming. There's no recording of this. It's just their notes, correct? The 302. So you would
sure,
think
but
that
whether or not because my understanding was that the reason why the DOJ wanted to move forward with this was it sounded like he had told something different to Pence and there were 1 or 2 other people mentioned, but that public statements were being made that were in contradiction to what Flynn knew privately. And that's why the DOJ was worried, was because if Flynn was telling lies, that Russia could somehow exploit that, was my understanding for why.
He was charged with lying to investigators, so he could say whatever he wants. That's not a crime. Like, for example, if I get hired in the Biden administration and I lie to Karen Jean-Pierre, that's not a crime. It's a crime if I lie to
I'm just saying this is why I thought this was the motivation for the DOJ pursuing the Flynn stuff, was because they heard these statements being made publicly in contradiction to one another.
We could disagree on what the motivations were.
Okay, that was their stated motive. I know that secretly they really wanted to fuck him over because they were all Democrats in the deep state and whatever. I'm just saying that was what the publicly stated stuff was for, okay? I know that in reality it was the deep state that was controlled by Obama and Seth Richard was murdered by these FBI agents, okay? All right, let me just read what the charges were. We got it.
Like, smear me as a conspiracy theorist. Every time we've gone to the record here, I've been right, but good.
That's absolutely not true.
I posted a link. Now, I cannot at this point find the official indictment, but I found this article from France 24 is supposedly quoting it.
Well, it
says on or about
reading the Wikipedia article. It should be on the Wikipedia article, I would imagine, right?
Okay. I'll read what I have. On or about January 24, 2017, defendant Michael Flynn did willfully and knowingly make materially false, fictitious, and fraudulent statements and representations over a government matter. The charges allege that Flynn falsely denied to investigators that just as Obama administration was announcing new sanction and expulsion of 35 diplomats over Moscow's interference in 2016, Flynn privately asked Kislyak to refrain from escalating the situation by retaliating. Flynn allegedly also lied to investigators about Kislyak's subsequent answer that Russia would moderate its response, according to the charging document. Let's go back to what Flynn said here again. Flynn stated it was possible that he talked to Kislyak, but if he did not remember doing so.
Hold on.
Then when asked, the interviewing agents asked
Wait, let me find the charges of what you just said. The charges allege that Flynn falsely denied to investigate that just the Obama administration was announcing new sanctions and the expulsion of 35 diplomats. Flynn privately asked Kislyak to refrain from escalating the situation by retaliating.
Okay, so let's see what he said again. The interviewing agents asked Flynn if he recalled any conversation with Kislyak in which the expulsions were discussed, where Flynn might have encouraged Kislyak to not escalate the situation, to keep Russian response reciprocal, or to not engage in a tit for tat. Flynn responded, "Not really. I don't remember. It wasn't don't do anything." The interviewing agents asked Flynn if he recalled any conversation with Kislyak in which Kislyak told him the government blah 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 blah.
Wait. Hold on. Okay. Help me figure this out, okay?
Okay.
So it sounds like the charges are Flynn said to investigators, "Oh no, like I didn't say anything about the expulsion of the diplomats. I didn't even know that until it was in the media." That's a bigger statement than just saying, maybe I did, maybe I didn't, I'm not sure, but I didn't even know about it until it was in the media. That's a bigger statement than saying, "Oh, I don't remember." You understand those are two way different things, right?
Well, he's saying I don't recall, though.
No, hold on. Let's say that I go to a party and I find out that there's an old girl that I used to fuck there. And my girlfriend is like, "Hey, why did you go to that party last night? Rebecca was there. And I'm like, oh, I don't know. I didn't even know Rebecca was going to be there. Or maybe, I don't know. But then let's say she finds on my cell phone earlier that somebody sent me a text saying, hey, Rebecca's coming tonight. I'm like, okay, I'll be there. You understand that me saying that, like, oh, I didn't know she's gonna be there, that's a lie. So what the charges are claiming here, and I could be wrong, and you can say, and you might still be completely right, but the charges are saying is that Flynn did know that those 35 diplomats were gonna be expelled. Is that true? Is that what was actually, because if he did know that, when he was talking to the FBI, he explicitly said, not really, I don't remember. It wasn't don't do anything. The US government's response was a total surprise to Flynn because Flynn did not know about the persona non grata action until it was in the media.
Right. So this is what it says specifically. Flynn remembered so the expulsion happens. Then he's on the phone. And then it says, quote, Flynn remembered making 4 or 5 calls that day about this issue, but that the Dominican Republic was difficult to make a call, blah, blah, blah. Flynn reflected and stated he did not think he would have had a conversation with Kislyak about the matter, as he did not know the expulsions were coming. Flynn stated he did not have a long, drawn-out discussion with Kislyak where he would have asked him to don't do something.
So if he did have that discussion, he did lie to the FBI. Because he would have known about that, and he's giving evidence of like, oh, I didn't even know this explosion was coming. So you're
saying that the lie would not have been that he said, I didn't remember a tit for tat, but the lie would have been he knew expulsions were coming, but claimed he didn't.
That's what it sounds like the charge is, yes.
Okay, but it doesn't to me, because let's read the charge again. On or about January 24, 2017, defendant Michael Flynn did willfully and knowingly make materially false, fictitious, and fraudulent statements and representations. The charges allege that Flynn falsely denied to investigators that just as the Obama administration announced new sanction and expulsion of 35 diplomats on Moscow's interference, Flynn privately asked Kislyak to refrain from escalating the situation by retaliating.
Yes. So here's what we have to agree on.
About the subsequent answer.
Yeah. Wait. Right, wait. So if he did actually talk about that, he did lie to the FBI. Because he told the FBI, I didn't even know those people were going to be expelled. But in order for him to have this conversation with Kislyak, he must have known that. So he was lying to the...
The news broke that day. He said I had 4 or 5 calls with other people about it.
No. Let's go back. Wait, no. Hold on. No, let's just read the FBI statement. Okay. The interviewing agents asked Flynn if he recalled any conversation with Kislyak in which the expulsions were discussed, where Flynn might have encouraged Kislyak not to escalate the situation, to keep the Russian response reciprocal, or not to engage in a tit for tat. Flynn responded, not really. I don't remember. It wasn't don't do anything. The U.S. government's response was a total surprise to Flynn. Flynn did not know about the persona non grata action until it was in the media. That's what Flynn told the FBI. But if Flynn did know that persona non grata shit was coming down the pipeline, and he did ask Kislyak about it, he lied to the FBI 100% here. If he did know about that. He has to, right?
Unless he didn't remember, but fair enough. Let's say
he didn't remember that he knew when it... No. Because it sounds like, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, because this is hazy. There's a long time. But it sounds to me like what is being accused of is what Flynn is doing is he's trying to get ahead of a situation that might look bad on Trump. So he's having a conversation with him. He's like, listen, I know that some diplomats are going to be expelled, but like, can we just fucking chill on this so that you don't roast my fucking boss as soon as we come into office? And I'm guessing that type of conversation with an incoming admin is probably improper. And when the FBI asked about that, he's like, okay, no, I don't think I had the conversation. I didn't even know that shit was going to happen. And then they find out you did know that was going to happen, and you did have that conversation. That's a bold-faced lie.
Why wouldn't that be the charge?
That is the charge. The charge is that he lied to investigators, falsely denied to investigators. Or do you want to read it, or?
Yes, the charges allege that he denied to investigators that just as Obama was announcing new sanctions, the expulsion of diplomats, that Flynn privately asked Kislyak to refrain from escalating the situation by retaliating. He also lied about Kislyak's answer.
So did he lie about that?
Well, does it look like it? What's he say here? I don't recall. You're saying, well, wait a minute.
Hold on. Wow, I can't believe you're doing this. Yeah, okay.
If I may, right? What you're saying is this. Okay, fair enough. When it comes to the tit for tat, he literally says, not really, I don't remember. It wasn't do anything. I could have had that conversation. I don't recall. That's when it comes to the tit for tat, right?
That's not the lie. The lie is him saying, I didn't even know about the persona non grata stuff. That's the lie. Okay.
But the indictment that we're looking at right now, though it's granted, we don't have the official document. I don't think you do. I don't.
Well, we can just see what he was charged with, right? Or I'm sorry, what he was convicted of.
You could look, right? But what he would be convicted of was the actual charge, I would assume, unless they brought further charges. But again, this doesn't say he lied about having foreknowledge of the expulsions. And you don't have any proof that he lied about foreknowledge of the expulsions. You're just like, well, maybe he did. And what you seem to be pointing to is, well, it would make sense if he did have foreknowledge that he would have gone on the phone with Kislyak. But what this document's saying is, again, I'll repeat, it's saying he wasn't with the Obama administration, right? So it was Obama that expelled these diplomats. So he's in the Dominican, and all of a sudden, oh shit, that shit's kicking off. Obama's team kicked out a bunch of Russian diplomats. So all of a sudden, he's on the phone, and he's talking to
Okay,
Kislyak,
hold on.
and
Wait.
he's like,
So here, this is the statement of offense right here. We can just read it, okay?
Yeah, can you
So
link it?
I'm looking at like C and D here, right? On D, immediately after his phone call with the PTT official, Flynn called the Russian ambassador and requested that Russia not escalate the situation and only respond to the U.S. sanctions in a reciprocal manner. If that is true, he did lie to the FBI, and he should have fallen for it.
Okay, so show me where that. Where's the documents where we would find that?
I don't know. This is the conviction thing, isn't it? United States District Court for the District of Columbia. This is the. Are you saying that that's just not true? That statement there is not true?
What part are you at? What
I'm
part
looking
are you
under
at?
subsection D.
Subsection D. What page is it?
It's like
Immediately
page
after his phone call, Flynn called the Russian ambassador and requested that Russia not escalate the situation. Where's their proof of that? Because the only proof we have is the FBI's 302s, which I just read you, which shows that's not what he did.
No. Okay, the proof. Okay, let me see if you would agree with this. If he did have a conversation with Kislyak where he asked them not to escalate, do you agree that he was lying to the FBI?
No. Let me read again and tell you why. The interviewing agents asked Flynn if he recalled any conversation with Kislyak in which expulsions were discussed, where he may have encouraged Kislyak to not escalate the situation to keep the response reciprocal or to not engage for a tit-for-tat. Flynn's response, not really, I don't remember. It wasn't don't do anything.
No, you're hold on. No. Wait, you're missing the most important part. Flynn was saying that he couldn't have possibly said anything because he didn't know about the persona non grata action. But he did.
Again, can you give me just a second to explain this? Then show me in the document where they say that's proof of his lie. Instead, what they say is, immediately after his call, he called this guy and requested that Russia not escalate the situation and only respond to U.S. sanctions in a reciprocal manner.
Yeah, wait, escalate what situation? It's about the persona non grata thing. That's what he was calling to talk about. But he told the FBI...
Please, let me finish, right? One, you're acting like, well, he had to know about this because he's on the call. He's admitting, I knew about it because it fucking happened. It was in the news.
He's saying that when he made the call to Kislyak, he didn't ask for he didn't ask for them not to say anything, right?
Right.
Because he didn't know about it yet. It hadn't gone live yet.
No, that's not what he's saying. Why is he talking to Kislyak? Wait, why would he be talking to Kislyak if no one knew about this situation? In fact, even the indicting document says immediately after the situation broke. So no one's accusing him of calling Kislyak before the diplomats were expelled and saying, hey, something bad's about to happen. He's saying, oh shit, something bad happened. So I'm on the phone and I talked to Kislyak and they're like, did you tell him not to reciprocate? He's like, I don't recall that. And then he later says, it could have happened, but I don't remember. And you're like, well, the lie is that he had to have foreknowledge. But that's not what the indicting document says. And nothing shows that whatsoever.
Hold on.
Now, I do thank you for providing this. I couldn't find this fucking thing.
What page am I looking at here, guys? Do I have to go down? Oh, page 9? Okay. How did they get these fucking transcripts? Jesus.
This was released.
No, here, I'm giving you transcripts apparently for the... No, this is apparently the calls. Flynn, automated recording. Hello, you've reached General Michael Flynn. My number is blank. Leave a message at the beep, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Thank you. The tone, please. Good morning, General. This Sergei Kislyak, Russian ambassador. I apologize. I simply wanted to check whether you have to the idea of our two presidents speaking to Jesus Christ after the inauguration. You remember our conversation? We certainly would appreciate any indications when you're going to possible. Wait, this is what I'm looking for? 27?
You put a link of what you're looking at?
Yeah, I linked it in the last thing.
Okay.
It
doesn't matter if he literally said have a tit for tat. He's saying it could have happened. I don't remember. So if the transcript of the call shows that he said don't do a tit for tat, what does that prove? He still didn't lie.
Wait, hold on. Wait, I think you just linked to the same fucking thing. Sorry, someone fucking...
Not me, right? Yeah, I was gonna say I didn't.
Oh, no, wait, hold on. Okay, I'm linking you a different thing. I don't know how there's so many different things. Kislyak wants to discuss Middle East policy. Russians want to convey saying the Russians are very interested in working with the President-elect's team to help peace process in Syria. Russians are thinking about an event in Astana, Kazakhstan, to January 20. Thirdly, the Kremlin would like to convey to the President-elect to organize a conversation via a secure line video between the White House and the Kremlin. It should be blah, blah, blah. Opponents ideas to congratulate Trump and discuss issues. Flynn says he understands. Flynn wants to convey the following to Moscow. Do not allow this administration to box in right now. Kislyak says they've conveyed very clearly. Flynn. So depending on what actions they take over this current issue of cyber stuff, where they are looking like they are going to dismiss some number of Russians out of the country, I understand all that. I understand the information that they have and all that, but I ask Russia to do is to not, if anything, I know you have to have some sort of action to only make it reciprocal. Don't go any further than you have to, because I don't want to get into something that have to escalate to a tit for tat. You follow me? Kislyak says he understands what Flynn is saying, but Flynn might appreciate the sentiments that are raging right now in Moscow. Flynn says, I know, believe me, I do. I very much appreciate it, but I really do not want us to get into the situation where everybody goes back and forth. Everybody needs to be a tough guy here. We don't need that right now. We need cool heads to prevail, and we need to be very steady about what we do. Kislyak agrees. Now, when FSB and GRU are sanctioned, and Kislyak asks himself, does it mean that the U.S. is not willing to work on terrorist threats? Kislyak poses a question. Flynn says yes. Kislyak says he heard Flynn and will try people in Moscow to understand. Flynn repeats asking to reciprocate moderately, because if Moscow sends out 60 people, you will shut down the embassy. Flynn, let's keep this at even kill level. Then when we come in, we'll have a better conversation where we are going to go regarding our relationship. And also, basically, we have to take these enemies on where we have. We definitely become an enemy. You have a problem with it. We have a problem with the Middle East. Blah, blah, blah. Flynn promises to rely about the 27th or 21st. He cannot commit to it. We will relay it. Flynn appreciates the reservation of the current administration's position on the Middle East. Blah, blah, blah. So basically he told the FBI that this conversation never happened, or if it did, he didn't remember it, and the FBI decided that he was lying here, and you're saying that maybe he just forgot this conversation? That's where we're at this right now?
I'm saying that someone saying, I don't recall it could have happened, is not a lie.
Why do you think Flynn ultimately pled guilty to his charges?
They were threatening to prosecute his son for other things.
Oh, it's a whole other claim. Does it, Chad?
Doesn't matter. Why is that relevant? Why is
because
it?
Because
like
every time I ask you a question, there's like another fucking Halliburton or the CIA.
Why
or
did
like
that road? Why does it matter? Why does it matter?
Well, I'm curious why he pled guilty. If you think it's like so clear that it's like obviously not a.
I mean, there's tons of reasons that people plead guilty, and I've told you my belief about his son, but let's disregard that. Let's say, I don't know, maybe he pled guilty because he thought that he didn't have the resources to fight this, and he was worried that there would be a lengthy sentence, and he didn't trust that it would be a fair procedure given what had already happened to him. All I know is the only documentation we have of his interview with the FBI agents is the 302s, and the 302s clearly have him saying that could have happened, I don't recall. And if I'm fine if we're going to say bullshit, you don't recall, that's bullshit. As long as we have that evenly applied across the board. When people go and testify in front of Congress or the FBI that are Republicans, Democrats, FBI, etc., and say, I don't recall, as we've seen hundreds of examples of everyone on both sides of the aisle do, then prosecute their ass. But we're not going to do that. This was the time that it was like, I don't recall, that all of a sudden was worthy of a prosecution.
Okay, so at the end of all of this, here's one question. Is he legally allowed to make that call?
So there's questions about the... If you give me just a second, there's something called the Logan Act, right?
Yep.
You know what the Logan Act is?
Yeah, I think this is spoken a lot, that you can't write new policies in incoming administration or whatever, basically.
Yeah, you're not supposed to. Well, it's not just incoming administration. You as a domestic person who's not a part of government aren't allowed to be talking to hostile foreign people, right? So that's never been prosecuted, right? And we know that incoming administrations do this all the time. The Biden administration did it as well. But it was Biden himself in a meeting that we now have access to that suggested going after Flynn for the Logan Act, which was the impetus for Comey, who admitted that the intention...
Just is he allowed to make this call? That's my question.
Yes. Norms would be that he's allowed to make this call because every administration does things like this.
Okay. All right. Well,
for example, John Kerry was in Iran discussing the nuclear deal after he was out of office. Is that a crime?
I don't know if that's the same thing as I don't even believe you. I'd have to look it up. I don't know what that. I don't know. That's another claim I'd have to look up. I don't know if what you're saying is half true. Like he was discussing the Iranian nuclear deal on behalf of the United States, or was he like a fucking activist there, like doing his climate change, whatever, or bullshit? And he's like also discuss. Like I don't know. I would have to see like in what capacity is he speaking. But that's a whole other thing. I can't go down another fucking rabbit hole right now. But
I mean, I got something from Judicial Watch that talks about the shadow diplomacy. You can read it if you want. It doesn't matter. It's getting late into the night, and I understand. I just want to say everything I've said, I've backed up with evidence. You say it's like step by step. You're like, this is crazy. It sounds like bullshit.
well, no.
And
So
then
back to the very foundation of this. We're hinging that he had like a pretty explicit conversation with Kislyak where it seems like either notes or a transcript are recorded. It seems like they pretty explicitly talk about this pretty important issue coming in, and he's telling the FBI like, oh, I don't know if I talked about it or not. And it also seems like he lied to other people, to Priebus and to Pence, about he misrepresented relationships or conversations he had to them as well.
it's not a crime.
I didn't say that was a crime, but it's indication that he might be intentionally lying, and maybe that's why the DOJ decided to go out. But
I don't. If I'm told by the FBI based on this document that he lied about this tit for tat and he didn't, am I just taking their word that he lied to all these other people? I don't know.
I don't know if the
I'd
DOJ.
like to see what he said.
Okay, well.
Like, the point I'm trying to make is this,
he did tell incorrect things to the FBI, but maybe that was a big mistake. Oopsies, I guess.
I mean, and again, this isn't prosecuted evenly. For example, we could see in the Hillary investigation, agents said they thought that it defied credulity that Hillary Clinton thought a C was alphabetical order instead of a classification marking. We have Huma Abedin and Mills that both lied about their knowledge of the server. Right? So the point I'm trying to make is, like, even this, when we bring up, like, you brought up Flynn, you were like, Flynn and Manafort connected to Russia. There were actual connections to Russians from Hillary's team. They talked to a suspected Russian spy, Igor Dushenko, and concocted the entire Russiagate investigation.
Okay. All right. Any final words for us?
Sometime you want to talk about it, Destiny, let me know. And we'll go through it. And you can call me a crazy conspiracy theorist and then backtrack the whole time.
Gotcha.
But I do like talking to you. I do.
Okay. I love you, buddy. It's been fun.
The last lefty I talked to said that he was boofing ecstasy and he couldn't talk very well. So
Fucking
I had to look up
base.
what that meant and I wasn't impressed. So.
What does boofing mean?
Shoving it up your ass, apparently? I didn't know.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
But nice to admit that, I guess, on stream. No, but seriously, it's always a pleasure. I enjoyed it. So have a good one, man.
All right. Have fun. See you later, buddy.
Yep. Let me end this, folks.
Holy shit. Probably was like a full-time job on every conversation. How did you know what boofing meant? I've heard of the term that you can put things up your booty to absorb them quicker, but I didn't know it was called boofing. Okay. Well, I love you guys. What do I have tomorrow? Jesus. Please say nothing. Oh, nothing on Saturday, nothing on Sunday, and then Monday night I fly to LA. But I think I stream Monday too. Alright. KSP2 anytime soon? Apparently that game is super fucked right now on launch. It's like super stripped of features, and it's like laggy, not good. So probably not going to play KSP2 until it gets more features, but... Okay. I'm going to bed. I love you guys. It's been fun. Rip, gonna cappuccino, bubchino, option. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace out, I think. Bye.